T was the worst day for Konoha since the Kyuubi attack, the invasion by the hidden villages of Sand and Sound. Everything was chaos, caught off guard and admittedly soft from years of peace. The people of Konoha were unprepared to be stabbed in the back by an allied village, or for the destructive return of one of their most powerful missing ninja, arriving at the head of a new band of followers. Into this opening, Orochimaru stabbed, gutting the village that was once his home, using his own sound shinobi and deceived sand ninja to sow destruction and chaos among his former friends and neighbors. Death and destruction was everywhere. It wasn't quite the end of the village hidden among the leaves. They would, in the normal course of events, throw off the attack and survive. But they would be weakened for some time to come, losing precious prestige and influence that cost them almost as dearly as the defending ninja who died that day. But something happened Orochimaru did not intend. While he was attacking his former teacher, intending to kill Sarutobi, the Hokage of Konoha, a young boy sheathed in the red aura of the Kyuubi, attacked the barrier his faithful Sound Four had erected around the two to isolate their epic battle. Thus begins our story. Aye. Ugh, Naruto groaned, turning over in bed. The whiskered blonde boy blinked twice, coming more awake as he realized something. The last thing he remembered was charging at that wall of blue light, whatever it was, trying to get to the old man to save him from whatever that long-necked guy was doing. He remembered hitting that screen, and then nothing, just waking up here. Surprisingly, the young boy did not feel as awful as he somehow expected to. His body was fine, although his mind was decidedly not. There was an odd mix in there of the afterimage of the worst headache of his life and a strange sort of tiredness, just like he was exhausted after a hard day, ready for a full night of sleep instead of getting up from one. So, deciding that since no one would need him for anything after the fight the other day, he could get away with taking a sick day, he rolled over and went right back to sleep, so tired that he didn't even pause to wonder about how the old man Hokage did in that fight the boy had tried interrupting. A few hours later, his nap got interrupted, first by loud banging on his door, which he ignored by rolling over, then Naruto. Sakura slammed open his unlocked door. The lock was broken, like almost everything else in the boy's rundown apartment. Eyes wild with rage, and her aura actually visible, so lost to her temper that she actually looked more like inner Sakura for once. Before the boy had a chance to sit up, blink, and wipe at the corner of his eye, mumbling a puzzled, Sakura-chan, his teammate had stormed into the apartment and turned over his bed, flipping him out onto the ground in a pile of not-so-clean blankets and sheets. He got as far as blinking, sitting up from his new position, and muttering a puzzled Saku, before the pink demon of fury had hauled him to his feet by the front of his nightclothes and was shouting into his face. Just what did you think you were doing, sleeping in today of all days? Waking up at last, the demon container wiped his eyes, unperturbed by her anger. Sakura was always angry at him, though today she seemed more than usual. Oi, Sakura-chan, he mumbled in her glazed fury. Did I miss something? You made us miss out on entering the Chunin exams, she shrieked into his face, shaking him feebly. As the rage-induced adrenaline left her weak limbs, she dropped her hold on the boy's clothes. Mortified, the Kyuubi container saw tear tracks coming down from her eyes as Sakura teared up once more. Sasuke-kun was so disappointed. Naruto bounced back to his feet again. Sakura. She pierced him with a gaze of pure, unadulterated hatred, stopping his attempt at apology and request for what she was talking about in its tracks. Don't you ever call me that again, Uzumaki Baka, the preteen girl shouted in his face, tears flying as she mixed both grief and anger. In fact, don't ever speak to me again. And with that, she fled crying from his room and his house, leaving the young boy in total puzzlement over her behavior, while her inner Sakura was doing flips and handstands over how much her Sasuke-kun would appreciate her punishing Naruto Baka for disappointing them. Head still aching and still tired, though not as much, but no longer disposed to sleep, Naruto started puzzling over her inexplicable behavior while he went about his morning routine. He was just coming out of the shower, having come up with no answers nor anything he'd done to upset her lately, when he stepped out, wearing a towel, only to see Sasuke standing there in his hallway, glaring at him in rage. Ignoring the anger as he always did, Naruto raised a hand and greeted his teammate happily. "Oi, Sasuke team, what's up?" His answer came in the form of one of the best right hooks the last Uchiha had ever thrown. Not even remotely expecting it, Naruto put up no resistance when his fellow member of Team 7 beat him to within an inch of his life. The loudmouth blonde boy had never been subject to so much violence from this boy, who he'd often considered a friend, even a brother, and caught between his initial surprise and trying to keep his towel on, didn't put up too much of a fight. Finally, the brooding Avenger wore his arms out and left without once having said a word the entire visit, his knuckles split and bleeding, toes sore from too much kicking, and annoyed that Naruto had absorbed it all without dying. Naruto was left laying there on his floor in shock. Oh, the cuts and bruises went away so quickly he'd been healed of some before the others had fallen, but the shock of the brutality of the attack had left him astonished, and he lay there coming to grips with it. Sasuke team had done everything sort of drawing weapons or using jutsu on him. He'd never once seen him that angry. And Sakura-chan, too. What was up with him? What had he missed by sleeping in one day? Glancing at a clock, the village pariah rubbed its sores on the back of his head in confusion. Heck, Kakashi-sensei shouldn't even be to the group's regular meeting spot yet. What could have gotten him so upset? As if to answer his unspoken question, the rookie Chunin turned around and saw their teacher there, leaning against a wall in Naruto's hallway, his nose stuck deep in that orange-covered book he always carried. "Oh, Kakashi-sensei," the battered blonde dove forward, scrambling closer on his hands and knees, trying to get some answers, only to be stopped by a hostile gaze once again. There was anger there, but mostly disappointment. There was also some disgust, which, while Naruto was used to being ignored by his teacher, having his sensei be disgusted by him was a whole new realm of hurt. Kakashi snapped his book shut, uncoiling slowly to face his blue-eyed student. "Naruto, you greatly disappointed your team today. I thought better of you. For while I thought you understood how your role is to support your teammates, I was counting on you to be there to hold them together, so Sasuke could climb higher. Now you have failed when they needed you the most, and I can see that I made a mistake in letting you graduate." And with that, the Jonin vanished in a swirl of leaves. The much-abused Naruto was nearly in tears from these repeated shocks, coming one after another. Suddenly, he couldn't bear to be in his apartment anymore. It was the source of too much recent pain. Throwing on his clothes over still healing bruised flesh, he got out of there and began to walk around the city aimlessly, no real purpose or place to go. Aye. It was a bright, sunny day outside, one filled with many happy people. With the many visitors to town here for the Chunin exam, more crowds were out than usual to see the strange new faces and wonder at their guests. It was a happy town, a joyful one. Well, when Naruto wasn't around anyway. He still got hateful glares wherever he went, but more importantly, it was a peaceful town. Even Naruto started to notice changes right away, but he couldn't put his finger on what it was he was noticing until he came upon one of the ninja he'd seen killed. It was a Konoha nin, and Naruto knew nothing about him, not even his name. They were not even acquaintances. However, he had seen a man die in gory and messy ways, then his body laying slumped on the ground. It had been a particularly graphic and unmistakable death, even for ninja. It was for that reason that it had stood out among so many, and a big part of why he'd remembered it. Startled by seeing that man alive, Naruto started looking around and saw that none of the other damage was visible. That had been a tremendous fight that had brought Konoha to its knees. The battle had scarred the entire town as jutsu-wielding ninja fought across the whole length and breadth of it. Yet everything looked just fine. If there had been a battle here, there certainly was no trace of it. But how could that be? He'd been there during that battle. He knew it had happened. Naruto puzzled till his puzzler was sore, but he could not make any sense of it. He knew that those things had happened, but all of those thoughts fled his mind as he dismissed them, having seen a person who could probably tell him what was up with Sakura-chan. "Oh, Ino, wait up." And the orange-clad boy ran over to where the blonde girl had been walking along proudly with her team. Fresh from the tests, and flush with their own success, Ino turned to face her caller, simply radiating confidence. at least until she recognized who it was. Then a thin layer of anger overlaid her confidence. "Naruto," she snapped before the boy could get a word in edgewise. "How dare you show your face after disappointing Sasuke-kun that way?" The boy scraped to a halt and rubbed his cheek. "Ino, what are you talking about?" She rolled her eyes. "Today was the first test of the Chunin exam, moron. Did you just forget to show up?" Sasuke-kun wasn't able to take the test since his whole team wasn't there to support him. "You're holding him back. Oomph. Maybe he should find himself another teammate or a better team." Ino turned her nose up, gave a disdainful sniff, and turned away, walking off with Team 10 trailing along in her wake. Naruto just stood there looking gobsmacked. "But wasn't that a month ago?" he mumbled. Now Konoha's pariah had long ago developed an iron hard skull, bull-headed determination being his sole survival tool in a village that hated him. Having been sabotaged by teachers and scorned by all who knew him, he had learned to dismiss anything he could not understand, as there was no person he could go to regularly to explain them or help him figure them out, and all too many people who'd be willing to deliberately add to his confusion. So, since most puzzles had no solution, at least to him, he learned to simply throw them out so he didn't waste any mental effort worrying about them. Still, as much as he tried to, today's events were a bit of a strain for him to just pass off as nothing. So it was that Naruto found his feet guiding him to the one place he could always count on for help explaining things he couldn't understand. The Hokage could not spare time to teach him all of the time, but he was the kid's one source of trustworthy information on things he couldn't otherwise understand. The only one before graduation who'd ever explain things to him. So he tromped into the Hokage's office and shot an arm up high. "Oh, old man, how did your fight with Snakeface go? I didn't see the end of it." Sarutobi took his pipe out of his mouth and stared at the boy in confusion. He'd been expecting Naruto to begin pleading and whining over his failure at the Chunin entrance exam. Not this. He'd already prepared a speech where he denied the boy a second chance to take this test, telling him how another 6-month wait would build his skills and character. Instead, Naruto seemed not to care at all. Then his question hit. "I'm Sode, Naruto. I'm not seen Orochimaru in many years." The Hokage tapped ash out of his pipe in confusion over how that question had come out of the boy's mouth. "Huh." Naruto opened his eyes wide to blink in confusion of his own. Then he stamped a foot down hard, forming a fist. "Don't lie to me, old man. I saw you fighting him yesterday. He was there, all wiggly and with that long neck thing of his. You gotten trapped in this big blue box, and he'd gotten these guys growing trees and stuff inside while you summon a monkey." Laying the pipe aside, Sarutobi carefully looked over the youngster. "I am Sode, Naruto, but I do not use my summons lightly, and there are no publicly known users of the wood techniques who remain in Konoha. The last was our first Hokage, so I would have known of any such goings-on. You must have heard stories before having quite an interesting dream." Could it all have been just a dream? The boy wondered, scratching his head. Then his eyes widened in horror. "But that means I missed my chance to become a Chunin. Ah, what a day to sleep in." Sarutobi chuckled. "Don't take it so hard, Naruto. In another 6 months, you may get another chance. You're still young. There are many opportunities before you. I'll tell you what." He took out a slip of paper and began to write a note. "Take this to Ebisu. He is a special jonin who teaches only the best. This will instruct him to teach you a jutsu." Numbly, Naruto accepted the paper and the accompanying instructions on how to find a special jonin, then went off to find him. Having already objected once to this instructor, then failed to win in a contest in support of those objections, Naruto did not complain about having Ebisu as a teacher. They had begun the water-walking training together, which had turned out to be useful. Besides, the boy's mind was numb from repeated shocks, so for once he simply did as he was told and sought out the older man. Sarutobi, watching in his crystal ball, was shocked by this behavior. Meek acceptance was not often a part of Naruto's character. So the Hokage supposed having lost his chance at the Chunin exam had hurt the boy worse than he'd thought. The demon container tracked down his new teacher in the forest around the training grounds, spending some time doing so as he had to find exactly where he was. There, he simply presented the note and proceeded to stand there obeying wordlessly as Ebisu instructed him to do this, do that, lift one foot, assume taijutsu stances, and then finally list off the jutsus he already knew. Body switch, transformation, sexy, shadow clone, arm technique. The boy replied woodenly, still in shock over it all, and forgetting to put Toad's summoning on his list. Ebisu sniffed disdainfully. 2 of those are useless, and the others are all basic, except for the shadow clone technique. You did not even say you have the basic clone technique, so you failed to master the essential 3. Still, the man pushed his small glasses back up his nose as he gazed off to the horizon proudly. I suppose Shadow Clone makes up the difference enough for you to be considered a rookie genin, but you are nowhere close to being Chunin material. Yeah, just teach me something already. Naruto started to pick his nose, staring at the instructor sullenly, already tired of being yelled at. He'd already had enough of that for one day. Ebisu crossed his arms and gave him a dismissive snort. Harumph. Go walk up that tree, he pointed. Naruto did so. Yeah, your chakra control is pathetic. Go walk on that stream. Ebisu ordered, pointing again. Naruto did so. Wasteful. You use 100 times the chakra that you need. Float that leaf above your palm, the special Jonin ordered. What are you talking about? The sullen genin groused. Smiling that he had found something easy to teach the young boy, Ebisu then started to explain the leaf floating exercise for training in chakra control, which he left Naruto to perform for the rest of that day. Late evening, finishing off with a dinner consisting of an enormous amount of ramen, the village pariah concluded what had on the whole been a very stressful and unproductive day, and went back to bed with most of his questions still unresolved, already long into the process of forgetting them altogether. Waking up early the next morning, Naruto blearily went through his ordinary routine before heading out to the forest to continue his training with the leaf floating thing. He'd been at it several hours, without much success, when all of a sudden he was lifted up by the throat by an angry Sakura who was practically breathing flames as she shouted, Naruto, just what did you think you were doing, goofing off today of all days? Oh, Sakura-ja. His head was suddenly ringing as she just dropped and slapped him. Don't you ever call me that again, Uzumaki Baka, she shouted. In fact, don't ever speak to me again. You made US miss out on entering the Chunin exams. But, I thought that was yesterday. He puzzled, already confused as the half-dismissed questions from yesterday returned, full force, to his mind. Sakura just slapped him again as her answer, before stomping off, sure of the justice in her righteous fury, and that Sasuke-kun would be so happy that she'd helped punish Naruto for disappointing them like that. The blonde boy she'd left behind just stared after her in confusion, clutching the hand-shaped red mark on his cheek. Moments later, turning to face another sound he'd only just heard, the confused blonde called out, Oi, Sasuke team, what's up? This time the right hook wasn't entirely unexpected. When Kakashi came and broke up their fight, he gave Naruto a silent yet withering glare, then took the last Uchiha away for private training. Naruto stumbled into town in a daze, found Ino with her team where he'd last met her, received the exact same treatment and response, and wandered in even more confusion up to the Hokage's office, where Sarutobi once more took pity on the boy and gave him a note for Ebisu. The special Jonin was able to give him several pointers on his leaf floating technique, and, after another day of training Naruto, went to bed one very confused boy. Oi, Ernison, Naruto called out weakly, giving a half-hearted wave to his pink-haired teammate as she came skipping up to greet Sasuke. Sakura gave him a look filled with confusion that he'd switched from his usual intimate form of address to something so formal, but quickly figuring that if he was going to stop bothering her with his clumsy and unwanted crush, that was all to the good, as it made it clearer to Sasuke-kun that he had no rivals for her affection. The pink-haired Kunoichi accepted the change in address and went to babble to her other teammate, leaving Naruto out in the cold, so to speak. The boy she was ignoring felt so confused he didn't know where to start. He felt burned enough by the one bad experience to not want to sleep in, and just confused enough by the other to check in at the testing center before he went off to train. And to his surprise, all of the Chunin hopefuls were gathering for a chance to take the first test. Naruto had a deeply ingrained aversion to thinking. Thinking about why the villagers hated him only made it hurt more. Thinking about problems when no one would ever give him an answer just got him more confused. But here was something he could not ignore, and it was driving him crazy. Happy to dismiss it all in spite of that, the blond boy followed his two other teammates into the building, where there was a group of disguised Chunins standing by a door under an illusion, trying to turn the test hopefuls away. The boy watched, awestruck, as the fight between Lee and Sasuke happened once more, exactly as before, as the bushy-browed boy tried again for the first time, to prove that hard work could beat a genius. The Uzumaki boy followed in an ever-increasing stupor as events turned out the same as before until they reached the testing room. This time he was in far too much of a haze to call out his challenge to the room, but still the silver-haired, glasses-wearing Konoha Genin came up to offer them advice, and the rush attack from the Sound Genin happened just as before, with Naruto staring at it all as a dumbstruck witness, too shocked to move. By the time Ibiki came out and they all had the exact same seats as before, the demon container could no longer stand it. Standing up on his chair and placing one foot on his desk, he pointed to the head examiner and shouted, "You bastard! Nobody has to write down anything to pass this test. You've got it rigged so that anyone who agrees to take the 10th question wins." Ibiki, while both surprised and fuming inside, kept a calm facade as he looked down on his notebook and shouted a terse, "Team 7 fail." Naruto was still staring dumbly as the assistant examiners took him by the arms, dragged him to the doors, and threw him out. He was barely listening as Sakura shrieked, almost blowing out his eardrums, that if he'd learned something secret about the test, he should have kept quiet about it and not gotten them thrown out. Sasuke bruised his feet and hurt his knuckles trying to give his unresponsive rival another beating. Kakashi let it happen. Then he had a few words to say, adding his own lecture about keeping secret information secret, so you could use it to your advantage and not blurting it out in public so it couldn't do you any good. Still, at least this time Kakashi was a bit amused on top of his anger at Naruto for getting his team thrown out of the exams. Naruto was still gulping like a goldfish by the time they left him alone. "Everything," he finally whispered, long after he was all alone. "Everything is the same. Nothing changes." Then he grew a wide, prankster grin, and his eyes came alight for the first time in days. "Unless I change it." He went off to see the Hokage, and, sure enough, after trying and failing to explain what was going on to the one man he trusted most of all, he got another letter to Ebisu, who further refined his leaf floating technique with a few more helpful suggestions. With help like this, he'd soon get it down. The boy was chuckling madly as he went back to sleep. "Aye. Oh, Sakura-chan," Naruto called out happily, greeting his team in a new morning while standing in front of the testing center as all of the Chunin hopefuls entered. His hair was washed, and he had on his best outfit. "Glad to see you decided to come." "Well, I wasn't about to disappoint Sasuke-kun," the pink-haired fangirl cried, rushing over to the object of her obsession to fawn over the brooding Uchiha. At first Naruto frowned, as that snub had hurt. Then he quickly smiled again, rubbing the back of his head while chuckling before adopting a very obvious sly expression. "Say, Sakura-chan, why do you like Sasuke so much?" Why? Why?" Sakura shrieked, before bonking the blonde on the head. "Why do you have to ask such a stupid question? He's a strong ninja, the top of his class. You think I'd go for a dead last like you when I could have someone like him?" Suddenly, she was back by the Uchiha's side, trying to take his arm so she could guide him into the center. "Come along, Sasuke-kun. We wouldn't want to be late for the test." Grumbling and rubbing his head, Naruto followed them inside. Aye. Author's notes. First off, I'm just plain tired of reading fanfiction, particularly Naruto fanfiction, where non-Japanese speakers show off their ability to quote Japanese words from their textbooks, and that practically insist on making you learn Japanese in order to understand it. There will be no Japanese words used if I can find an English equivalent. Do a search and replace if it annoys you that much. An exception will be made for certain name suffixes sometimes, as I feel those are easy and contain useful information. But I'm not going to stress about using them right or often. On the other hand, words like ninja have been borrowed for so long they are effectively English. Secondly, Naruto's team were a little harsh on him, yes. My reasons for that? Well, As with any time loop scenario, you got to have problems to fix. So, in light of that, the reactions of Naruto's teammates may have been a little extreme, and they needed to be. However, in my mind, none of them were out of character. Giving Naruto grief for a major disappointment? Oh yeah, but they all planned to make it up to him later, after he'd learned his lesson and suffer a bit. It's just that, in a repeating time loop, later never arrives. To put it another way, we have a fairly simple bump, set, spike routine going on here. To bump, you interrupt the course the story was originally taking. Its purpose is to give the character a wait a minute. I didn't like that. Something's got to change. Moment. And yes, the purpose of those is to be unpleasant. That's why they make a character want to change them. To set, you redirect whatever random course you got out of your bump into a positive course of action. The moment that resolves the confusion and sets you up for the beginning of your plan, which is, sadly, all we were able to get to in this first chapter. Then the spike, which is your payload, where all of the good points come from, and really where you want to get as quickly as possible. Not so quickly as to make the story unbelievable, however. And as far as him training with Ebisu, yes, it is impossible to affect any physical change across the resets. You can even die in such a situation and wake up unchanged the next morning. However, for purposes of this story, chakra control is purely mental. Chakra itself has both mental and physical components. And let's be honest here, Naruto has frigging enormous body energy, amazing healing and hyperactive, etc., and practically zero mental. He has a surprisingly good brain, which intentionally or otherwise he has been conditioned not to use. So he'll even be able, potentially, to shoot his chakra capacity up to even more surreal levels, just by training up his mental side. As for techniques, things like shooting fireballs or teleporting from place to place, those are all learned skills, and as such he can acquire them. On the other hand, armed and unarmed combat are almost as much about reflexes as anything, which the body cannot carry over. So while Naruto can do himself some good there, do not expect miracles. Lastly, things like speed and brawn, endurance and toughness, which are pure physical conditioning, he won't be able to acquire at all in a time loop scenario. He's stuck with what he's got as far as those are concerned. So he could lift all of the weights in the world, and it would not help him. Naruto was often a study in opposites. Though he could be dense at times, he was also capable of feats of amazing brilliance. The chief difference was the amount of encouragement he got. At the Ninja Academy, his teachers had outright sabotaged his progress. The village shops sold him the worst quality gear for premium prices, and in all other ways did their level best to hinder his progress. On the other hand, the one time he felt the teacher was going out of his way to help him, Naruto had performed the mission he'd asked of him flawlessly and learned a Jonin level jutsu in a matter of hours. When he'd thought his team was counting on him, he'd participated substantially in the defeat of an A-rank missing ninja. He learned water walking in spite of having Orochimaru's extra seal messing up his already pathetic chakra control, and it was like magic. When people believed in him, he performed. It was that simple. He'd learn at rates the legendary Sannin couldn't believe if only someone would give him a chance and a little bit of direction. And right now, he was bored, sitting through the written test portion of the Chunin exam. The head examiner was trying to pour on the pressure, but Naruto already knew the secret of this test. Anyone who agreed to take the final question won. So why bother stressing about the other answers? On the other hand, Hinata, the girl who sat to his right, was fretting visibly over his complete lack of concern for doing any work on the problems on the paper. Having already finished herself, her bloodline having gotten all of the answers for her, once again she whispered, "Naruto-kun, you can copy mine," and slid her paper discreetly over to help him read her answers. The blonde in question blinked at the ordinarily shy girl, stuttering out her offer to let him cheat, using her exam as an answer key. He relaxed as it struck him this was the second time she'd made that offer. He'd only turned down the first, because he could sense one of the test proctors had noticed. Taking his feet off of the desk, where he'd been kicking back, loafing around, waiting for the test to be over, the boy leaned forward and whispered back, "Hey, yeah." He glanced down at her paper and read off her name. "Hinata-chan, why would you do something like that?" The girl blushed, cringing slightly away from him as she answered his question. "Nah, Naruto-kun." She stammered, "The test. It is important that you pass it. Team 7 fail. Team 8 fail. One of the proctors called off, and to his surprise, Naruto found himself once more ushered out of the building, this time with his angry team, accompanied by Hinata and hers as well, although the latter seemed more confused about how they had been caught than angry. They were experts at information gathering and had that whole test in the bag, every one of them. That was Kiba and Shino, Hinata's teammates, were confused until Sakura started to yell at Naruto for whispering to Hinata during a monitor test and getting them all thrown out. That was worth some angry grumbling from Kiba and a very stiff stance from Shino, while Hinata blushed and rubbed her fingers together in the shame of it all. Naruto felt bad for the girl, so after Sasuke's attempts to plaster him were broken up by Kakashi, he went off to find her, but Hinata and her team had disappeared somewhere. Nothing left to do, Naruto went for another visit to the old man and got another letter to Ebisu, where the special Jonin gave him a few more tips on the leaf floating exercise and a comment about how he wasn't as lackluster as the teacher had suspected, given what he'd already heard of him. Another full day training on chakra control, and it was off to bed for Naruto. Aye. 2 more repeats of that day had Hinata offering to help him each time. It was driving Naruto to distraction, as he'd finally noticed how much it upset the girl to see him not filling in those blanks. The thing was, she actually seemed to care about him passing the test. One of those contrasts about Naruto was that, while he could be a surprising blockhead and amazingly unobservant at times, at others he could also switch that around and notice things that no one else did, like his pointing out that Lee had bandages over his hands not as a fashion statement, but because his knuckles were split and sore from constant training, something that neither of his teammates had picked up on at the time. Now stuck in this time loop, it was easy to focus in on small things. Heck, he could hardly help but do so, since his efforts to get Sakura to divulge the secret as to why she thought Sasuke was so awesome were turning up nothing useful. He was beginning to notice other things. In the stress of his first time through this test, he'd not paid too much attention to Hinata's offer of help, and afterward he'd almost forgotten about it completely in the flush of success at passing. However, out of her repeated attempts to help, and his total lack of stress, knowing he did not need it to pass, caused him to become fully aware of something. She genuinely seemed to want to help. There were maybe 3 others who'd ever just wanted to help him for the sake of helping him. And what's more, he could see the girl suffering as she did so. This mattered to her. Why, he had no idea, but this was the 3rd time in a row now, and he figured it was not some trifling detail. Actually, his eyes teared up as her genuine offer of help finally penetrated as a real attempt to help him. This was not some random Konoha ninja assisting another in need. She wanted to help him, the dead last of the academy, the hated Uzumaki, the demon container of the 9-tailed demon fox, him. He actually wept out loud and got them all thrown out again. Aye. The next day, Naruto skipped out on greeting Sakura, giving her a brief wave as he sought for the shy girl, who kept giving up her own chance at success to help him. Not finding her at once, he decided to throw caution to the wind and blitzed the whole area with shadow clones, hundreds of copies of himself going all over until they spotted the distinctive shy girl, who'd already gone past him and into the building. Sprinting to catch up to her so he could speak to her before the test and tell her not to worry, his clones got caught up in among the other genin and lost her. That led to a scuffle that nearly got him thrown out before the test, and Sakura only dragged him in at the last minute by his ear, ending up out of the place he'd always use in the line to receive seat numbers, and he wasn't even next to Hinata that time. Thinking he had it made, the orange-clad genin kicked back, put his feet up, and waited out the test, only to have Sakura opt out when Ibiki called for those who didn't want to take the 10th question. Naruto slapped himself in the face, having forgotten how stressed they'd all been that first time. He'd forgotten all about how Sakura had nearly dropped them all out, so she could save his dream of being Hokage. Sasuke was coldly furious with the girl, saying some very hard and harsh things that probably ruined her dreams forever, except that she would recall none of it tomorrow. Naruto felt terrible about it all. Sighing, he left to go see the Hokage, got his letter, and went to meet Ebisu, no longer having to look around for him, going right to where the man was. After 5 days of studying that leaf-floating thing with Ebisu, the special Jonin had actually unknowingly passed him off on that, concluding that of the three basic chakra control exercises, leaf floating, tree climbing, and water walking, his tree walking was the worst, and giving him some hints as to how to do it better. He'd left him to practice those all day, because the outcast youth needed better chakra control more than anyone. Ebisu was still haranguing Naruto that his basics were all out of whack. Of course, the special Jonin had no idea that he'd been giving him that speech day after day for most of a week now. So he also had no idea how much improvement the blonde Jonin had been making during that period. Of course, that was in chakra control alone, but that was still his worst area. But when he had actual instruction instead of being ignored or ridiculed, the boy shone, accelerating at an amazing pace. So those extra tips were making a big difference, even though they seemed small to Ebisu. The next day, Naruto made a careful note to give to Hinata before he even left his apartment. In it, he explained that he didn't need to write anything down to pass the test, so not a worry. Spamming the world with Naruto clones, the lad was able to spot Hinata before she entered the building, and the real one ran up to her and shouting, "Here," shoved the note in her hands. He stood there grinning, sure this would solve everything, until his expression faltered. His grin slipped as he watched Hinata, holding the envelope with her name on it and staring at him, have all of the blood drain out her face, tremble, then fall over backward in a faint. Kiba, her teammate, caught her. What? What happened to her? Naruto pointed, already panicking as Kiba scowled up at him. Stupid. Sakura hit him on the back of his head. She fainted. You go right up to a shy girl that's got a crush on you and give her a love note in front of everybody, and that's what happens. Love note? Crush. Naruto tried anxiously to process those words as he rubbed his head. Then he broke out into a wide grin. You mean she likes me? Like a boyfriend? Duh. Sakura hit him again, annoyed at this display of stupidity. Don't play dumb on me. Why else would you give a love note to her? It's not like anyone else would do anything but laugh at you. She's got to be the only girl on this planet that would go out with you. She's had a crush on you since we were all in the academy together. Don't tell me you never noticed. Kiba, by now, had looked away, hiding his anger at Sakura's words. But Naruto was glowing like the sun with a big, toothy grin. That was, until Hinata stirred a second later, whereupon she opened the note with a shy look of eager joy on her face, only to be crushed moments later when she read it. Naruto himself felt like the worst sort of heel imaginable as he saw her disappointment upon realizing that it wasn't a love note after all. Kiba helped her up, and the glare he gave Naruto as he helped the broken girl pass spoke of his anger at Uzumaki for causing all this. Things then got worse as Hinata started to cry, sparing the boy she loved in vain one last pain-filled glance before rushing off to find privacy. The non-love note still clutched in a crumpled ball to her chest as she ran off. Naruto was left feeling like all of those villagers' glares of hatred had been right all along. He stood there, shoulders slumped, feeling like the worst sort of scum in the universe. All of his previous good feelings coming to crash down and burn on top of him. Sakura stood with him for a time, actually feeling some empathy, until Sasuke came to drag them all in. Hinata's team didn't come in to take the test, and Naruto almost didn't care when Sakura gave up on the 10th question again. Ebisu had him practice some refinements to his water walking this time. Hinata had offered to help him, a thing few people had ever offered to do. He could count those who had on one hand and still have fingers left over. That alone put her in a very special category. She was a precious person automatically because of that attempt. He'd very carelessly ignored it before, but stuck in his face day after day, it was no longer something he could avoid paying attention to, even by accident. Now Sakura was saying that Hinata loved him, or at least liked him in a boy and girl kind of a way. Naruto had no idea how to respond to that. He had no idea how to start, even. He supposed he could write her an actual love note the next time, to make up for the hurt of this one, but here the boy had to admit to himself that he had no idea what one of those would actually say. He'd never seen one before. Of course, he was Naruto tact. What is tact? Uzumaki. So he did what no one else was likely to do, and approached her directly the next day, before the test, and declared, "Oi, Hinata-chan, I was going to write you a love note, but have no idea what they should say. Any idea what I should put in it? The poor Hyuga maid collapsed in an instant, blushing faint, and the crowds of collected genin broke out laughing. Baka, Naruto went down a twin thumps on the head from Sakura and Ino, who, after scolding him for being so tactless, dragged him off and gave him some basic how-to tips on the proper way to approach girls. It was the first time he'd had any information on courtship whatsoever, and it surprised him no end how very detailed was the subject. Hey, that's more complex than our academy lessons, he objected, once they'd fully overloaded him with suggestions in their enthusiasm to correct his crudity. Just do it, the two girls shouted, shoving him forward toward the Hyuga heiress, who by now had woken up and was being helped to her feet by Kiba. Hinata-chan, Naruto stuttered, coming to a stop before her and rubbing the back of his head, not looking directly at her. Would you like to go eat with me after the test? Softly glowing a rosy pearl color, Hinata blushed and nodded, not trusting her voice, rubbing her fingers together all the while. Kiba just snorted at this display. This time the two genin teams walked together to the exam room, and Lee never made his attack on Sasuke. Slightly puzzled about that, Naruto got a new idea just as Kabuto was showing those ninja information cards of his, and asked, "Hey, what do those cards say about Hinata-chan?" The silver-haired genin gave him a sly look and a glance over to Hinata, who was blushing up a storm, but the shinobi easily found their cards with the appropriate info. This is interesting. It looks like our little Hinata is heiress to the Hyuga clan, the most prestigious in Konoha after the Uchiha massacre. And what is this? She was the subject of a kidnapping attempt when she was only 6 years old. The hidden village of Cloud tried to abduct her for her bloodline. Decent skill at the gentle fist style, and a surprising number of successful missions for a newly minted genin of her age. Naruto's eyes were round as he looked over at the girl he'd always dismissed before, who was currently shrinking in on herself over all of the attention. This time they passed the test beautifully. Hinata was so embarrassed by the attention and the way her Naruto-kun was looking at her that she did not press it when he turned down her offer of help. Then, Naruto was feeling confident enough to shout down the instructor, as he'd done the first time, so Sakura-chan did not disqualify their team. It was after that part of the test was over, Anko had come and gone, and Hinata had left with her team, promising to meet him in an hour for lunch, that Naruto had an idea. Hinata worried so much about him that they'd failed time and time again from her offering to help him. So he ought to do something about that, and there, right beside him, was her completed test answer sheet. So, sliding it over, he began to copy it onto his. The test was already over, and they'd all passed anyway. He didn't care about score or anything. No, this was his sneaky plan. By memorizing her answers, he could have something to write down the next day. That way she would not be so concerned about him passing. He chuckled darkly until it was time for him to leave to go out to meet her for lunch. Aye. Naruto generally had one goal in mind when food was placed before him, and that was to satisfy his hunger. Consuming mass quantities was the goal, and doing so as quickly as possible, a habit he had picked up in his youth because of older kids who routinely stole his food. So he ate what he could get as fast as he could get it, as a reflexive measure against that happening. But it was more than a little horrifying to Kunoichi with refined and delicate table manners. Even Sakura, who had tagged along with Ino and a few other curious Kunoichi to see this first date, and who could be called refined and delicate only in comparison to a gorilla, found herself appalled by the way Naruto ate. And she was not seeing it up close for the first time. Hinata, on the other hand, was, and although she'd been looking forward to this day for as long as she could remember, was a bit pained and winced at the animalistic manner in which Naruto consumed his lunch. Fortunately, he raised his food-covered muzzle to ask Hinata why she wasn't eating and caught her look of horrified chagrin. She tried to hide it, smiling weakly and picking up a morsel of her own meal, but her dismay was plain. That was when Ino and Sakura decided to intervene, and both together leapt in and dragged him away for a quick, yet thorough, scolding about proper table manners, ending with, "The way you eat reflects on how you feel about those around you. If you eat like an animal, you're saying that no one around you is worth being nice to. So eat like a gentleman, or else she'll think that she isn't important to you." Shoving him back at the table, Naruto tried to remember the information surge and pluck out the bits he needed to finish his meal. Hinata was nice about it, and plainly grateful that he cared enough to try and be better for the remainder of their meal together. But just as plainly, he'd already ruined her dream date for her. She left the table with polite thanks but unhappy looks, leaving Naruto alone to once again feel like a positive schmuck for upsetting her, especially as he was trying to be nice and make her feel better over an incident she could no longer recall, where he'd first screwed up with that note thing. Now his resolve only crystallized and grew stronger. He would make it up to Hinata, both for the note misunderstanding and for ruining this date. Aye. The rest of that day passed rather unproductively. The old man wouldn't give him a letter to Ebisu because he hadn't failed the Chunin exam yet, and so didn't need to be cheered up. When he sought out Ebisu on his own, the special Jonin wouldn't teach him anything. So, frustrated, he went back to the Hokage and asked how you learned to eat so you didn't hurt a Kunoichi's feelings. Sarutobi was so surprised by the question, he actually laughed out loud. Then he had to have a full explanation, of course. At the end of which, merrily smoking his pipe, the Hokage had suggested that if he wanted to learn how to impress a Kunoichi, one of the best instructors for that they had was Kurenai, Hinata's Jonin instructor. He even wrote Naruto another letter of introduction. The boy bounced merrily away to go find the Jonin, which took a long time, but when he did, she was a little unhappy with him, making him suspect she knew about his badly failed date with Hinata-chan. Still, she agreed to teach him all the same. But while the blonde did his best to absorb what she said, the lecture Kurenai gave him was all way above his head, relying on him already understanding basic stuff he'd never heard of and sounding about as complex as rocket science. It made the Jonin-level shadow clone technique seem about as complicated as a line drawn in the sand. What did it matter what clothes he wore? Or how he smelled? He smelled just fine. Thank you. Having already bathed today. Breath mints? Flowers? What did those matter? Still, she said it was important, and the Hokage said she knew this subject better than anyone he had to teach him. It all seemed rather odd to him, though. But the worst part was she'd loaded him with so many specifics when he had no idea of even the most simple basics. Stuff like how to smile and comport himself. He had no idea how to smile. He just did. And all the stuff about fancy restaurants? He'd never been inside of a fancy restaurant in his life. They'd never let him in. He'd taken Hinata out to eat ramen at his favorite stand, just like he ate all of the time. No, the talk with Kurenai only multiplied his confusion, and Naruto went to bed a very unhappy boy. The next day found him up and already at the testing center before he realized that he was the only one there. None of the other Chunin hopefuls had shown up at all, which blew his mind as he'd grown to expect it. He waited for an hour before a hot-headed Sakura came back to scream and shout at him for not having been at the Forest of Death on time for their team to enter and losing them their place in that test. Sasuke was even angrier with him than before, and Kakashi gave him that same, "I'm disappointed, you should never have been allowed to graduate" lecture. Confused and miserable, Naruto made his way over to talk to the Hokage, got a note to see Ebisu, and spent the rest of that day practicing chakra control. The next day, he was up and all packed and ready to go to the Forest of Death, only to have Sakura seek him out a couple of hours later to shriek at him about missing their chance to take the written test. Sasuke came to try and beat him up later, and Kakashi gave the same speech over again. Then it was back to chakra control with Ebisu. The next day, early in the morning, Naruto spammed clones all over Konoha to find out where everyone was gathering, and met them all at the exam center for the written test once again, same as always. So why had that one morning been at the Forest of Death? The orange-clad Uzumaki was very used to dealing with life by the seat of his pants, reacting to things as they came at him and living a life free of worries or concerns about trivial issues like tact and timing. Well, guess what? That all came to a screeching halt as he discovered he was trapped in a time loop. It's difficult, if not impossible, for a person to have an unplanned reaction to something he knows is going to happen, especially when it happens the same way over and over and over again. Impulsive reactions don't happen anymore in that case. Recklessly charging ahead, filled with passion, only worked when you could feel passion over something. Having seen the same thing happen countless times kind of took the bite out of it. and knowing that however it turned out made no difference in the morning, make reckless fury and passion almost non-existent no matter how willing you were to summon them. No, it was the sort of situation that demanded carefully thought-out plans. When this happens, I'll do that, and see what happens was the least of the strategies that could be employed to learn from the situation. Far more valuable was deciding what goal you wanted to pursue than going for it. Being caught in a situation where careful memorization and planning made the only difference was both torture for Naruto and the best thing that could possibly happen to him, forcing him to put his disused mind to work and at the same time training him to effectively use it. The demon container was by sheer trial and error, learning the scientific method by simple, practical experience. I want this to happen, and I believe that it would result from my doing that. No, well, then maybe this other. It had taken him several attempts, but he had successfully memorized the answers for the written portion of the Chunin test. Now Hinata no longer worried about him failing. No, now he had to worry about something worse. Every time they got through the test, she'd ask him how he did it, admitting that she, herself, had to rely on her bloodline technique to spy out someone else's answers. Every time he came up with a lie about how he'd spied them out himself, she'd grow excited and ask for more details, and always grew so disappointed when his clumsy structure of lies collapsed and revealed he'd been fibbing. Telling the truth was almost worse. If he told her how he'd memorized the answers, she'd ask how he knew them beforehand. Then he'd be stuck either in another haphazard structure of lies she'd uncover through interested and eager questions, or a truth that she would not believe, one that made her feel he was not only lying, but trying to hide something from her. Either way, his clumsy attempts at explanations hurt her. Hurting Hinata made Naruto feel terrible. The more time he spent with her, the more he realized how important he was to her, and the more of a cad to shatter her illusions of him. So, in desperation, having freshly come from a branch of one of those conversations where Sakura had been boasting over how she'd solved it all herself, without cheating as a way of pointing out to their teams how much smarter she was than Naruto, before immediately asking Sasuke for a date, the blonde genin had gone off to find Irika. On locating his old teacher, the boy had shoved the test paper in his face and demanded, "Show me how to answer these problems." Chuckling, his old academy instructor did so, starting at the very beginning and leading Naruto through step by step and confusing him to death not 10 seconds into the explanation. Seeing that, they started over. Naruto's brain hurt, and he was concentrating as hard as he knew how. The lessons took forever, going over the most basic parts of the easiest problem repeatedly, but slowly how it all worked began to take root. The next day, he was boasting to Hinata that he'd solved them himself, only for her to confess, shyly, that she'd only answered them by cheating, then asking him for help in understanding them. After floundering around for a bit, he went back to Irika so that he'd look less of a fool to Hinata. And, well, the more he knew, the more she asked, and the more he had to bug Irika to help him understand them, until Naruto had the ability to pass that test without having memorized the answers. A good thing for him was he had all of the time in the world to get it right. A bad thing for his immediate plans was that Irika was a teacher, and as such he had no intention whatsoever of taking any shortcuts. He was not out to train anyone to solve only one problem. He was out to get them to have the concepts down, so they could solve any and all like them, and in some cases know the history and background behind them, which led into all sorts of closely related issues which had to be discussed in detail. So in spite of himself, Naruto was finally picking up some portion of an official shinobi education. Soon those conversations with Hinata were growing so long Sakura was overhearing them, and hearing Naruto talk about those subjects like he knew anything about them first got met by disbelief. So she pressed him, and when he could answer successfully, he impressed her. Naruto liked impressing Sakura, and nothing he'd ever done before had done it. He also found it impressed Irika and Hinata, too. Unfortunately for him, he liked it so much he couldn't help but lunge ahead for more, so did some extra studying just to have verbal ammo for impressing them further. Only this backfired from the start, as each tried to test his knowledge of certain subjects he hadn't studied, just to determine the breadth of his surprising education, and he kept floundering as they kept hitting topics he hadn't studied yet. Once Sakura hit a subject he knew nothing about, she was smug, having validated her opinion of him as a moron, which he hated. But once Irika found an area of ignorance, he was disappointed in Naruto, which the boy also hated. And both were in the habit of testing topic after topic until they found something he didn't know about. Not maliciously, just out of disbelief. You mean you actually know something? You were paying attention when we talking about. Well then what about? Etc., etc., etc. Having found something they never supposed Naruto's hidden knowledge, they kept probing to find the ends of it, and naturally he kept expanding it as they came up with questions concerning things he didn't understand. Naruto liked impressing people, and didn't get to do it nearly often enough. Soon he found that the more he knew, the more he impressed those three, triggering a near-endless cycle, as pretty soon Sakura and Hinata were expecting him to know things in the later parts of the exam. In the forest, his teammate would quip things like, "Oh, Naruto can find those. He was just telling me about the properties of certain mushrooms," and so forcing the boy to learn yet more. But that was getting just a wee bit ahead of our story. Not long after he had started to memorize the test answers, Naruto came up with why his endlessly repeating day had advanced to the forest of death at once. It was simple. Every time he passed the written test, the next day found his personal timeline actually advancing one day. On days when he failed any part of the Chunin exam, he'd wake up the next morning starting it all over at the beginning again. That much he was able to figure out, and it wasn't like it was easy to miss, since it started occurring regularly once he'd figure out the hurdles to pass to get by the written exam. From there, it was an easy guess that to get out of this cycle, all he'd have to do was pass the Chunin exams in their entirety, and probably he'd have to do something about the invasion, too. The last was even more of a sticky problem than the first, and the first was no picnic by itself, either. It surprised him, going over it again and again, just how far he'd gotten the first time on sheer luck, when that luck was most definitely not going his way on any subsequent attempts. Any simple thing seemed to trip him up and get he and his team failed. Well, I don't suppose you could call being killed by Orochimaru simple, but when they entered the forest, it almost invariably happened that one of them would get killed by that amazing missing ninja. Naruto, quite frankly, had no idea how they'd gotten by the first time. It had all been done on impulse. Impulses which he could not recall, so he was stuck trying to do it over again, and somehow he kept messing things up to where the Snake Sannin would kill him, or kill Sakura, or kill Sasuke, or all of them. Waking up after dying was a shock the once, but after that it quickly grew fairly routine. You did it frequently in battle with a legendary missing ninja. After having been stuck in a day and a half loop for what felt like months, the blonde demon container had to admit at last that nothing he did seemed to be able to get he and his team by the amazing snake guy with its hickey of death. It didn't matter if he fought, tried to evade the Sannin, or spammed the world with clones disguised as his team and raced toward the tower. One of his team would always die, and it was usually him, which sucked. So it was time to consider other options. Naruto's usual approach to his day had settled into something of a routine. In the morning of his first day, he would ask Hinata out, and after the test, they would go out to eat together, where several kunoichi would hang around and watch them, at first in disgust, but as he improved later, in giggling glee. After lunch, he would get himself scolded by Ino or Sakura on whatever he'd done wrong, until those two couldn't think of anything, and both girls had begun looking at him with their jaws hanging open. So he begun to ask questions of the other kunoichi present, until he was fairly sure those dates were going okay. Okay, however, was not enough. So after those meals, he'd pester the Hokage to introduce him to Kurenai, whose lectures had started to make sense. It felt great to the genin to actually start to be able to get a handle on something. And though the restaurants progressed in quality, none of the ones that would let him in the door were very good. So for the moment he was stuck, without a good idea how to improve those, and Hinata-chan kept nervously fidgeting during those meals, anxiously watching their audience. It was something he'd have to work on, as he wanted those dates to go well. After his dates with Hinata, Naruto generally had a conversation where he impressed Irika, Sakura, or Hinata with his hidden knowledge, and then spent the rest of that day studying what they'd asked about that he didn't know yet. The next morning, they'd go to the Forest of Death. Someone would get killed by Orochimaru, and he'd start all over again. On days when he wasn't the one dying, he'd often leave the forest and try to get someone to train him, But people were so upset over the news of Orochimaru's return and busy dealing with it that no one could spare him any time. After having exhausted all of the ways he could think of to escape or defeat the Snake Sannin, and coming up with nothing that worked, Naruto decided that a change was in order. And what change he used was based on one of the standard shinobi sayings he just recently memorized. Know thy enemy and know thyself, and you need not fear 100 battles. Know thyself, but not thy enemy, and the outcome is always in doubt. Know neither yourself nor your enemy, and defeat is certain. Well, Naruto figured he knew himself pretty well. After all, what was there to know? And he was the expert on him anyway. That made it pretty obvious what he had to learn. So, the next morning of the written test, he went into the test center as usual and shouted, "Oi, Kabuto, what do those Nin cards say about Orochimaru?" The silver-haired Chunin blinked several times, as did his fellows, but withdrew the appropriate information card anyway. The legendary Snake Sannin of Konoha, now an S-rank missing ninja. One of the strongest ninja ever to live. He is Kage rank in most areas, but his specialty is ninjutsu, and his stated goal is to learn all of the ninja techniques in the world. I don't know much about why he was thrown out or his missions, but his Jonin instructor was Sarutobi, our current Hokage, and his teammates were Jiraiya, the Toad Sannin, and Tsunade, the Slug Sannin. That's probably all we'll need to know if there are any questions about this historical figure. Huh, I didn't know the old pervert was a teammate of the tongue freak, Naruto mumbled, causing several of those around him to face flop. And I'd never heard of this slug lady. Do you think either of them could train me to beat up old Snakeface? Of course not. What are you thinking? They are the legendary 3 Sannin. You're nothing but a dead last. Don't ask such stupid questions. Sakura lost her temper to shriek at him, bonking him on the head for such presumption. Kabuto looked on with some amusement, folding away his Nin cards. I don't think any of them would be willing to train you, Uzumaki. But supposedly, the 3 Sannin are fairly evenly balanced. According to what I've heard, at the time he left, Jiraiya could still beat Orochimaru if they fought, but his toad summons would be beaten by Orochimaru's snakes. Tsunade would have lost in a fight with him, but her slugs could beat the snake summons. So really, it would take 2 of them to beat the third. But it doesn't matter anyway. After Orochimaru left the village, the other 2 disappeared also. Naruto almost blurted out that the old guy was in town right now, peeping on women's bathhouses. He knew. One of his clones had run into him one morning while searching for Hinata. He spent the next few days seeking out the old pervert. Only the old guy was so reluctant to teach him anything that they spent the full day arguing about it, and Naruto didn't learn anything. So, in desperation, Naruto began to fail the written test on purpose, flipping off the instructors, obviously copying off of others. And as that grew boring, he began to grow steadily more outrageous, climbing up on his desk, dropping his pants to moon the entire room, with the test answers written on his bum for good measure, and at last, opting to follow a suggestion given by one of the girls who'd observed their dates, turning to Hinata and loudly suggesting, "Hey Hinata-chan, let's make out." After her stunned, rosy, shy, and nearly silent exclamation of, "All right," he then proceeded to kiss her before the audience of genin, causing Sakura to rise up in her seat, face flushed and vein throbbing, to shout at him, "Naruto, don't do that here." Then her jaw dropped as Naruto did so anyway. It wasn't a very good kiss, but Hinata started to enjoy it. When the pink-haired Demonis started to shout for them to stop it. However, Team 7 got thrown out. Naruto's purposes in flubbing the test deliberately were easy enough to describe. The first was to get in some sparring with Sasuke, who tried to hurt him for having failed so deliberately, and learning to predict and evade those blows was always interesting until he got upset enough to turn his Sharingan on. But mostly he did it because, when he failed the test, Sarutobi gave him a letter to give to Ebisu, who'd teach him something. The special Jonin wasn't on a level with the Sannin, but neither was Naruto, and the blonde boy was just getting sick and tired of asking the old pervert for help, only to be snubbed in reply. The old guy wouldn't even let him sign the Toad Scroll again, and without that Naruto couldn't summon any. He was so angry he'd forgotten how he'd convinced the old guy to teach him in the first place, by adopting his sexy technique to turn into a pretty girl and ask nicely. So he was left with Ebisu, who was clearly second-rate by comparison, but still much better than training on his own. So he filled his afternoons and evenings with training under Ebisu, even going so far as to not walk somewhere if he could run on the walls, and floating a leaf above his head while others were talking, just to fill in the corners and take advantage of all the spare moments during his dull, repeating life. Naruto had long since lost count of the days. He'd not paid any attention to counting them in the beginning anyway. But he guessed it was on the order of a couple months or so before Ebisu pronounced his chakra control. Decent, almost average. It is not your worst flaw, which is not what I was expecting given what I'd been told, and proceeded to teach him something else. The blonde Chunin got all excited at that moment, but what Ebisu taught turned out to be the basic clone technique. Not refinements to the shadow clone, but the ordinary academy-level ninja technique everybody had to learn. The boy groaned, but persevered. By now, Naruto had discovered through hard experience that the easiest way around an obstacle was sometimes through it. It was just easier to learn a basic something than it was to argue in favor of getting something cool and useful, because he could either spend a whole day arguing and learn nothing, or could just grit his teeth and learn it, then the next time prove he knew it, so he could learn something else instead. That cycle had happened several times during his chakra control training. True to form, Ebisu wouldn't teach him anything else until he had the basic clone technique mastered, and then refined up to a level where it was almost impressive. At first, Naruto hated spending time on his worst technique when he could have been doing something useful instead, and only put up with it because that was the only way he'd found to get the special Jonin, who was his teacher, to move on. But after a while, Ebisu explained how a smart ninja could use both together. A shadow clone was solid, but vanished after the first hit, while normal clones, being just illusions, couldn't do much of anything but take hits. And they wouldn't vanish when struck, so it could take blow after blow if you could trick an enemy into wasting that much attention on them. So if he was just going to use them for target practice, or as distractions to draw fire, which was, admittedly, most of what Naruto had already used clones for, ordinary clones had a place, especially if he mixed ordinary and shadow clones into a bunch, so an enemy couldn't know which were solid and could hurt them, as opposed to those that were mere illusions and couldn't be disrupted by something so simple as a blow, but could otherwise be ignored. So the shadow clones would last longer if they were mixed in and among the ordinary clones, not granting an enemy a clear idea of which to strike in order to take out the dangerous ones. Thus, between them, they cost an enemy more time and effort dealing with the distraction. Convinced of the utility of this strategy, Naruto practiced and practiced until he could perform both ordinary and shadow clone techniques. So close to each other they appeared in the same puffs of smoke, and with illusionary ones mixed among solids until there was no way of telling which was which. Ebisu even pronounced it a potentially effective battle strategy, capable of being a useful deception, sowing confusion as well as causing damage. The next time he tested this against Orochimaru, it was true, but pointless because as soon as the Snake Sannin realized that was what he was facing, he threw a massive, wide area jutsu that destroyed everything around them, and in the process killed all of the clones and Sakura, once again causing their team to fail. Carrying Sakura's broken, bloody body out of the forest of death, for he forgot how many times had kind of dulled the blonde's reaction to it. They took her to the Konoha morgue, and the blonde Chunin had the appropriate forms and paperwork filled out to inform her family, and so on even before the door had finished swinging shut behind them. They were, it must be admitted, far from the first or only Chunin team there. Seeing as how the morgue was attached to Konoha's General Hospital, they had all of the usual around-town accidents to take care of, training accidents from newly minted Chunin all of the way up to a young and foolish Jonin who nearly burned her own face off through chronic ailments like that "hey guys" coughs and the expected serious injuries and deaths caused by the rather extreme second test of the Chunin exam. It was a busy place, and Naruto was out of there before Sasuke had even sat down on a convenient bench to wait for them put the girl's body into a cooler for later autopsy. Uzumaki, on the other hand, knew he'd be seeing her again tomorrow. Oh, he'd cried for her once, twice. He forgot how many times, even hugged her the next day until she'd smacked him, but she died so often in those fights it just didn't affect him anymore. He died more often than she did, anyway, and she didn't get worked up over it the next day. Of course, she didn't remember it, but his emotions did not care about that. Emotions never do. No, he had stuff to do. Sakura was dead, which meant his team had failed. The times it was Sasuke's body in there, he'd stick around to comfort Sakura, which was probably the only time she'd let him hug her without beating him for it. But since it was Sakura, the Uchiha would just go on brooding as usual, though, to be honest, it was maybe at a slightly more intense rate. At least she hadn't choked to death on her own blood this time. Those were always horrible, especially the look in her eyes as it happened. And it always made him feel so guilty. Every time she looked so surprised that he wasn't reacting more strongly to her grisly demise. Shuddering at those memories, Naruto skipped along toward his destination, a place he had been many times, but only just begun to appreciate, the Konoha Public Library. Under disguise, of course. They'd never let him in otherwise. They had information on Orochimaru there. Oh, none of the classified stuff, but the publicly available information, which included all of the stuff Kabuto had said about him, plus some other facts and details. Things like the names of his old students. Mizuki was one. Big surprise there. Naruto knew he'd been a traitor since he'd tricked him into stealing the scroll of forbidden seals. Another name had been blotted out of the one book on the Snake Sannin's Jin and Team Naruto had been able to find. But the last was still around. Old Snake Face had left his one-time apprentice in town, a special jonin by the name of Anko Mitarashi, the very same Anko who was proctor for the second test of the Chunin exam. It was amazing what you could read from books. Creating hundreds of shadow clones, the kid began to look for her. Luckily for him, he was early enough she had not yet been informed of Orochimaru's return to town, and so he found her outside of the forest of death-eating Dango, and throwing the empty sticks to a tree where they embedded in the symbol for Konoha, a leaf. Rushing up to face her, Naruto pointed a finger at the woman and shouted, "I need you to train me." Anko actually chuckled. "Oh, failed already? I guess you do need training. But why do I need to be the one to train you?" Breathing heavily from his run, Naruto panted, "If you do, I'll dedicate my life to defeating Orochimaru." At this, the special jonin actually quirked a brow in interest. Oh, she rolled the idea around some in her mind, concluding it could actually be useful to have some help when she went after the old bastard. So she smirked, "Okay, kid, you've got my interest. Tell me what you know already. We'll see where we go from there." Still panting from his long run, the boy nodded and declared, "Body switch, clone, transformation, sexy, shadow clone, and harem techniques." Abruptly, the special jonin's interest turned to amazed disgust. "That's it? How the blank did you even get in the Chunin exams? Forget it, kid. You'd never survive an encounter with the old bastard. Come back when you're older, and at least be sure to have some useful techniques next time." "I already survived one fight with him earlier today," the boy shouted, but this had the opposite effect than intended, getting her to abruptly demand where, then rush off to search for her old master herself. None of his arguments swayed her, not even when he had a repeat of this same encounter before entering the forest, and without mentioning her old teacher. Sadly disappointed, Naruto again started flubbing tests on purpose to go back to Ebisu, who so far had been the only teacher he could count on. Well, there was also Kurenai, but he could still hardly understand what she was saying half of the time, and he didn't understand how anything she said was going to help him defeat Orochimaru in any case. Not that he could afford to get better clothes than he had on, anyway, even if they did what she said they did about making girls like him more. How was that going to matter anyway? So, getting another letter from Sarutobi, the demon container once again ventured over to where Ebisu would be, and once more submitted himself to the special jonin's test to gauge his present skill level. His spirits soared when, after submitting to the battery of demonstrations he required, the glasses-wearing special jonin once more announced they'd be working on a technique. Then Naruto slammed his face into his palm when Ebisu decided that what he needed to do was bring to full mastery his offensively crude body switch, also known as the replacement technique. Today is a day for deeds of greatness, Naruto declared to the sky from atop the Hokage monument. Then, turning around, he addressed his army of shadow clones. "Are you ready then?" "Yes," came the responding roar of 400 throats raised in unison. paint brushes held high aloft. "Forward!" the real one shouted, pointing off the cliff. With a roar, they surged ahead, Naruto in the lead, racing off the top of the mountain to run down the face of it, feet sticking to the side. And, just as fast as a waterfall or a curtain being dropped, the entire Hokage monument got painted in brilliant shades of red, yellow, blue, white, and orange. "Aye, aye. Hey, Sakura!" the orange-clad ninja cried out to his teammate just before the first test started. "I bet you're going to stand up, or shout, or do something stupid to get our team thrown out of this test." "Naruto," the annoyed, pink-haired Kunoichi shouted. "I would never do such a thing." The blonde boy folded his arms. "I said I'd bet you, Sakura-chan. How about if you do, and I win, then you have to give up on Sasuke. But if you don't, and I lose, I don't ask you out anymore?" "No way. I would never bargain away my relationship with Sasuke, even on a sure thing like that," she shouted, then turned to bat her eyes to her crush. "You see, Sasuke-kun, nothing can tear us apart." The last Uchiha rolled his eyes in disgust. "Aye, aye, aye. Hey, Sakura!" the orange-clad ninja cried out to his teammate just before the first test started. "I bet you're going to stand up, or shout, or do something stupid to get our team thrown out of this test." "Naruto," the annoyed pink-haired Kunoichi shouted. "I would never do such a thing." The blonde boy folded his arms. "I said I'd bet you, Sakura-chan. How about if you do, you ask Kiba out instead of Sasuke at the end of this period, and if you don't, I'll start asking Ino out instead of you." "That's disgusting. Go out with that hairy animal? I'd rather die." Kiba, who was standing nearby, cracked his knuckles and bared his fangs, growling angrily. "That can be arranged." "Aye, aye, aye. Hey, Sakura!" the orange-clad ninja cried out to his teammate just before the first test started. "I bet you're going to stand up, or shout, or do something stupid to get our team thrown out of this test." "Naruto," the annoyed pink-haired Kunoichi shouted. "I would never do such a thing." "Okay, let's bet. Say you do, then you have to wear whatever outfit Ino picks out for the rest of the day. If not, then I'll wear the same thing she'd picked out for you for the same period." "You're on." Ino was also grinning. "Oh, I bet just the outfit, too." "Quiet down." Ibiki entered the exam room, explained the rules, and got all of the jin into their seats. A mere minute into the exam, however, "I'm done," Naruto cried at the top of his lungs, flipping his test sheet over. Then he turned to take Hinata's hands in his, and, looking into her eyes, asked, "Hinata, darling, are you done as well?" "Why, yes," she squeaked, turning bright red. "Then turn your paper over," he softly suggested, gently reaching out and taking her into a hug. "We have 40 minutes left until the 10th question." The amazingly fast motion as she flipped her paper face down was not lost on anyone, nor was her blush or the smile steadily creeping up on her face as she melted into his hug. "Oh, Hinata-chan, you are so lovely. I must kiss you." And then Naruto did so, with the benefit of plenty of make-out sessions behind him. Several of the other genin nearby started to whoop and make catcalls. "And, nah, Naruto," Hinata cried out as he nibbled a particularly sensitive spot at the base of her neck, clinging to him for all her might. "Naruto," Sakura screamed, rising from her desk at this unseemly public display of affection. Then out of the corner of her eyes, she caught one of the test proctors making a careful note on his clipboard and sank meekly back down in her chair again, ashamed as her memory prompted her about the bet. But why was Naruto baiting her? And when did he learn how to kiss? Ibiki, standing in front of the two embracing students and pretending indifference to them, picked up their test papers and quirked an eyebrow at them. Interesting. Those were not the same answers as plants would provide, but they were detailed, complete, and correct for all he could tell. And though the papers were identical to each other, no one had caught them, not when they copied each other's answers, nor when they'd somehow rigged it to have adjacent seats. Interesting. These two would bear watching. H, Hinata shrieked out, lost to the world around her. Ibiki looked around the class. Well, no one was obviously treating this as a coded message, for what he could tell. And though it wouldn't be too hard to encode moans and gasps like that, unless they could actually catch them transmitting data, They couldn't count it as having caught an attempt to cheat, not so long as the couple acted out their roles so well. An ingenious strategy, actually, and a command performance carrying it out. That took talent. He almost believed they were doing it just for the fun they were having. So even though he knew this could be no more innocent than the dog barking, he couldn't do anything unless they messed up and got caught. No, these two would bear watching indeed. Aye. It's not fair, Sakura complained, looking askance at Naruto. You even have a better figure than I do. What do you expect? It's a variant of the transformation technique. I can look however I want, Naruto-chan told her, presently in his sexy technique disguise of a buxom blonde girl and wearing a lacy teddy with silk stockings. And Ino has excellent taste. What I want to know is how you held your nerve for the entire test. It wasn't easy, the pink-haired one complained at low volume, looking away from her teammate. Hinata sighed fondly, sitting on the floor with her arms wrapped around Naruto-chan's legs and head laying in her lap, where Naruto was pleasantly stroking her hair. You aren't going to stay inside all day, are you? Ino teased. Why, yes, as a matter of fact, I am. Do you know how many perverts there are out there? Naruto-chan teased right back at her. Yeah, loads. Ino shrugged. 387, Naruto corrected. And one closet pervert. Hinata sighed softly yet loudly, warm in her contentment. Sakura's eyebrow twitched. Make that 88, she grumbled. Aye. True to form, Ebisu worked with him until Naruto could perform the body switch technique quickly and effortlessly, needing very little warning before activating it. Actually, the skill gave a great tactical advantage to Naruto. As he grew good enough at it, his shadow clones could now use the technique without a serious drain on their chakra stores, which meant they could use it to escape from blows that might otherwise destroy them, multiplying their effectiveness and survivability drastically. They still couldn't take a hit, but they could evade one far more easily. That made them more than a human blitz attack, as they could still charge in a wave, but no longer did they need to be replaced for each attack, as some would almost certainly survive to continue the assault. Also, the real Naruto could be far more easily and completely protected by his clones, setting aside a bodyguard group who, instead of leaping in front of blows to shield him, something that didn't often work, especially when a foe used attacks that could go right through several bodies in a row, they could hang back and use body switch to replace him at crucial moments, get him out of combat before the nasty attacks hit. Naruto almost immediately hit on a battle strategy where his clones would leap at a foe, as usual, then body switch out, so their target would be struck by a hail of logs and small boulders before the clones once again rushed in to attack the hopefully bruised opponent during the distraction. So, once again, he had multiplied the value of his mass clone attacks by fully mastering one of the basic 3 under Ebisu. And, once again, it failed to make any difference when facing Orochimaru. Although it did take the Sannin slightly longer to kill him this time, so that was sort of success. Aye. So the transformation technique? Naruto asked Ebisu the next time they met. The special Jonin was impressed. How did you guess? Oh, just a feeling. Naruto groaned, depressed. Perform the technique. I want to see where you are, so I know what you are missing. Forming the seal, the blonde boy transformed into a copy of Irika in a puff of smoke. Ebisu examined the disguise for a moment. Then he stepped back and straightened his glasses. Not bad. Far from useless, actually. You still rely too much on a stance and concentration. We shall have to train that out of you, so you could do it on the move. Your puff of smoke is far too obvious. We must reduce it. Ideally, you must eliminate that entirely, and you'll want to be able to perform the technique on short notice, even when surprised. Still, for all your clumsy execution of it, the results are nearly flawless. I am having trouble finding any of the usual telltales or signs that this is an illusion. What are you talking about? The Naruto/Irika asked, confused. All illusion techniques are vulnerable, Ebisu instructed. They have weak points and are limited by the imaginations and power of those who create them, in addition to being limited by skill. So, details will be incorrect, edges may blur, and the interaction with the environment will all be flawed. But in your case, well, look at your feet as an example. An excellent job. I'm honestly surprised. Naruto/Irika lifted both of his feet, one at a time, to look at them, but saw nothing out of the ordinary. What are you talking about? The special Jonin folded his arms and huffed. Naruto, don't treat me as a fool. You are not Irika. You are smaller than him, for one. My first impulse would be to scold you for choosing a shape too far different from your own to hide in. But I won't, as you execute it flawlessly. Naruto was shaking his head in confusion. Ebisu sighed, shoving his glasses back up his nose. Naruto, you cannot be ignorant of this. I know there's a story going around the younger students of someone who transformed into a shuriken and was thrown by another member of his team to surprise an enemy. But such tall tales are ridiculous. The technique does not work that way. All that transformation does, all it ever can do, is to cloak you in an illusion. It has not ever been a real change, wild rumors to the contrary, nor can it ever be one. For a boy who seeks so much approval, I am surprised you reject my compliments on your technique. The special Jonin waved to him as he listed off points. In the first place, your feet are smaller than Irika's. Being a simple illusion, the grass you stand on should poke through the image where your feet aren't, but as would be. Yet you have already accounted for that and covered it, enhancing your illusion so that it seems as if the grass bends under the full impression of the foot. Nor are you blurred or incomplete. It is quite frankly one of the better images I have ever seen worn, Jonin level easily. I was unaware you were trying to become a stealth and infiltration specialist, but you must be to have worked so hard on this technique. It must have taken you months to get the Irika disguise this perfect. Tell me, have you practiced any others? Shocked, momentarily speechless, Naruto formed the set of seals again, and in a poof of smoke was replaced by the image of the third Hokage. Most impressive. Ebisu walked around him, rubbing his chin thoughtfully as he judged the image. I could almost believe it was him. Then Naruto/Hokage reached out and pinched his nose. Gwa! The special Jonin leaped back several feet, limbs splayed in surprise, before he recomposed himself and straightened his glasses. I must give you credit, Naruto. Precisely matching the movements of your illusion to yourself, particularly when it is of a shape taller and with longer reach than you, that is a skill that will serve you well at infiltration. I did not expect it from you. That is a very advanced technique. Naruto/Hokage grinned from ear to ear. I'm not an illusion. The special Jonin's glasses fell down his face as his jaw dropped in shock. Then he was all over Naruto, patting him on his head, shoulders, testing that his arms were real and solid, then frisking him all over. Forgive me, Hokage-sama. The special Jonin bowed. But what has become of my student? With a puff of smoke, the technique got released, and Naruto stood there. I'm still here. Once again, the special Jonin had to pat him all over before he could believe it was really him. Then, composure lost entirely, he stuttered, You mean but when I change, I really change, the boy confirmed. Instantly, the special Jonin was standing by his side, hand over his mouth, and eyes alert for witnesses able to overhear this conversation. When he found none, he whispered into Naruto's ear. You must never tell anyone of this, Naruto. As of this moment, you must consider your transformation an S-rank technique. It is capable of foiling the security of practically any ninja village. We cannot allow this to fall into enemy hands. Have you taught anyone else your version of the technique as you use it? Yeah, Konohamaru, your other student. I taught him as part of sexy technique. The boy blinked. Ebisu was standing across from him and bowed. Naruto, I must apologize. You are indeed a genius of the highest caliber. I thank you for your gift to my other student. Now, I must go report to the Hokage this information. Wait, Naruto called out, stopping him. Can you give me a few hints on how to refine my smoke and stuff first? Of course, Naruto. The special Jonin fixed his glasses. I can spare you the time for that. An hour later, after Ebisu had left to report this information, a giggling Naruto discovered that the scroll of forbidden seals was under more guards and security than the last time, including a seal array that the Hokage knew how to deactivate, but Naruto didn't. So much for the short route to power. Aye. Probably the best thing Irika had ever done for him, Naruto reflected, was teach him how to read. If only it hadn't taken a time loop for him to do it properly. All of those other things people took for granted, the village pariah had to struggle for. No one had ever taught him things others took for granted. Not having parents or any reliable adult figures, really, he could not get the most basic assistance on most matters. So, for most of his life, he'd gone without crucial knowledge, and a big part of that was having a literacy level on par with most preschoolers. Most of the time he'd spent studying the scroll of forbidden seals was trying to get what the various kanji meant, and most of the work he'd done on the skill was in studying the pictures, then trying out variations on themes to guess the correct combination to activate the technique. And he'd beaten himself up pretty badly during the process. It was the same way with his other techniques, only in one case that seemed to have done him a good turn, at least with regards to the transformation technique. The version he'd cobbled together on his own did what he thought the technique should have done, rather than what everyone else did. But still, overall, the inability to read well had been a major hindrance to him all his life long. His schoolwork had stunk, but most of the reason behind his low grades came from his inability to read textbooks, and the few kanji he knew were mostly learned by watching and listening to what the teacher wrote on the board during classes. The reason he'd attended at all, when mostly he'd rather be skipping out on boring lectures to do stuff that was interesting. Now, however, well, that was one of the first things corrected by his time studying with Irika during this endlessly repeating loop. But it had taken so long to do properly, it was only now beginning to bear fruit. And it made such a difference in his life. It was like his functional illiteracy had been a huge chain holding him back. Without that impediment, it was revealed that he easily had one of the finest minds in the village. Sakura? Bah, she had nothing on him. The highest grades in their year, and yet she didn't have half of his brilliance now that it was allowed to shine. Whatever wall the villagers had wanted to erect around him to keep him from growing was now broken, because he could read, really read, not puzzle out a few kanji here or there and puzzle out some of the rest by context. He could look up information by himself, no longer depending on whatever scraps they wanted to dole out, which was always the least they could get away with. Freed of his ignorance, Naruto's mind was now shooting forward and making up for lost time. First recovering to where it ought to have been for his age level, and then rapidly shooting higher. While teaching him the answers to the Chunin exam, Irika had brought his literacy level up to where it should be for his age. Now Naruto kept pressing it higher. All of his life, he'd been limited to knowing only what others had been willing to teach him, which meant that he knew nothing, or at least nothing they could get away with forgetting to share with him. The ability to read changed that whole paradigm. Now he could find out things for himself. All he had to do was find it in a book. And books didn't hate him or want to keep him ignorant. They were willing to share with anyone who opened their covers. It didn't matter to them he was a demon container, shunned and avoided by everyone, the most unpopular boy in the village. Books quickly became some of his best friends. Why? Because he could learn stuff from books. There's all sorts of things hidden out in there, like the names of Orochimaru's apprentices and the history of Konoha, all of the stuff he'd missed out learning during class, as well as stuff the average villagers didn't know. Whatever he wanted to know, it seemed there was an answer in books. Case in point, Naruto giggled to himself, was the dating and courtship book he was now holding. And it were all kinds of suggestions and rules no one had ever thought to tell him about. It was amazing, really. It filled in the gaps between what the giggling Kunoichi could tell him about and what Kurenai expected him to be able to understand. Naruto had already made some progress on that whole romance thing, enough so that by now, when he was thinking about it, he was, for a 12-year-old boy, fairly smooth. Of course, that wasn't saying much, as boys his age were still all remarkably crude, but he was getting to where he was no longer an abomination offensive to the female sex. Of all of the ways the villagers' hatred had stunted him, his social ignorance was the worst. He literally had no idea how normal people interacted. The villagers had made sure of that. But now that the dam of his ignorance had burst with him learning how to really read, he was able to correct that. The library was full of novels of how normal people treated each other. It was fascinating to the boy, like a light shining forth in a room deliberately held dark all this time. It was liberating in a way he could not even describe. Once he'd crested the limit of functional literacy, he'd immediately gone and hidden out in the public library for a couple of months, reading as a man who was parched and thirsty might drink, not even caring about the Chunin test. It changed his life. And, not surprisingly, his angry teammates never found him there. But having been empty-headed, now he wanted to be filled. And all the roadblocks he'd been up against seemed to have their answers now. His dates with Hinata had kind of gotten stuck in a rut, and so he decided to try something new concerning them, giving up on restaurants entirely to throw her a party at his house. It was a disaster of the worst sort. Naruto's home was hardly tidy at the best of times, barely clean, and only somewhat livable. It was obvious on taking her there that Hinata found the place horrible, although to tell by her reaction, it was not the first time she'd seen it, which was odd, as it was certainly the first time he'd invited her. But you know what? Now, he could learn from that. Having read a detective novel or two, he understood about looking for clues. Her having seen his apartment before meant something. So he'd asked her about that after the next switch, and she'd stuttered out an apology like she'd been caught in some horrible atrocity. Her crime? She'd liked him since they'd been small, and had watched him from a distance, always there, but never brave enough to step in and help. And yet, confronted about it, she treated it as though she'd been doing some horrible thing. Naruto had a laugh. Here, the mystery person who'd given him presents for his birthday, left on his doorstep year after year, probably the one person in town who'd liked him growing up, was afraid that she'd done something awful by liking him. It was too much. He had a laugh. Now in the past, he would have done that by falling on the ground and rolling around, and she would have run off crying, utterly crushed by his response. But now that he had a few romance novels under his belt, so to speak, he knew enough to hug her and chuckle in her hair in between whispers that it was all right, explaining to her as he had breath exactly what he'd been thinking, that she'd been the nicest person in the whole world to him, and expecting him to be angry, for that was silly. The way he explained it even made her chuckle a bit along with him. Mostly that was in relief that he didn't hate her, however. No, things had definitely turned a corner in his life now. It was never going to be the same again. And he started out by asking Hinata about her life. Psst, Hinata-chan, are you awake? Eat. The lavender-haired girl came awake in fright, only to see Naruto there with the goggles she'd once given him on his head where his headband used to be. His ninja marker now hung around his neck, like hers did. Before she could conclude anything, he was leaning closer. I'll leave so you can get dressed. I just hope we could walk to the exam together. After all, I just discovered the cutest girl in our class was also the one who has been giving me presents all these years. Thank you, Hinata-chan. He bent close to place a kiss on her unresisting forehead. You believed in me. That, more than anything, is what kept me going. Then he was gone. She hurried to wash herself and scramble into her clothes. Naruto was waiting for her by the gate. So high she was that her longtime crush had finally discovered, and liked her, that her feet barely hit the ground as they chatted along on their way to the center. She was walking on clouds the entire time. It never occurred to her to wonder how he knew the guard schedule and sentry posts around the Hyuga complex well enough to sneak into her room, or that they couldn't have their bloodline active all of the time due to chakra constraints. For Naruto, it was the least he could do after finding out about her unhappy home life. Really, he'd always thought having no parents was bad, but having her dad was possibly worse. The guy was an active negative. He'd been upset before the time loop when Niji told him about the cage bird seal, but between that, plus what he'd been worming out of Kurenai and the Hokage, plus what he could get by prompting Hinata, sometimes confronting Niji, also, he was beginning to get an extremely poor opinion of the clan, or at least of the clan head. It had taken weeks of learning her responses, learning how to befriend her quickly and get her to trust him, but in a conversation about how to help Hinata, Kurenai, whom he'd gotten half drunk, had told him of that time she'd picked up the shy girl to take her to the academy for her first class, how she'd warned the father that being a genin was a dangerous path for Hinata. Naruto still felt chilled over her quote of the man's response, that it didn't matter, as Hinata was a failure and the Hyuga clan had no use for her. Then the coldness of Hayashi declaring, if she dies, she dies. Worst of all, he'd said that in front of her with Hinata right there listening. No, in Naruto's mind, the Hyuga clan was a problem that had to be fixed. And the biggest part of that to him was making sure Hinata could be happy. Fortunately, at least that part was easy. He loved that girl, and only part of that was she was the person who'd taught him what love was. Aye. Say Kabuto, what have you got on Niji Hyuga? Hmm. The silver-haired ninja selected a card from deep within. It says here he was last year's top rookie. Unarmed fighting specialist, practicing his family's gentle fist style. His bloodline also makes him a prime contender in the exams. Nothing on the caged bird seal. Naruto, though despondently, and nearly turned away before pausing. What's the top card in your deck say? Oh, it's a chart showing the population of the 5 great ninja villages and how they compare to each other. See? Aye. Say Kabuto, what's the second card down in your deck say? Oh, that lists off the leaders of the various elemental countries. Here, let me show you. Aye. Say Kabuto, what's the third card in your deck say? Oh, well here, let's see. That's my listing of the various villages that have hosted the Chunin exam, in order ever since I started taking it. Only a memento, really. They never ask. Aye. Say Kabuto, what's the 82nd card down in your deck say? Oh, just picking numbers are you? Well, let's see anyway. That's a neat info card on a girl who died during our last exam. I guess I should throw that one away. What did she die of? Oh, a rain ninja killed her using a rain of needles. It was ugly, but not too unexpected. She just wasn't up to taking the Chunin test, to be honest. Aye. Say Kabuto, what's the 292nd card down in your deck say? Oh, wow. I never expected to be asked anything like that. Just picking numbers out of the air, are you? Well, let's have a look. It's the bottom one, and it looks like an information chart on Hey Gecko, a special jonin of Konoha and frequently an instructor of the Chunin exams when they are held locally. It says here that he is in chronically poor health, which is particularly sad since his specialty is swordsmanship, although he is also a master of the shadow clone technique. Thanks, Naruto waved, then paused, turning back to face the silver-haired genin. How do you make those cards, anyway? Kabuto smiled, straightening his glasses. Oh, it's pretty simple. Here, let me show you how to make your own. Do you have a piece of paper handy? Naruto smiled. I'll bring one tomorrow. Well, no need to waste time. I think I have a spare on me. Kabuto started rummaging around his pouch, but came up nothing. Well, I guess not. Sorry, I guess we'll do it tomorrow. It's not like I have a card I can just erase to show you. Naruto, still smiling, suggested, try cards 82, 103, and 212. Aye. Oh, hi Sakura, the blonde, orange-clad genin called out as he blurred past. Pink hair swishing in the breeze of his passage, the girl paused to wonder at Naruto's behavior before continuing on her walk towards the test center. Why had Naruto bugged her? Oh, Nara, she heard him call out in the distance. You up to a shogi game after the test, if the examiners don't need us? So troublesome. You wouldn't be any challenge. Win or lose, I'll take Ino off your hands for a day. Deal. Stupid. Why would I agree to such a thing? Ino objected, fists clenched. Because I'll carry your things while you shop and help you out in your store for the rest of the day, the other yellow-haired genin told her. Ino blinked once, twice, then smiled. Sure. Thanks, Naruto. Behind them, the pink-haired girl stood, blinking over this exchange. Aye. Naruto whistled as he skipped along. He was now varying his daily schedule as much as possible. Some days he picked up Hinata at her home and spent the day with her, and those were always nice. He and Hinata had really started to become close friends as he learned more about her, and he'd really started to like her. It was hard not to like her when she already liked him so much. From her perspective, from what she told him, his just suddenly revealing that he liked her too was a gift from heaven. So he could reveal all sorts of knowledge about her likes and dislikes, and she would just assume that he'd somehow miraculously been observing her while she'd stalked him. In short, she'd gladly accept whatever level of friendship he offered her. Naruto had, very quickly, grown to like and appreciate her. Nobody else in all of those repeats had been changing how they acted towards him, except her, so she stood out in that whatever attention he gave her would change her reactions toward him. It had quickly become a lifeline to the endlessly repeating boy. However, he was careful not to rely on it too much, lest that too became boring. And he didn't think he could bear to have his one true friend start to bore him. He'd rather die. Well, he had died, fairly often actually, and it hadn't stuck, but it was the sentiment that counted. So he reserved those Hinata days for when he really needed them, once a week or so at most, and even so he begun to take her out on picnics and so on, varying their dates as much as possible to keep things fresh. Other days, well, some days he researched both the Hyuga clan and other topics. The conversations to impress his friends had lost most of their initial luster. By this point, when he started to reveal hidden knowledge, they tested and tested him to find its limits, until that took all day without him learning about any new subjects he hadn't covered. He'd found he could change that when he had a new topic of his own to introduce, but those were hard to think of, as left to their own devices they'd all ask the same questions over again, leading to the same subjects he'd studied before. So he'd taken to breaking into the academy and reading the school books over, including some texts he had never owned any copies of, and some of which had been sold to him as special copies with information deleted or changed to teach him wrong answers, just to have fresh material to inject into those conversations, as otherwise they grew too boring. But he had also started to vary whom he'd hang out with on most days. Nara was a bright spot on the otherwise dull backdrop of repetition, in that after the lazy boy had taught him shogi, they'd been able to play together, and their games had always been different. Of course, Naruto always lost, but that wasn't the point. Ino was another refreshing person to be around. As he'd begun to expand his circle of friends, Naruto had discovered the girl to be nothing like Sakura was, and yet everything he'd hoped she would be. To put that another way, all of the qualities he'd previously admired about his pink-haired former crush had been taught to her by Ino, who also had none of Sakura's flaws. Well, none except a crush on the Uchiha anyway, but their Ino was capable of listening to reason. Sakura never was, in all of the times he'd tried her. The textbook definition of chauvinist was a blindly devoted patriot, and by that Sakura was definitely a Sasuke chauvinist. Nothing he did was wrong in her eyes, nor could he do anything wrong as far as she was concerned. Naruto had long since grown tired of it. But luckily, he didn't have to put up with it, as there was nothing that required him to hang around with his team outside of missions. So long as he showed up for tests, they had nothing to complain about. At least until Orochimaru killed them again. And by spending less time with his team, Naruto got to hang out with more interesting people. Ino was one such. By just suggesting one thing or another, he could get her shop for it. And so long as he stayed in disguise, for reasons he found easy to explain to her, they'd go around town shopping for whatever. Doing such, he was learning how to tell good deals from bad, judge prices and product quality, as well as where to get deals. All stuff he'd never known before, as he'd been lucky to get inside a store's door growing up. Those times they shopped for food, she'd also help show him how to cook, which was yet another of those skills he'd never had anyone to teach him as he'd been growing up. His ramen obsession was a function of three things: his desperation to eat something, his inability to shop normally. People sold him old, out-of-date or rancid food as often as possible, and all for premium prices, which was a real problem back before he could read and couldn't tell they were cheating him, and not knowing how to cook on his own forcing him to choose the simplest of all food to prepare, even though it had all of the nutritional value of warm cardboard. It was probably only his healing ability that kept him alive. Well, that, and the people at Ichiraku, who were nice to him. No, Naruto was swiftly becoming very fond of Ino, and after shopping, and sometimes a meal, she let him help out in her family's flower shop, usually in his sexy Naruto-chan disguise, to avoid scaring off any customers, where he learned about the various flowers, their meanings and properties. So that was good. By now, Naruto had exhausted the limits of what Iruka could teach on most school subjects. The man was only a Chunin, and a schoolteacher at that, so while he had a broad grasp of the essential ninja basics on up to Chunin level, his focus had been down on teaching Jinin, not up on learning Jonin level techniques or knowledge. But still, while Naruto might not be Chunin level on most skills, it was nice for him to have the book smarts of his hoped-for ninja rank, and to be able to calculate a parabola when he needed to. So he went on reading books on those subjects for answers to give Hinata, because asking Iruka grew to be too much of a pain, as his former teacher took longer to find things than just looking up the answers himself. Next day, he was planning on losing a bet with Kiba and paying a forfeit of having to help out around that family's kennel. where he learned almost as many things as at Ino's shop. They just weren't as nice about it, and taught about dogs instead of flowers. After that, well, maybe he'd hang out with the Hokage for a day and prompt the old man to tell him stories. That had started out as a way to learn about his former favorite student, Orochimaru, but turned out the old guy had a storytelling bone or two in his body, and he'd lived so long and seen so much stuff, all he'd have to do is prompt in the right way, and the Hokage never seemed to run out of material. Really interesting stuff, too. Yeah, it was worth it. He'd go hang out with the Hokage again after this. Aye. After who knows how long training with Ebisu, months of hard work on basic chakra control to be decent, then weeks each spent mastering intricacies of the body switch, basic clone, and transformation techniques, then more months spent on further chakra control exercises until he was tolerable, above average, but barely. The special Jonin had taken him back to the basic essential 3 ninja techniques again until he could perform them without seals, on almost no notice and with hardly any sign he was doing them. It was hardly possible to master them any further. There was only so much you could do to refine something, and he'd about hit that limit. Yes, Ebisu liked to focus on the basics. He considered them important, vital even, or it could just be that he disliked Naruto that much. Once more the blonde genin showed up for his instruction, almost physically able to feel his expectation of the guy, wanting to spend more time refining basic techniques, or to show him yet more minor refinements to establish slightly greater chakra control on the road up to acceptable, almost good. He nearly fell down in a faint when his teacher declared it was time the boy ought to learn a jutsu that wasn't among the basic 3. Finally, at last, he got to learn body flicker, the short-range transportation technique. Okay, it wasn't much, being both low rank and common. Almost a calling card for being a true ninja. But hey, he was excited. Kakashi may have 1,000 ninja techniques, but Naruto only had 4 that he hadn't invented himself. One more made a big difference. Aye. Sasuke, you do sense something odd about Naruto? HN, having failed to get a useful response from her crush as he passed by where she sat eating, Sakura went back to her lunch, gazing off at her other teammate, who was laughing and joking with a trio of normally reserved genin from Hidden Sound. The next day it would be Hidden Rain, but she didn't know that. Aye. Naruto, a voice asked from the door to his apartment. The boy looked up for what he was doing. Oh, Sakura, I wasn't expecting you. He looked oddly puzzled by that statement, but he hid it well, so she didn't notice. Her mind was preoccupied anyway, but not so much she didn't notice the parts strewn on the floor around him. What are you doing? Oh, the boy gestured casually to the open book on the floor beside him. Learning how to fix things. The lock on my door has been busted for a long time. I thought I'd learn how to repair it. That's nice, the kunoichi mumbled, not really meaning it. So what brings you here? He prompted. Earlier today, I saw you talking with some sound ninja, she stated. I don't think that's right. They could just be using you. They might do anything to get ahead in the exam. Aye. What are you doing? Oh, the boy gestured casually to the open book on the counter beside him. Learning how to fix things. The hot water tap in my sink has been busted for a long time. I thought I'd learn how to repair it. That's nice, the kunoichi mumbled, not really meaning it. So what brings you here? He prompted. Earlier today, I saw you talking with some grass ninja, she stated. I don't think that's right. They could just be using you. They might do anything to get ahead in the exam. Aye. What are you doing? Oh, the boy gestured casually to the bucket of plaster on the floor beside him with the spreading tool in his hand. Just repairing some of the holes in my walls. It makes it less drafty in here. That's nice, the kunoichi mumbled, not really meaning it. So what brings you here? He prompted. Earlier today, I saw you talking with some sand ninja, she stated. Oh yeah, he brightened. Gaara is the youngest son of the Kazekage, and the other 2 members of his team are his brother and sister, Kankuro and Temari. Nice folks. Why did you approach them? She demanded, fists clenched in worry. That one with the jug almost killed you. Oh, I just wanted to know why they're going to attack our village. That's all. And being hostile or wanting me dead doesn't make them any different than most of Konoha. Sakura found herself gaping like a fish. Aye. Oh, Isakura-san. Naruto called out through the mouthful of nails held between his teeth. What are you doing? She approached, momentarily forgetting why she was there. Oh, I'm just opening up the wall of this room. The apartment next to mine has always been empty, and I got the Hokage's permission to join to mine, so I can have plenty of space for guests to visit. I've got almost done now. What do you want? Aye. Naruto, I just wanted you to know that I saw you flirting with Kiba's sister. That's nice. Could you hand me that wrench, please? Baffled at this response, Sakura did so. Why did you do it? Because it was fun. Why do other people flirt? Sakura had no answer to that. Instead, she looked around her. Why are we in the basement of your apartment building? Naruto confidently spun the wrench around his fingers before making the last adjustments to the pipes. Because this is where the hot water to my apartment got turned off. I'm just turning it back on again. Oh, I had to replace some rusted through and busted up pipes first, though. Someone must have taken an axe to them to make certain I had cold baths. But I was able to salvage spares from a building that's scheduled for demolition. Oh, aye. Naruto, I had no idea your apartment was this good. Sakura looked about herself in amazement while handing him the screwdriver he'd asked for. Yeah, it does look like kind of a dump from the outside, doesn't it? He said through a couple of screws held between his teeth, lying on his back on two boards between two ladders as he did something to his ceiling. What are you doing up there anyway? Oh, I'm just finished rewiring the place, and I thought this would be a good spot to hang a ceiling fan from. What do you think? She thought about it for a second. Wouldn't it be better over there? I was going to put a sofa there with a coffee table in front and recliners to either side. The table is going to go here. I thought about carpeting, but I think I prefer hardwood floors with some throw rugs on high traffic areas. Yes, Sakura chirped brightly. I think that would look nice. Aye. I'm just saying you should have shown up to the test wearing more than your underwear and a cape. That's all, Sakura insisted. Uh-huh, he mumbled, busy fastening upholstery onto a newly assembled recliner frame. Aye. Naruto, could you turn that thing off? I gotta talk to you. What is it, Sakura? The boy lifted up his goggles after turning off the power saw on the workbench. She saw it. What are you doing? Making myself a matching dining room set to go with a remodeled kitchen. Don't touch the table. It hasn't had a chance of the varnish to dry yet, and I don't want to have to buff out any fingerprints to get a good, high gloss. Oh, she blinked several times in confusion. What did you want to talk about? He asked, going over to check on the clamps that were currently pressing wood for the curved back chairs. Aye. Oh, Sakura, something you want to talk about? Yeah, I guess. The kunoichi nervously entered the room where he was working. Just a moment, he cautioned, blowing through the hollow wooden rod to expand the ball of glass on the end into a mold. Okay, you can talk now. What are you doing? Making a set of goblets and glasses to go with my new tableware. Why? Aye. Immediately on waking up one morning, Naruto created 60 shadow clones that immediately set about performing tasks, transforming his house in ways that he himself had practiced up before. 2 more ran off to make purchases around town, including a better set of clothes, a blue outfit based on Kurenai's suggestions. He'd be broke after doing it, but that would reset tomorrow with the rest of it. That afternoon, when he led Hinata to his house for their lunch date, she stood staring, then turned to him with stars in her eyes. I learned how to fix it up since your last visit, he told her, looking the girl fondly in her eyes while gently stroking her chin. Naruto-kun. She leapt into his arms and squeezed him tightly as the romantic atmosphere overwhelmed her. Sighing as it heard this from the next room, the apron-wearing clone in the kitchen turned down the heat on the roast. It looked like dinner would have to be delayed. Sighing fondly as she got told about it later, Kurenai told him about the only thing you missed was romantic music. Good job, Uzumaki. Music? The boy asked her intently. Nothing must be neglected or forgotten in providing the perfect date to the one girl who'd always believed in him. Aye. The next morning had Naruto in his sexy disguise, although fully clothed, looking in a music shop window. Both instruments and lessons were each more than he could afford. So, the next question became, how to get more money. Getting music lessons was easier than Naruto thought. He'd show up disguised as the Uchiha, and they'd fall all over themselves to show him around, let him test various instruments, and even give him a complimentary lesson or two, usually lasting for a couple of hours of decent quality instruction. It was sickening, absolutely revolting, favoritism of the worst sort, and still for all of that a very useful loophole for the poor boy to exploit. And he did not need more than a free lesson or two, given that he was in an endless loop of recycling days. One free lesson became an infinite number of them. The music teachers didn't even question as his skill began to rise, assuming it was the rightful privilege of the last Uchiha to know everything. Well, that was a useful weakness he could exploit in other ways, too. Naruto would be the first to admit that he had no martial arts at all. He had no style, no finesse, and absolutely no understanding beyond the 2-year-old charge the guy and hit him mindset. Heck, in one of the recent visits to the Inuzuka family clinic, helping out after having lost a bet, he'd gotten into an argument with Kiba about being weak, where the dog user had frankly told him that it didn't matter that Naruto knew the shadow clone, because 1,000 times nothing is still nothing. And, well, in all honesty, the blonde couldn't deny the truth of his friend's statement. What could you expect after years of teachers who would always arrange to send him to the principal, out on bucket duty, scrubbing erasers, or otherwise getting him out of the way while the rest of the class practiced their martial arts and weapon techniques? Irika had put a stop to that, but by then the damage had already been done, and Naruto, having none of the basics, had tried to compensate by sheer enthusiasm and bloody-minded determination, as he had in so many other areas of his life. Well, now Naruto knew better than anyone that guts and determination didn't make up for having no real skill. And really, he'd already sent thousands of untrained clones up against trained fighters only to have them evaporate like soap bubbles before the skilled guy. No, all he could really do was waste a skilled fighter's time. Even with all of his basic ninja techniques fully mastered, thanks to Ebisu, all he could really do was waste more of the guy's time. He wasn't presenting any danger to the enemy ninja he fought, even when he fought for real. It was depressing, but another thing Naruto had learned was that you could not correct a situation until you accepted what it really was, no matter how much you might not want to face it. And being nothing more than a punching bag on a battlefield was something he felt had to be corrected, and soon. Taking a hit wasn't so serious a weakness for most people using the Shadow Clone, because taking a hit in combat was usually a very bad thing. Getting a kunai stuck in your chest was a big deal, whether or not you were a clone. So most fighters could go a long time before taking a hit at all. They'd learned to avoid it. It was an integral part of knowing how to fight well. But Naruto didn't know how to fight at all, not with any style, anyway. He'd always plowed forward, shrugging off hits and damage to go smack his enemy. No wonder his clones didn't last long. So he began a plan of attending sets of drills where he practiced with some academy students while under a transformation disguise as they got taught basic combat techniques at classes Naruto had somehow never been invited to. All he had to know was he was out sick that day and hadn't bothered to tell anyone, even if he had to arrange the sick day by tying up the students in question himself. First off, he did this with the poorest students in the lowest grades. That way his own ignorance did not stand out at all. Then, as he gained some degree of competence, he replaced better and better and older pupils. After he'd done that enough to have a decent grasp of the basics, he would use disguises to impersonate top students and approach teachers for special one-on-one training. It embarrassed him that one of those top students was Konohamaru. But the kid had been having personal instruction under Ebisu for years. Actually, on that note, he deliberately sought out Ebisu, disguised as Konohamaru, a few times to help get a handle on the basics, because if there was one thing he had learned, it was that Ebisu taught basics relentlessly and well. Although he got a little ashamed at how surprised and pleased the special Jonin got that his prize pupil Konohamaru was listening intently for once. That embarrassment behind him, he sought out Irika as himself for similar treatment. It shocked the Chunin how much his former pupil had improved. So Naruto told him he'd been seeking private lessons, which, in a way, was true. But even so, there was only so much those two would teach him while still believing he was the person he was passing himself off as, even himself. Still, Even after months wherein he'd exhausted all of what the Ninja Academy could do to teach about armed and unarmed fighting, that still only brought him up to where a genin should be. Hey, it was miles above where he'd been before, and it was a top-notch rookie genin he'd ended up impersonating at the end, the best in the academy. So that's where his skill level topped out, as that was where he'd exhausted this opportunity for instruction. But that skill level still wasn't going to make much of a difference against the sort of things he'd been having to fight against. In fact, just to see, he tried his new skills out on Orochimaru, and the snake Sannin didn't even notice the change. Even the charge of 1,000 skilled genin did not faze him any more than the previous charges of 1,000 unskilled berserkers. Either way, he'd cut them down like grass. But that wasn't the point. No, the point of this whole exercise was still on exploiting what the generous townspeople would give to the Uchiha, usually without question and glad for the opportunity to do so. And, well, no one who was capable of teaching fighting arts would believe that Sasuke wasn't already a skilled genin. So, now having the fighting skills a proper genin should, and that Sasuke had been using months ago, Naruto was in a position to approach instructors and ask for training. It was sickening how easily he got it, too. However, just as he was on the cusp of great success, he hit a wall, and his hopes came crashing down on him. Because the really good instructors noticed something that the ones at the academy never did. Naruto had never internalized those lessons in the way a good fighter had to. Fighting was a very physical art. In order to be good at it, the body itself had to know what it was doing. But due to the endless repeats, nothing physical stayed with him. He couldn't condition his body, nor could he train reflexes. And that was a problem because the body needed to know what it was going to do. Naruto had trained his mind until it did, until it knew it very well, but that wasn't good enough. At that level, he was still thinking about what he had to do to get it right. No, to be good at a physical skill like martial arts required the body itself to have conditioned reflexes so the mind didn't have to think about every step and motion along the way. You never get any real speed or free up the mind to think tactically until the complex motions of the actual forms, the stances, punches, blocks, and so on, were automatic. The really good instructors wouldn't touch him until he had that, no matter whose face and form he wore, or how perfect the disguise was. They could tell the moment they started teaching him that he was missing that basic and essential element. And even the good ones who stuck with him after that discovery would think only of how to teach it to him. That meant practice, 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 endlessly repeating the proper forms. Only in Naruto's case, after a reset, his muscles wouldn't recall a bit of it. He wasn't sore or tired, but his muscles wouldn't retain the benefit either. And sadly, without that, he was as good as he was going to get, at least as far as the fighting arts were concerned. He wasn't even half as good as he could have been at the same level of knowledge, if only he'd been able to practice in ways that could effectively train his body. In fact, one of those teachers told him straight out that he'd be twice as good as he was now, using only what he already knew, if only his body knew it all as well as his mind did. The teacher had been trying to encourage him as twice as good as the top academy student, whom he'd been impersonating to get his instruction of late, was almost as good as a rookie Chunin ought to be, which would put him in the ballpark of where he wanted to be, because he was still taking that test. But instead of encourage him, it ended up having the opposite effect. Naruto had been basing so many hopes on his infinite ability to achieve, using repeats to improve and get better, overcoming all of his former problems, and become a better ninja, that had run into a barrier he couldn't cross on something so basic and fundamental to all of his goals was difficult not to be shattered by. It was made especially bad by the fact that he'd always fancied himself a close combat ninja, one who'd go right in there and mix it up with an enemy, and his main strategy and primary technique all reflected this. Then to be faced with this, having hit an uncrossable ceiling on his martial arts talents just when he was beginning to feel he could be good at it, and a sure knowledge that if he wanted to improve further, he'd have to abandon further progress on that one path and reinvent himself as a ninja. It was a crushing blow to his self-esteem and merited a Hinata day or two back-to-back just to recover from the hurt of it. Even so, he had to cry a bit before he could get over it and accept his new handicap. By the time he'd hit the same limit on his musical studies, he was almost resigned to it, having somewhat expected it, but still hurt. So he still took a week off of any serious training to have a prank vacation to make up for it. Luckily, he could still learn chakra techniques and ninja powers, as those didn't seem to be hurt by a lack of body memory. I. Naruto had real trouble reinventing himself. It was not that he couldn't think of other types of ninja, but that he'd always been aiming to be Hokage, and a Kage-level ninja couldn't afford any major weaknesses. Weaknesses like, having Genin-level martial arts. Still, he didn't give up hope that he could improve them eventually. It just wasn't going to happen during this time loop thingy. After that, he could go forward with his original plans to impersonate Sasuke to get people to teach him. He'd just have to be more careful not to get caught doing it, as he didn't want to be a Kage-level missing ninja. No, okay, that was sounding too risky. Maybe he could somehow arrange to find a person who was willing to teach him despite being a demon container. That would prove better in the long run. But that was getting distracted from his immediate goals. A Hokage had to be strong in many areas, and martial arts was only one. He could and would deal with that later. For right now, there were plenty of other weaknesses he could be working on improving with the opportunities at hand. For example, there were ninja medics, ninja who focused on special moves or secret powers, elemental wielders, and even illusion specialists. Getting people to teach him cool special moves had been a goal all along, and it hadn't been turning up much. So it seemed best to look to other areas, at least until something opened up. Other than the basic clone technique, Naruto knew next to nothing about illusions, except what Ebisu had said about his transformation not having those same vulnerabilities. He knew that they required power, something he had a lot of, imagination, another area in which he was gifted, and skill. Well, of the lot, the only area he wasn't already well supplied in was skill, and that could be remedied. The only thing now was some instructions to follow, and he could get started. And it just so happened that one of those people the Hokage was regularly sending him off to learn under was Kurenai, who was an illusion specialist. Feeling buoyed up by this new hope, Naruto bounced up out of bed and set off to go see Kurenai. Aye. Holding a letter from the Hokage in her hands, the illusion mistress was speaking in a somewhat resigned tone of voice. The problem, Uzumaki, is that not everyone can learn to use illusions, certainly not the higher-ranking ones. You need a good imagination, which I'm sure you have, but also good chakra control, which I'm just as sure you don't. The boy took a deep breath and responded reasonably. Are you sure you can't give me some tests? I've got the basic clone fully mastered and without the use of seals. I'm willing to work hard, he pled. The Jonin sighed. She hated giving kids bad news, but this one practically pled for it. Okay, show me your clone. He did, and she was impressed. It appeared before she'd even finished asking, and the kid hadn't used any hand seals to do it. The tiniest wisp of smoke was the only sign of its appearance. And without that, she would have suspected the kid of having already hit a clone around a corner, just waiting for her to ask before bringing it out. I'm impressed. She nodded her head. That's as good a clone as I've ever found. The problem is all of the other illusions are at least a full rank higher. How good is your chakra control, really? Above average, he told her earnestly, leaving out the barely part of that Ebisu had tacked on when he'd told him his grade, because when he did tack it on, she'd turn him down based on that. Of course, he'd been about as low on control as you could get before the whole time loop thing. And since she didn't know about the loops, but had heard about his abysmal control through the Jonin grapevine, she didn't believe what he'd said, thinking he was just trying to butter her up. Show me, she told him straight out. Ow, he pled, and when she began to look at him askance he blurted, the leaf floating exercise? Sure, no problem. I could do wall and water walking too, if you want me to. Plainly doubtful, she motioned for him to continue, and so he took a fresh leaf out of his pouch before causing it to hover above his forehead, where he held it with only minor spins or wobbles. It was good, but not good enough. Kurenai was a little surprised. You were right. You do have above-average chakra control, if only barely. She didn't see him hide his wince as she stood up. But when I said good control, I meant it. Sorry, Uzumaki, but I really do need a student to have good control, or I'd just be wasting my time. Waste 1 hour? Just 1 hour. He pled with her again, this time clasping his hands together and dropping to his knees, making the Jonin feel terrible about it as she shook her head and departed, leaving Naruto alone. The boy sighed, dropping his pose and feeling depressed. This conversation had been the product of numerous repeats, where he'd been trying to convince her and learning how to play her reactions to gain the best of all possible chances. Not even showing her his unique transformation helped, as she was able to pick it out as not an illusion right off the bat, and she was only going to qualify him based on illusions or better chakra control than he had. He'd asked for less time before, but the illusion mistress had said she couldn't give a complete lesson in less than an hour. So, maybe illusions would have to wait a while. There were also, he reflected, seals. And one of the greatest known masters of that specialty was in Konoha right now, peeping on bathhouses. But since Jiraiya would not teach him anything else, he doubted he'd teach him that. Sigh. Back to Ebisu for more chakra control, he figured. Since it was still early in the day, and he'd passed the written test, the only times he got a note to see Hinata's teacher from the Hokage were when he'd passed the written test. It would be another 2-day wait before he could see the special Jonin again if he went by the ordinary schedule. Not wanting to delay that long, Naruto forged a note to Ebisu from the Hokage. He'd seen it often enough to be able to copy it with his eyes closed. It would get caught later, not having any of the proper security seals, but it could have non-functional copies written on, and by the time they caught it, he'd have already reset anyway. Aye. Naruto had been meeting with Ebisu far less often of late. It wasn't that he didn't want to know what the special Jonin had to teach him, but that most of the things he taught were ones he'd learned already. The same pointers and exercises to perfect one technique were often the same ones he'd taught him to perfect another. So, really, he didn't have to visit him as often to get the same value. What Naruto would do was practice on his own during normal hours of his daily schedule, while busy doing other things, checking in periodically with the teaching specialist to make sure he was on the right path. But really, he'd gotten good enough at teaching himself that only rarely did the special Jonin have something to say that contradicted what he'd already been doing. So, it saved time and was less frustrating to go through the exercises and drills and stuff for perfecting his techniques on his own. Still, it was an old and tired routine, even so, showing up and going through the motions of the test Ebisu gave him, turning this way, then that, lifting one leg, and assuming martial arts dances, which were now substantially improved over what he'd originally done, but that only served to remind him of that barrier he couldn't cross and irritate him further. Very well, tell me what techniques you already know. Naruto sighed, beginning again the litany. My basic 3 are fully mastered, sealless and almost traceless. Body flicker likewise. I also know the shadow clone, and 2 unique distraction techniques of my own devising, but you already know about those, the boy finished with a knowing grin. Ebisu coughed and adjusted his glasses, attempting to master a slight blush. Yes, well. Naruto smiled. That jibe was intentional, and had often saved him from an hour of tests as his teacher made him prove those claims. It also saved him from having to reveal his transformation was an S-rank solid variant, rather than the usual illusionary one. Apparently deciding something, the teacher casually pulled a scroll out of his pouch and tossed it to him. Here, that is a treatise on basic elemental tips and chakra control exercises. Why don't you practice that for a while? As the special Jonin walked off, leaving him, Naruto's face was screwed up in agony and his fists were clenched tightly over the scroll. You mean this guy had that with him the entire time? It was all he could do not to follow after Ebisu and hit the guy. Mastering his ire, the boy sat down to memorize that scroll, not just read it, but completely commit the contents to memory, so he didn't have to do the whole routine with Ebisu to see it again. His memory had been substantially improved by his time stuck in all of these repeating days, and it had gotten better faster once he'd unlocked some of his mental power after he'd begun to really read. But bless the library, there had been a few books in there on enhancing memory. It was a shinobi village, after all, and they often had need to remember things without writing them down. So he put himself to work memorizing that scroll, and would call himself done only once he could copy it out by hand from memory. After that, he'd start to work on those things it described. He fell asleep in the forest while still studying that scroll. Aye. For the second time in his life, Naruto opened his eyes to a person bending over him, after having slept all night in a forest, exhausted from too much training. Hi, you know it isn't safe to be out here all night. There are bears and things in these forests. Groaning, Naruto sat up, looking at who'd addressed him. Tenten, right? On the same team as Niji and Rock Lee. The girl was surprised. Yeah, how'd you know? I make a point of learning about those around me, particularly those who might be stronger than me. It's a good ninja strategy. He waved airily. The girl laughed, tilting her head to say, sorry, but you don't look like a very good ninja with that grass and leaves in your hair. Tactfully, she didn't state that his reputation as a dead last was well known around the village, spread by people crowing in delight over how weak he was. That's okay, he knew it too. I thought the point of being a ninja was deception. The boy shot back with a wide, friendly grin, running fingers through his hair to get the leaves out. The girl thought about it and conceded. Okay, what do you know about me? The boy shrugged and sat there, thinking, well, obviously I know about your team and Jonin instructor, but that's not so much about you, is it? You hang out with Niji a lot and train alongside him because neither of you want to train at the pace that Lee or your instructor set. You specialize in weaponry, and your teacher says that you can hit a bullseye 100 out of 100 times. Most of your weapons you summon from scrolls you carry with you, and your most powerful technique is your Rising Twin Dragons, where you jump up high summoning dozens of weapons out of 2 scrolls which you throw in a really fast barrage at your target. By now the female Chunin was surprised. That kid really did know some stuff about her. But Naruto wasn't finished. He was scratching his head. Some girls around town say you have a crush on Niji, but don't think he returns it. You want to prove that female ninja can be as strong as males ones. And you admire Tsunade, the slug Sanin. Wow, you really do know a lot about me. The girl was impressed, and trying hard to hide both her blush at the crush thing and her disappointment that her peers felt she wasn't getting through to the Hyuga boy. Reading her face expertly, Naruto felt a little ashamed and tried to soften the blow. Don't worry too much about the Niji thing. The guy can be a bit of a pain, but he's really unhappy himself. The Hyuga family have this big thing where the main house are rulers over the branch house, who they treat like slaves. They even put a brand on their forehead, a seal that can kill them if they disobey. Niji's father was the twin of the clan head, but because he was born a few seconds later, he got stuck in the branch house. He resents Hinata because he doesn't think she's strong enough to be in the main house. And then his dad got sacrificed to save the life of his twin, who is her father. So yeah, he's got issues. He tried to finish off with a merry chuckle, but came out sounding nervous. Tenten's eyes were wide. How did he know all this? She'd been a teammate of Niji's for over a year now and never heard any of this. I'm kind of dating Hinata right now. Naruto concluded lamely to cover the question he could see in her eyes. The whole thing upsets her. Concluding that he had to be right, girls were more talkative than boys. The girl relaxed, then changed the subject. So what are you doing out here all alone? Happy to be back on a safe topic, and deciding he could even tell the truth, Naruto held up the scroll he'd been studying. Oh, training to be a better ninja. I don't have many techniques, and this was supposed to help me. I guess I got so tired reading it that I fell asleep. Hee hee. She smiled at him. Tenten turned out to be a wealth of information on useful techniques no one had ever taught the village pariah. Like Naruto, she didn't have many special ninja powers, but she did have her signature technique of storage seals. Like Naruto, the girl was something of a combat expert, although ranged instead of melee. And also like Naruto, the one power she did have made her more effective at her specialty. But where he spammed a battle with clones to augment his effectiveness, she used storage seals on scrolls to carry far more weaponry than she could otherwise lift, much less control. But both of them were combat multipliers, making them better at that which they could already do. He threw more punches, and she threw more weapons thanks to their signature techniques. And yet, it was one of those sorts of situations where each one could add to the other. Hey, Tenten, how about we teach each other our moves? You mean, I'll show you mine if you'll show me yours? She giggled. Something like that. He looked away, embarrassed. It just struck me, how my technique and yours could add to each other, because a shadow clone can throw loads of weapons too. So, in a way, we'd both get the best out of each of them if we added our techniques together. That makes sense, she agreed. Great, he agreed. Then with a bamf of smoke after forming a hand seal, A clone of him appeared and started to write. I'll have him write down the shadow clone technique so you can study it at your leisure. Now you go. Okay, the girl blinked. I guess that works. The boy shrugged. Well, it took me a couple of hours to learn shadow clone, and they tell me I'm exceptionally fast. That most take weeks. I'll be glad to help you study it later, but I think you'll need some time to look it over. Okay, she chirruped far more happily. So let's get started. Do you have a blank scroll on you? We can use the backside of this one. It's blank. He held up Ebisu's scroll. That works, she laughed, and they got started. Naruto had always had an exceptionally fast learning curve once someone actually taught him something, and Chunin was a good teacher. Soon he had the basics mastered. He didn't even need a repeat to get that far. In fact, they hadn't used up all of their morning before the test started, and that raised his ninja techniques from 5 to 6. Although seals were in a special category that people didn't often list when they counted special moves. Still, that didn't make him any less glad to have it. And the way Tintin explained it, storage seals were massively useful too. You could carry camping gear and supplies on long missions, spares for your normal equipment like clean clothes, and even hot food, all without weighing yourself down or losing speed. It made most of the worst aspects of being on long assignments almost not difficult at all. It was, in its own way, just as helpful as being able to create a million copies of yourself. One of those force multiplier thingies. Only, since they each gave benefit a different way the bonuses stacked. And in a little less than an hour, Naruto was doing well enough at it to get by. Now that he knew the difference between a crude performance and a refined technique, he wouldn't call himself an expert at storage seals, and Tintin most certainly was. But she taught him well enough to get by on. Reading together and discussing the shadow clone scroll he'd made for her took another 10 minutes. Before she agreed, she wasn't ready to try that just yet, as it did sound pretty difficult. However, they still had a great deal of time in what she'd allotted for her morning training schedule. So he joined her for that and started learning how to throw weapons effectively. They covered only a tiny bit of that at the academy, just enough to get you started, really. Also, they stuck primarily with the kunai, that all-purpose ninja tool, apparently thinking that anyone who wanted to know more could learn on their own. Tintin had. That girl could throw anything, even things that ordinarily could not be employed effectively as thrown weapons like sickles and long swords. She taught him a lot, cheerful all the while, but Naruto had a long way to go before he'd be anywhere near as good, and probably never could be quite as good given the muscle memory limits he had to work under. Still, he could get somewhere in that skill, and he intended to. Even if he could only have the basics, that was still going to be useful. After all, he could only crowd so many clones in punching range around a target at once. But if they stood back and threw weapons, well, they could do more. So he made certain he knew how to train further in this by himself before they moved on. She even dropped hints that a person could steer weapons with wires, and that sounded fascinating. After all, a number of very deadly things could be done with wires. The trick was getting an opponent to blunder into them. But if the wires delivered themselves, attached to weapons, double bonus. He'd have to learn more about that. In fact, he just found a new specialty he wanted to study. And what's more, she seemed eager to teach him, almost surprised that anyone would value her skill enough to want to learn it. That any girl so talented could have confidence problems amazed him, but no longer surprised him. Look at Hinata, loveliest, nicest girl in their class, and all but ignored by all and sundry. He wished he could say he wasn't equally to blame for that. Hey, Naruto, Tintin asked as they were walking away after training. Yeah. He turned his attention to the girl he was rapidly becoming fond of. So few had treated him decently, let alone shared their techniques with him so readily, that he knew he would be spending a great deal of time with her in the future. Pity that she wouldn't remember it. That seal thing the Hyuga put on the branch house members? She asked. When one of them gets married, do they put it on their wives? I don't know, the boy answered honestly. They might, but I'd have to find out to know for sure. Could you? It's kind of important to me. Sure. I know they put it on little kids, though. I think Niji got his when he was about 4 or 6 or so. Tintin scowled at the thought of anyone doing that to children. No way was someone going to enslave her kids. But darn it, if Niji was a slave, then Niji couldn't stop them from doing that to his kids. Which meant, if she didn't want it to happen to her kids, She couldn't marry Niji. Tintin sighed, giving up on that dream. And it hurt, too. Then she perked up. Say, want to come back to my place? You got to get something to eat before we go to that training area 44 thing later today. And I feel I owe you one for all of this information. Sure, he agreed, then sobered instantly on thinking about the test. Oh, and Tintin, about our test? It's a week-long survival mission inside a forest where all of the genin are trying to kill each other. Each team starts with one half of the mission requirement, and you have to get the other from some other team. No holds barred. There's going to be a lot of death. At least half of those who enter are going to fail, and most who fail will probably die. Her face hardened. That was hard tactical data, priceless in ninja terms. Thanks, Naruto. But there's more, he cautioned. The teams from Sand and Sound are particularly deadly. Both have attacks you've never seen before. The Sound guys you could probably take if your whole team hit them hard and fast, but they're no ordinary genin. The Sand team, he shuddered. They'll kill you. I've seen Gaara, the lead on the Sand team, fight, and he could take down Lee even if he'd opened all the celestial gates he could. He's no genin. Unleashed at full power, he's closer to Kage rank. Not even Niji would stand a chance. By now the girl was done being surprised that he had such information on her team. It seemed like he was right. He had been disguising his skill and secretly gathering information. So she was all ninja as she asked, what does he do? He animates sand. I know it doesn't sound like much, but he can move a few tons of that stuff like it was a part of him, reaching and grabbing, crushing and killing. If it touches you, it's over. It also forms a shield around him. Your weapons would be useless. Not even Lee's best punches could penetrate all of the way. And the girl on that team is also bad news for you. She's a wind mistress and has ability to knock flying things out of the air, things like thrown weapons. She'd be able to shut down even your rising twin dragons. If you do have to fight her, do it some other way than by throwing things. She nodded, absorbing the tactical brief and analyzing it already. And the third, Kankuro, he responded, a puppet user. Basic strategy is to hide and let his puppet do all of the fighting. He'd be much less of a threat if you could tell which was him and which was his puppet, but he's expert at making that hard. It's strong and got built-in weapons and can take a fearsome beating. If he could fight the guy himself, though, he isn't too bad. Best bet would be to strike him hard by surprise before he deploys it. But considering the rest of his team, I'd avoid combat altogether. He's great at throwing delays and diversions at people, and the other two would finish you off. The girl is nearly unbeatable at a distance, and Gaara is suicide to face at close to mid-ranges. Together, their team hasn't got any exploitable weaknesses. Again, she was nodding. Hey, Naruto, do you mind if I just drop you by my place while I get some errands done? You can wash up, and I'll be back to get you that breakfast I promised. I just have some things to do first. Sure, no problem, he chirruped gladly. They both knew she'd be running off to give her team his warnings. What he didn't know was that she had a keen enough memory to repeat it word for word, even complete with tonal inflection. She'd trained to be an infiltration once, briefly, before they told her that female infiltrators usually had to sleep with their marks. But one of the skills of an infiltrator was to know memory tricks like that, and she'd gotten them. Naruto wasn't the only one to use those memory techniques taught by books in a library. It was a shinobi village, and they had many who had an interest in remembering things without writing them down. Of course, in the perverse way of things, she would tell her team, and Lee would go tell Sakura, who'd tell Sasuke, but only after asking Ino if she had heard, and Ino would tell her team, while Niji would feel obliged to inform the main house, who'd instruct Hinata, who'd tell her team, and so the rumors would spread like wildfire through Konoha practically word for word, until at the meeting outside the Forest of Death, every Konoha genin, and some few from other villages who'd kept an ear to. The ground was outfitted for a long stay in wilderness terrain, carrying extra weapons, and in some cases armor. Many would be carrying a written form of Naruto's warning that someone had copied on a paper and distributed, some even falling into other hands. There was also a wide gap around the Sound and Sand teams, with people eyeing the Sand trio with respectful hostility out of the corners of their eyes. Those few who didn't already know what was up noticed and asked, so got whispered to, and the circle around the Sand team grew wider. Some specifics hadn't made the rounds, so rather than Gaara could take down Lee even if he'd opened all the celestial gates. It was transmitted as he could take down a Jonin easily, while the Niji part was simply dropped. Still, it was an effective message, and people were already plotting out evasion strategies. They were ninja. If something was too tough to fight, you went around it just like any other obstacle to your mission. Aye, I gotta find Gara. I must grow by defeating strong opponents. Uh, you know his powers are all based on a bloodline, don't you? Naruto asked, disturbed by this change. There's nothing there you could copy. I've seen him. He just stands there while his sand moves and kills people. You've seen him? Sakura asked, disbelieving. Yeah, Naruto shrugged. It was like Haku and his ice mirrors, only 1,000 times worse. That Gar guy gets off on killing. From what I've heard, even his own village is terrified of him. And that includes his siblings, who make up his team. That guy likes killing the same way you like Sasuke. It defines his whole being. Our Hokage might not even be able to take that guy down. Really, Sakura, at least, was frightened. Sasuke was not. I've read the reports and don't believe them. He's just a genin. With my Sharingan, I could destroy him. Naruto blew out a long sigh, rolling his eyes. It's your funeral. Aye. Finding Gaara's team was easy. If Naruto hadn't already had transformed clones following all of the teams in, he would have now. The one following the Grass Genin, the ones Orochimaru and his cronies had replaced, died as usual, but in the ongoing effort to track him, there was always another place just where the last one had lost him. There had to be something the Sannin could sense about them, because he never failed to notice one of his clones for long, and he'd change course in order to evade the in-placed ones. He was, Naruto reflected, a master at this, an evil, sadistic, and sick-looking bastard, but also a master ninja. Still, of all of the things Gaara was hyper-aware of his surroundings, he was not. The Sand Team wasn't even particularly on their guard, waltzing in like a pack of lions at a sheep festival. They had good reason to. The comparison was an apt one. No team Naruto was aware of, well, except the Sannin, but he didn't count, could present a credible threat to them. What was unusual was that this time around the other teams seemed to be aware of that, and were departing from their usual schedules to avoid the Sand Team whenever and wherever they made contact. This was starting to frustrate Gaara to no end. He wanted death and blood, and by gum, he was going to get it. Fortunately for the homicidal insomniac and his two increasingly nervous siblings, who'd begun to fear, and rightfully so, that Gaara might turn on them just to sate a bit of his bloodthirst, Sasuke was enough of an egomaniac loon that he actually thought he could beat them, despite all the testimony to the contrary. No, to Sasuke's mind, there was no other form of life half as good as an Uchiha. So, being naturally superior to all other creatures out there, he was going to take down their best and impress them all, just to show them. A suicidal form of egomania, as there had been plenty of Uchihas killed in battle against those same lesser creatures before. After all, there had been a whole clan of them at one point, and never had one of them been Hokage or called the best ninja of the village. The Sharingan had weaknesses, not the least of which seemed to be the habit of those who had it to overestimate themselves. Sasuke himself had been so paralyzed from killer intent alone by Zabuza that he'd been ready to commit suicide on the spot until Kakashi reassured him. But that didn't stop his arrogance now. It was as if he could no longer even recall that event. And what made matters worse, Sasuke's feelings of innate superiority and invincibility were only exceeded by Sakura's feelings on the same subject, namely, that her crush was superior to all other creatures and invincible. Between the two of them, they created a very dangerous delusion that led very quickly to Team 7 standing on one side of a clearing, with the Sand siblings on the other. And Gaara hadn't killed anything all day. He was feeling overdue. His tone was very low and level, a danger sign to all who knew him, when the container for the one-tailed beast said, "You are here to validate my existence." Naruto rolled his eyes when Sasuke walked forward to pose and brag. "I am Sasuke Uchiha. I care nothing for your existence." Sasuke shot a hard glare over his shoulder at Naruto, whom he'd overheard whisper truer words were never spoken. Turning back to face the Sand Team, this time with a deeper scowl on his face, the Uchiha bragged. I'm going to defeat you and claim what is mine by right. As a Chunin of Konoha, I will have more power to defeat my brother, and then I will revive my clan. Go Sasuke. Sakura bounced up and down twice, cheering. Oh, Temari. Naruto shouted through cupped hands. Do you want to step aside and talk with me while your brother slaughters my teammate? You know Gar's going to win, so I have no point in fighting you, since my team will be disqualified anyway. What do you say? Naruto. Sakura tried to bonk him on the head, only for the blonde guy to dodge her attempt, laughing. Sasuke was glaring at him in disgust, while the Sand team didn't know what to say. Already Naruto was skipping a significant distance over to the side, pulling out the dining room set he'd made for himself and putting a feast on the surface. Hey, Kankuro, you're invited too. There's more here than she and I can eat. I'd ask Gar to the table, but know I'd die before I could leave it again. So I think if he wants to eat, he's going to have to wait until I can scurry off into the forest like a frightened rabbit. I don't feel like being crushed to death today. Once a check with Gaara proved he didn't care, the Sand siblings left his side, smirking, to join Naruto at the meal. Thanks. Kankuro picked up a slice of roast and popped it into his mouth, chewing for a moment before he added potatoes and gravy, vegetables, and juice to his palate. No one else would have noticed the slight signal he gave to Temari, who only then chose to seat herself, but Naruto had figured the puppet master would send his toy first. He hadn't known it could test food for poison. Evidently it could. But, strangers in a strange village and all, he guessed he couldn't blame them for being prepared. Out of curiosity, he watched to see if he could tell when the real Kankuro would switch in for his dummy. The food was excellent, and Temari was making no secret of that as she joined the Konoha Genin in digging in. Out on the playing field, a drama was beginning to develop. Who is your brother? I will kill him for you, Gaara softly stated as he stared at his most recent prey. Only I get to slay my brother. Sasuke snarled. Only an Uchiha can kill an Uchiha. Go Sasuke. Sakura pumped a fist. So what kind of craftsmen do you guys have in Sand? I know you can't grow crops there, so you import most of your food, so I figure you have something to export. Naruto conversed reasonably after pouring himself some juice. Still, mostly, Kankuro chomped with his mouth full of rolls. We've got tons of stuff near the surface, just covered by sand, metals of all kinds actually. Our weapons are good enough, most of you guys in Konoha use them. Really? I didn't know that. Where do you get the carbon from? I know iron comes out of the ground, but... Shh. Temari hushed them. Give your teammates some respect. Those are his last words out there, after all. A vein was pumping on Sasuke's head at not being the center of drama. He chose to ignore the sideshow for now and focus on the real opponent and the glory it would gain him to defeat him. Then Naruto had to take even that away by cupping his hands and shouting, his brother is Itachi Uchiha. Now get on with it. Or are you planning to bore him to death? Sasuke's fists were trembling, and he nearly broke his staring contest with Gaara to go over and clobber his teammate. Sakura was not so restrained. A lot of it's in the ash we get as a byproduct from running our forges. We do have mines for coal, otherwise we'd be stuck importing wood, and the prices would break us. Kankuro continued, as if he'd not been interrupted, having his dummy trip and immobilize Sakura, muffling her screams as she shouted over the outrage of it all. Actually, it's hard enough as it is. I can imagine, Naruto empathized. And can I just say how impressed I am that in spite of how closely I'd watched you, I hadn't caught the change of position between master and puppet? Thank you, Kankuro demurred. Can you pass the butter? Certainly. Oh yes, I'd forgotten dairy products don't ship well. You must not see many of them in Sand. More than you'd think, the puppet master said around a mouthful of buttered potato. Temari couldn't help herself and broke down laughing helplessly at the sight of it all. This casual conversation over the backdrop of her brother's murder. Gaara himself was finding this a unique experience, which is why he'd not rush things further. But no point in waiting anymore. He spoke softly to Sasuke. I will kill your brother, because you will be unable to. No, it is my destiny. I must defeat Itachi. Sasuke shouted. No, Gaara do Sigurith. You are mistaken. You have no destiny. You're already dead. That was when the Uchiha felt what was going on at last. Sometime during this conversation, Sand had crept up over his toes, climbed up his legs, and was entering his shorts. At the very moment he noticed it, the pool of sand around his ankles made a lunge and captured the lower half of his body. He struggled, but he was already tightly bound, his hands trapped beside him as the sand lifted him into the air. Gaara's voice continued soft. You will not be reviving your clan, either. Blood spurted from the trapped Uchiha as Gaara's sand crushed Sasuke's balls. Yes, Naruto pumped a fist. I am definitely making sure this happens again. Even his table mates stared at him oddly after that pronouncement. Moments later, Sasuke, too, had met his demise, his Sharingan useless against Gaara's sand, having already been trapped before he was aware of danger. So, Naruto turned back urbanely to his conversation. What kind of fan is that, Temari? Is it special made? Where do you get them done? Later, marching away from the strange luncheon, having given up their scroll and heading toward the exits while the Sand siblings went on to the tower, Sakura was glaring holes in him, refusing to speak. Oh, give it a rest, the boy chided. I didn't actually bring my dining room set with me today, Naruto admitted. So instead I transformed a few clones into replicas of them. If Sasuke had one, it would have been easy to detain or give the others crippling injuries. Since they were already, literally, in my laps at the time, I'd be revealing my trap. The next day, after the reset, walking past a pair of disguised Chunin on his way to the written test as usual, but thinking about the events of the last time through, Naruto paused and asked, pointing toward the door. Okay, I know that is an illusion, and you two are Chunin. So how do you do that? The pair of disguised Chunin snorted. What? The door? It's called the veil technique, and with it you can cloak small areas in a different appearance. So, how do you do it? He pressed with just enough eagerness to get their egos stroked. One of them shrugged. It's not hard, only a D-rank technique. Mostly you just take a standard transformation and project it outward. You have to stay nearby, or it falls to pieces, and it costs more chakra to keep active. But it can be useful to fool clueless goons, like most of you hopefuls. And the hand seals. Here, one of them showed him. Now get out of the way and don't clue in anyone else. We have a job to do, weeding out the unfit. Aye. Having liked the last set of events he'd set in motion, Naruto decided to repeat it for a while. That meant passing the test and forging a note to Ebisu so he could get the scroll so he wouldn't look odd to Tintin when she woke him up in the morning after sleeping outside in the forest. They'd trained together, and pretty soon he had the basics of all of her tricks down. All that was left from that point was to refine and practice them, but doing so, he got to be good friends to her. She didn't remember him past any resets, obviously, but as he learned to like her and know her better, he was able to learn her buttons and impress her and build a surprisingly good relationship in a fairly short time. While obviously not in the same boat as him, Tintin was a very lonely girl and eager to have more friends. He found it easy to respond to that, and soon was seeking her out for more than just training. There were also those conversations, learning everything he could from the Sand team. And the entertainment value of seeing Sasuke's balls crushed over and over somehow never grew tiresome. It just kept getting funnier every time he saw it. He'd even spooked Gaara once over how hard he'd laughed while Sasuke got gelded. But it was all for training purposes, really. He had to repeat it all that way because, yes, there was no other way to get the Sand siblings to the table. That was it. Useful information and all. It was just a side benefit that seeing the psychopathic insomniac creeped out by him was a hoot all on its own. But forming a few hundred shadow clones into a harem variant that had them all dressed like cheerleaders and having them all loudly celebrate the Sand Demon's victory jumping about waving pom-poms wasn't too much. Now was it? No, there had been some times in there where he'd really disturbed Gaara. As far as training, things are going swimmingly there, between Tintin's help and Ebisu's scroll. Plus, he also had a significant personal project on his own he was fitting in on the side. Learning how to project a transformation technique when what he did wasn't a standard transformation was a fair bit of work. He tried his own as a basis, and it didn't work, or at least it wasn't possible given what knowledge he had. Luckily, at least no one was out to stop him from learning an academy-level technique, so he could go ask Irika or look it up himself to learn the basic transformation, the real one this time, in addition to his own version. For simplicity's sake, he decided to call the Academy version the disguise technique within himself, because that was all it did, and his own shape shift, as that was equally descriptive. Picking up the disguise technique was easy by now, as was perfecting it, as he already knew all of the ins and outs and tricks for it, having done it all already for his own, much harder version. His improved chakra control over his academy days helped a fair bit too. From there, it really wasn't too hard to take it that one step further and get a version of the veil going. Knowing the internal workings of the disguise, as he did, made the rest of it seem easy. His experience with the shadow clone also helped him quite a lot, and his mastery of the basic clone also pushed his knowledge along, as that one already dealt with a projected illusion. Really, he found it so easy he was surprised that it wasn't harder. Oh, there were a great many details to work out yet, blurred edges and all of the things Ebisu had named, but he was able to get something going quickly. And that gave him a significant hope, as between his disguise and the new veil, he'd have 3 illusions to show off to Kurenai. Mastering them wouldn't be too difficult after all he'd already done. And with 3 good, solid illusions to show her instead of 1, he'd have a greatly increased chance to convince her to accept him as a student, even if just for 1 hour. 1 hour that he could be infinitely repeating. No, his chances for acquiring a specialty were definitely looking up. Even if it would be months of work on his own to get these perfect, he now had a route to follow that he could work on that led to a definite hope of success. It would have been enough by itself to keep him interested, but there was also training alongside Tintin in the mornings. Also, at the same time, he was getting to know Temari and Kankuro more on the other end of that same schedule, having bizarre lunches with them while Gaara squeezed Sasuke's balls to mush before crushing him to death. And the Sand siblings were also surprisingly good people, once you got to know them. Perversely, they were almost as lonely as Naruto was, and for almost exactly the same reasons. On that surprising basis, he found himself building something of the same odd friendship he had with Tintin with them. Naruto learned to love Kankuro's sense of humor, and found flirting with Temari so fun that once he delayed and delayed at the table until before he knew it Gaara was sitting there with him. Being within arm's reach of the deadliest person outside of Orochimaru, he'd yet met with something both frightfully terrifying and yet strangely normal after all that had happened. Really, it was exactly like he was just playing in a movie instead of feeling he was there for real. And to him, it kind of was, as no matter what happened, the next day, all the players would be back to their starting positions, ready for another take. Plus, he got a good amount of valuable information out of the Sand siblings, who were admittedly amused by his attitude towards his teammate's death, so he might as well have some fun with it when he could. Although it was creepy when Gaara whispered across the table to him, "Are you here to validate my existence?" Then the blonde from Konoha found a new depth of bravery he hadn't suspected in himself and reached across the table, offering his hand to the red-haired boy. When the short psychopath didn't seem to know what to do with it, the Konoha Genin offered him a grin as well. "Here, take my hand." Strangely, Gaara did so, placing his own in the proffered grasp. The demon container from Sand had no fear, as he knew next to nothing could hurt him. The Sand shield that protected him was automatic, and even if it were not, he had his Sand armor on. No, this clasping of hands was akin to a mouse asking a serpent to open wide. It gave every advantage to Gaara at no danger to him. Naruto clasped his hand around the other and smiled, saying, "Gaara, I don't need to die to validate your existence. I can do so as your friend instead, and I acknowledge you. You are important to me. You are significant, and you can make the world a better place for everyone if you choose to do so." Gaara continued to stare at him for a very long time, before releasing his hand and not killing him. His siblings were shocked speechless, to say the least. Kankuro dropped a fork since he was so stunned he'd forgotten to hold on to it. Gaara didn't let Naruto leave his side for the rest of that reset. The next step, Naruto thought, was to find some way of doing that before Gaara killed Sasuke. If he could do that, then they could advance through the test, and possibly he could discover something about getting out of this loop. Of course, that was made more difficult by Sasuke picking fights with Gaara and interrupting his plans to befriend him before anyone died. Aye. Naruto was so preoccupied by his thoughts of how to discuss things with Gaara before Sasuke died that he forgot the next time to pass on his warning about the test at 10:10, which meant that news did not spread and Sasuke did not hear it. Naruto tried to tell him directly, only to not be believed. So, there they were, getting attacked by Orochimaru, as usual when it just got too much to handle, coming as an interruption to all his other plans, as it had. Oh, I give up. Just bite the bastard and be done with it. I'm tired of this. Naruto folded his arms, sat down, and pouted. Cuckoo. Orochimaru laughed before deciding, Thank you, I believe I will. But aren't you in the least bit worried about my killing your team? Faye, why should I be? Naruto started to pick his nose. They're all useless. Look at little Miss trembling over there. As near as I can recall, she's never hit anyone in anger except for me. And she does that for me, trying to be nice to her. All she does in a fight is stand there and tremble, waiting for her hero to come make it all better. Then afterwards, she's all proud and boasting as if she'd won the whole thing herself. Sakura's jaw had dropped open, and she stared at Naruto, too shocked to tremble anymore. Shocked and a little bit afraid, Naruto's loyalty had been the one thing she could always count on in her life, and now he was giving her up to die? Suddenly, she felt very small and vulnerable. In that useless waste of flesh you're facing, Naruto pulled out his finger and wiped it on the branch. He's as pathetic as they come. Every hour of every day since I met him, he spent feeling sorry for himself. And of course, all of the girls our age are stupid enough to think that's cute. Everyone gives him anything he asks for and treats him as some kind of hero thanks to the family he was born in. But he's never done anything himself. As soon as he gets faced with anything the least bit hard, he gives up, just like now when he was trying to give the scroll to you. Oh, cuckoo, interesting. The snake Sannin looked back to the boy who had been approaching him to surrender their team's scroll. The blonde Chunin snorted. He's pathetic. If something isn't given to him for free by being a stupid Uchiha, he doesn't want it, and then he has to go treat everyone else like garbage because he's the Uchiha. Faye, pathetic. Here we are in a fight for our lives. You're about to kill us all. And what does he do? He's playing sorry for himself again. Heck, he's every bit as wimpy as his fangirl over there. But they're both so stupid, they call me dead last, when it's always me who's pulling them out of these things. But when I do, they both instantly claim credit for themselves, as if it was their worthless behavior, standing there waiting for someone to rescue them, that somehow saved the day. Without me, they'd have lost every fight they've ever been in. They'd both be long dead by now, both them and their teacher. But they have to treat me as if my grades at the academy somehow, mysteriously, make it so my saving their scrawny, pathetic, useless lives in every fight since then doesn't matter. Go ahead, kill them both. They deserve to die. Sakura, who'd been shocked out of her paralyzing fear enough to listen, winced at every statement. Then she looked over to Sasuke, questions in her eyes. Had she been fooling herself all along? It didn't seem possible, but suddenly Sasuke didn't seem so invincible anymore. The Uchiha, however, was enraged that anyone would dare speak about him like that. It was a close call, but he elected to attack their enemy instead of Naruto. And when he launched his attack, he actually impressed the snake summoning freak. So the freak beat him up, bit him, and was gone, leaving them all alive for the first time in what felt like forever. Naruto was so stunned he nearly fell off the branch he'd been sitting on. Sakura was torn between mortified, scared, and furious. Sasuke would have been raging mad, but was too busy being comatose and nearly dead. Sakura didn't attack Naruto for only 2 reasons. Dealing with her crush was a higher priority, and she was now scared of him. Naruto was still blinking. They were alive? Okay, quick, commit what happened to memory, so he could do it again. Aye. Later that same reset, they were both kneeling over Sasuke's feverish and shaking body in a shallow cave made by tree roots when it happened. Nah. Sakura cleared her throat painfully. Naruto, do you think, maybe after we get out of here, you could take me out? He'd been a complete gentleman with Hinata, after all. That lunch date they'd been on together had been very cute. Surely it couldn't be too bad? Sakura's reasons were complicated, and she didn't fully understand them herself. Yet suddenly the fear of losing Naruto's support terrified her, and she'd begun to realize that would hurt her, that no one else had been so nice to her, and that she'd been driving him away. So she'd acted to do what she could to reel him back before it grew too late. The boy sighed, diverting his eyes to go look out over the rest of the forest. Sakura, I asked you out once a day, on average for 6 years. That's 2,190 requests for a date, and each time you turned me down was worse than the last. Sorry, but I'm not interested. Oh. Sakura was devastated. He'd gotten away from her. She didn't know how or when it had happened, but she had lost him. Her attempt to reel him back had come too late, and she'd missed all of the danger signs of his approaching separation. She felt shame as she realized it had been too late to keep him before she'd even thought to try. What had she done? Had she been so terrible? Except, well, maybe she had. Looking back on it, she couldn't recall the last time she'd said or done something nice for the blonde-haired boy. She hadn't wanted to encourage him, but suddenly she realized that he'd become her foundation. He'd been her one constant, a never-ending source of affection, bearing her up no matter how life got her down. Her ace in the hole against Ino, and something to cheer her up every time Sasuke turned her down, and now she had truly lost him. She couldn't put to words how much that hurt, or how scary it was to find herself cut free of that support, to suddenly find herself adrift in the world, having to face all of the little hurts and Sasuke's rejections on her own. With a bite out of her heart, she realized Naruto hadn't even been calling her Sakura-chan. It had always annoyed her before, but now she missed it. Neither drew any attention to the fact that she began to cry behind him. It was an hour or more before she choked out, shyly, "Naruto?" "Yeah." He did not turn to look at her. She spent a moment shivering over his coldness. "Do you know so much I never expected? Do you know any special healing powers? I think Sasuke could really use some help just now." The blonde boy softly sighed. "No, Sakura, I don't." "Oh," she replied equally softly, her voice tinged with concern on behalf of their fallen comrade and his plight. Inwardly, Naruto was thinking, just because I don't know any right now doesn't mean I won't. Sakura is right. Healing my own wounds real fast isn't an excuse not to have any medical skills, because people around me can get injured. I've been careless, not studying those before. Well, it won't happen again. Before we come to this place again, I'll be a medic. Maybe even good enough I can save Sakura from choking on her blood if that happens again." Sakura was so wrapped up in her own misery, she did not take as good a care of Sasuke as she might have. And he died, the cursed seal having overcome his frail vitality without that tiny extra edge. Love has a healing power all its own, completely apart from ninja skills, and the focus Sakura had once given to Sasuke had transferred some of her energies to him during those critical hours while the seal was turning his own chakra against itself. No matter how weak or powerful, a person is always equally matched against themselves, and the body paid the price of this battle the cursed seal initiated, usually ending in death. It may seem a small thing, but that was really the deciding factor in who lived and died upon receiving the cursed seal. Those who had someone to love and care for them lived, as even so tiny a boost was enough to tip the balance, while those who did not died. Orochimaru was ignorant of this himself, having no idea why one person lived and another died, despite decades of experiments. Healing techniques, all being chakra-based, got turned about the same way as a patient's own chakra supplies and were useless. Love, being made up of an entirely different energy, made up the difference in a way that got around the cursed seal's effect. However, with Sakura focused on her own misery and suffering, she did not have the total devotion to spare that had been bolstering his constitution that final, extra degree their first time through the forest. So, Sasuke died, and they reset. Aye. Naruto started getting severely frustrated. It did not take him many repeats to discover that it was not his performance that made the difference in whether or not they all survived that fight with Orochimaru. It was Sasuke. Naruto could commit everything he had to that fight, or nothing at all, and it wouldn't make the slightest bit of difference. The only thing that mattered was getting Sasuke worked up enough to go all out against the Snake Sannin. If Sasuke impressed Orochimaru, then the missing ninja wouldn't kill any of them in order to let Sasuke continue on in the Chunin exams. Sasuke, like everyone, needed a three-man team in order to progress. And, as near as Naruto could tell, the freaky snake guy wanted that for some reason. A bit of trial and error proved that Naruto didn't even have to get sealed during those fights. It happened if he went all out and forced the freak to deal with him, but he didn't have to do that, didn't have to do anything at all. It was all Sasuke. Life sucks sometimes. Aye. Hey, Kabuto, wait up. The named Chunin and his team turn around to face the Uzumaki boy, who came running up to catch them, through the crowd, leaving after the written test. Hey, the boy called out once he got closer. Kabuto, I need to be a medic ninja. Do you know how I should get started? You? Be a medic ninja? I'm afraid that's not really possible, Naruto. You need perfect chakra control, among other things. Kabuto laughed, but not with any real malice. Not about to be deterred, Naruto pressed on. What about that regeneration technique you do that I heard about? How do you do that? Still laughing, the silver-haired one shook his head. You know, if I felt there was any chance of you being able to use it, I'd never tell you. But just to show you how impossible it would be, let me show you how it works. Then you could try it yourself and see how far away you are from doing this, and maybe pick a more reasonable specialty for your talents. Aye. Hey, Kabuto, wait up. The named Chunin and his team turn around to face the Uzumaki boy, who came running up to catch them, through the crowd, leaving after the written test. Hey, the boy called out once he got closer. Kabuto, your dad is the chief of Konoha's medical squad, isn't he? I was wondering if you could introduce me. I was hoping to pick up some basic stuff to do in an emergency. My team hasn't got a medic on it, and that lady who is to give us the next test scares me. I've heard of her reputation. Kabuto smiled. It's no problem, Naruto. Why don't I show you some myself? We've got time before we prepare for the next stage of the exam. Aye. Hey, Kabuto, wait up. The boy called out once he got closer. Your dad is the chief of Konoha's medical squad, isn't he? I was wondering if you could introduce me. I was hoping for some tips and pointers. I know a little, but my team hasn't got a real medic on it, and that lady who is to give us the next test scares me. I've heard of her reputation. Kabuto smiled. It's no problem, Naruto. Why don't I show you some myself? We've got time before we prepare for the next stage of the exam. Aye. Hey, Kabuto, I've been reading some books on how to be a medic ninja, but I don't feel up to a real challenge yet. And I've heard some rumors about the next stage of our test tomorrow. I'm worried that I might not be able to do enough for my team if anyone gets injured. So, do you think you could point me towards some resources? Kabuto smiled. I could help you myself. Aye. Hey, Kabuto, I've been hearing rumors of the next stage of this test, and I gotta say I'm concerned. I'm the only medic my team has got, but I'm only half trained and my medical techniques stink. I was wondering if you knew someone who could help me. Kabuto straightened his glasses. That's very surprising, Naruto. I hadn't heard you had any medical experience at all, but I'll be glad to help you. There's a spare office in the hospital that is usually empty this time of day. We can use the charts and tools there. Aye. You really need perfect chakra control to be a good candidate for learning this technique, Kabuto told him. Yeah, I know, but the girl on our team has no interest in such things, and I've been elected. So how do you do the technique? Well, it would be easier if you had more knowledge of anatomy. Aye. Say, Kabuto, do you know where the AMBU have their anatomy classes? You know, the ones where they study nerves and pressure points for taking down targets? Kakashi told us about how they train Hunter Ninja to do that. Yes, of course I know. They do get most of their supplies from the hospital, after all. But why would you be interested in such things? There was this girl who did this thing on our last mission to induce false death in a target she wanted to capture. Our teacher wants us to look up those points so we can recognize them next time. Personally, I think he's just doing it to get out of teaching us anything himself. Aye. Well, Naruto, I don't really have time to teach you anything further. My team and I have to get ready for the test tomorrow. But if you still want to learn more, how about I introduce you to my father? He could at least loan you some books. He has an extensive library. Aye. So what now? How do I get to be a better medic ninja? I don't know that I'd call you a medic ninja, Naruto. Your healing techniques are clumsy and unpredictable. Frankly, I don't know how you got them to work at all, given your chakra control isn't half of what it ought to be to even learn them. I know I'd certainly never want to be your patient. However, You've got all of the book knowledge we ask of even our best shinobi healers. In fact, you know everything they do. I am impressed. The only things you lack are chakra control and experience. But if you do go after the latter, you'd better do all of your practicing on missing ninja, because I don't want anyone from Konoha subject to your clumsy attempts. Kabuto laughed, but not with any real malice. Not about to be deterred, Naruto pressed on. What about that regeneration technique you told me about? How do you do that? Still laughing, the silver-haired one shook his head. You know, some secrets are best kept in families, Naruto. My father showed me that one, and I'd rather not be giving it out to anyone else. Aye. Hey, Kabuto, wait up. The named Chunin and his team turned around to face the Uzumaki boy, who came running up to catch them, through the crowd, leaving after the written test. Hey, the boy called out once he got closer. Kabuto, I need to be a medic ninja. Do you know how I should get started? You? Be a medic ninja? I'm afraid that's not really possible, Naruto. You'd need perfect chakra control, among other things. Kabuto laughed, but not with any real malice. Not about to be deterred, Naruto pressed on. What about that regeneration technique you do that I heard about? How do you do that? Still laughing, the silver-haired one shook his head. You know, if I felt there was any chance of you being able to use it, I'd never tell you. But just to show you how impossible it would be, let me show you how it works. Then you can try it yourself and see how far away you are from doing this, and maybe pick a more reasonable specialty for your talents. Naruto grinned. Naruto was stymied. He needed extra chakra control badly in order to gain access to teachers with other abilities and get some utility out of the medical stuff he'd already studied, and hopefully save Sasuke's worthless life in the Forest of Death so they could all move on. He didn't know about the love thing, only knowing that his attempts at healing Sasuke had never helped yet and thought more skill would matter. And for that he needed better chakra control, as always. The trouble with that was, the only person who'd teach him any control was Ebisu, and he'd already gotten a scroll to study from the special Jonin. The Jinnin knew from experience that unless he could toss it right back at the guy, saying he'd already read and then mastered it, he wouldn't get any further instruction from the man. So his study of that scroll had an increased priority. Let's see, he pondered as he chewed on fried lizard out in the forest, the same place he'd meet Tintin in the morning. It was a good spot, as he could study until he dropped from fatigue, then wake up to time with a friend. He also didn't have much of a food budget, so as his cooking skill increased, he'd go out into the woods surrounding Konoha and find some herbs and animals to prepare, as that saved money for other things and was less boring than yet another meal of instant ramen. Yes, he loved ramen, but variety was the spice of life, and now he wasn't getting it in any of the usual ways, so he'd branched out his diet. So far he'd eaten rabbit, deer, elk, moose, and squirrels, and was starting on some of the less traditional game animals like bear and, today, lizards. The meals he was able to prepare, as well as the greens he was able to find, were steadily increasing in complexity, quality, and flavor. So far he'd only died a couple of times from eating the wrong mushroom or plant, and was getting better about spotting the dangerous varieties. That scroll Ebisu had given him was a fairly scholarly treatise that had only 5 elements described, although he knew there were 2 more: earth, fire, lightning, water, and wind, and he'd seen Haku using ice, while the stories of the first Hokage all had him using wood. Of them all, only 4 were usable by everyone. The scroll did say that most people could use lightning, but not all, and he already knew it took a special bloodline to use the other 2. The scroll then pointed out that every village interpreted the basic elements differently as to which was superior. That was natural, he guessed, seeing as how they all came from different countries with varying specialties, and the secrets they'd unveiled after using them for so long could improve them to the point of even reversing their natural qualities to make one strong even against those it was naturally quite weak against. However, despite all that, there were still certain things that certain elements always did better than others. Fire and wind lent themselves more naturally to offense than defense. It was true they could be used offensively, it was just harder. The same was true in reverse with earth and water, as each was far more easily used on defensive measures than offensive ones. Of course, people didn't always do what was easy. Being ninja, They often did the very opposite of what was easy in order to accomplish the unexpected. Lightning was almost like a cross between fire and wind, in that it had both of their strengths and weaknesses added on top of each other. That made it very, very easily used on offensive purposes and equally difficult to use on defensive, except for the kill my enemy before he kills me sort of defense. Viewing it as a combined element like that, it was also easy to see why not everyone had the ability to use it. Both of the other combined elements he knew of were bloodlines. Maybe lightning use was too, one that developed so long ago that it had spread to nearly everyone, perhaps before they even realized what it could be used for. Oh well, not like it mattered anyway. The scroll also cautioned that an elemental affinity had to be developed. And, well, instead of the meaning the author had possibly intended of whatever one you've got you'd have to work to increase, to the boy who was reading it, that meant an elemental affinity was something you created. And, well, if you're creating one, why not all? It was just a matter of time and motivation to practice, right? And both of those he had plenty of. Settling down, he began to study the various exercises. To practice earth, you took a leaf and began infusing it with your chakra, hopefully drying it out to harden to a dirt-like consistency to eventually turn it into powder. For fire, you did the same, but tried to burn it. For lightning, the same, but you tried to crinkle it. Water, moisten it, and wind to cut it. They all sounded fairly simple. With a shrug, Naruto decided, I'm going to learn them all anyway. Might as well go in alphabetical order. Let's start with Earth. Aye, aye. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Naruto cried out through his microphone to a stadium audience consisting of thousands of exact copies of him. Some female, all cheering and stomping on the bleachers he'd also created around the glade in the forest where Sasuke and Gaara were about to fight. And welcome to tonight's celebrity death match. The clones roared their approval, drowning out all other noise. In this corner, he waved to the Sand siblings, who were all looking more than slightly alarmed at suddenly being surrounded by approximately 4,000 shadow clones on stadium seats that had all appeared mysteriously out of nowhere. Gaara of the desert. A surge of cheers came from the crowd. And in this corner, he waved back to his own team, where Sasuke was looking utterly disgusted with him. The amazing, the stupendous, the colossal. He bent over to speak to another one of his clones. This one is a stage manager's uniform. Hey, what do you mean Orochimaru's not going to show? Use the substitute? That Uchiha kid? No way. He never lasts 10 seconds against that guy for sand. I mean, we're talking Gaara here. The undefeated village champion, slayer of thousands, winner of over 100 private assassination matches. The Uchiha hasn't even killed a bug. It'd be a total slaughter to send him in against that trained killer. Do it anyway? Well, okay, but you gotta switch all my bets around. Everything on Gaara to win. Okay. He turned back to the studio audience, finished with his private conversation that everyone had heard. Now where were we? Oh yes. Now, representing Konoha, the one, the only, the amazing walking ego, the pretty princess and darling of Fire Country's pedophilic circle, the Dweebmeister. Equally loud boos and jeers from the clones met this pronouncement. Man, that's harsh, Kiba whispered to the rest of Team 8 where they had hidden out in the forest, drawn by the noise. Gaara, he's our man. He can't do it. No one can. Shouted an entire line of buxom cheerleader Naruto chants, bouncing around shaking pom-poms. Sasuke was grinding the knuckles of his fingers together. He was going to kill him. The dope was going to die. How dare he mock him like this before an important fight? The winner of tonight's fight, Naruto announced, goes on to the finals for a chance to gain the coveted Chunin grade. A roar of approval from the audience Naruto's. And to the loser, he continued, once the volume had died down to a more bearable level, a consolation prize. The fact that they will no longer have to put up with Sakura's whining, seeing as how they will be mercifully dead. He didn't just say that, did he? Ino muttered in shocked awe, where her own team were hiding out in the woods, overlooking this. Peanuts, popcorn, Cracker Jacks, Naruto clones dressed up as snack vendors were going up and down the aisles, and visiting all of the dozens of concealed teams hidden in the surrounding woods. Choji bought a raft of snacks while he had the chance, causing Ino to drop her face into her hands in disgust. I'm sorry, miss. One of the vendor clones informed Anko, where she was also overlooking this, having heard the noise. But I'm going to have to see some ID. You don't look over 18 to me. Seeing it was nothing serious, she'd stopped a vendor to ask about some sake. Pulling a wallet out of who knows where, she flashed him her NIN ID card and collected her bottle. And they're off. The announcer Naruto shouted out suddenly. The Uchiha leads with a glare to the left, a sneer to the right. Oh, it's brutal. But Gaara is staying calm in the face of this fierce disapproval. That was it. Sasuke decided. The dope was going to die. There was nothing that was going to save him from his wrath after he got through with this. He'd live long enough to get the team to the tower so that he wouldn't be disqualified and lose his own chances. But after that, and it's that patented Sasuke scowl. You're seeing it yourself, folks. A move that he's been practicing for the last half dozen years is now seeing its first appearance in a real death match. But Gaara seems unfazed by the blow. Slow and painful. Sasuke decided. It was going to be slow and painful. He feints with a pout. What will be next, folks? Oh, I can't believe it. It's the dreaded eye twitch. Can it be that Gaara has gotten through to his ego already? Impossible. There's no creature on Earth more arrogant than an Uchiha. He can't be giving up yet, folks. I can't believe that Sasuke hasn't already killed Naruto for this, Ino said between mouthfuls of popcorn with extra butter. He would have if he could tell which was the real one. Nara sighed, reclining beside her with a bag full of peanuts. So troublesome. And it's back to the scowl, folks. I haven't seen action this intense since Sasuke nearly killed himself out of sheer terror and hopelessness at his own weak and useless condition on facing his first real opponent on a C-rank mission. Announcer Naruto shouted enthusiastically into his microphone. Did that really happen? Kiba turned to Hinata, who nodded, having heard the story through the Kunoichi grapevine, although the version the fangirls told was more sympathetic than that one. The dog user enjoyed a laugh at that information. Oh, we got a lip curl. The Uchiha is really pulling out the stops here. Ladies and gentlemen, I wonder how Gaara of the Sands can stand it. Gaara of the Sands was actually enjoying himself immensely. He couldn't quite remember what approval felt like, but now he had a whole stadium audience pouring it off onto him. And he liked it, even if they were all thousands of the same boy giving it. And the Uchiha takes it up to the next level by slipping into his I'm an angry, pretty boy stance that makes him so popular with disgusting old men and brainless fangirls. Hey, Ino cried out, still safely back in the woodlands. She'd always thought Sasuke looked cute like that. Nara stifled a snort before he could break out laughing and offend Ino, who'd clobber him for it. Off in his part of the woods, Kiba felt no need for any such restraint and howled openly, clutching his gut as it hurt from so much laughter. Hinata was busy eating her foot-long sausage on a bun, covered in mustard and relish, that a vendor Naruto had given her compliments of the house. With a silent glance to ask approval, Shino helped himself to one of the sodas out of the six-pack by her side. The energy of the sugar in the soda water would help aid his bugs if it came to a conflict. Anko had spilled her sake, roaring with unexpected laughter as the arrogant little prick got taken down a peg, by his own teammate no less. Wiping her mouth off on her sleeve, she signaled the vendor for another round. Yes, the announcer went on. The Uchiha has slipped into his feeling sorry for myself defense. There's nothing that Gaara can do to hurt his feelings now, folks. The Uchiha has preempted all attempts to make him feel bad by already inflicting misery on himself. This never fails to get the fangirls falling all over him. It's going to be over soon, now, ladies and gentlemen, and, yes, Gaara makes a move, instantly crushing Sasuke to death using the sand the Uchiha had been ignoring pooling up at his feet all along. It just goes to show, folks, that you should never play hurt feelings in a real fight. You will have to be satisfied with our consolation prize. And our winner is Gaara. The clones went nuts in their cheering and applause. Several teams of female Naruto cheerleaders bounced around, excitedly spelling out Gaara's name letter by letter while leaping and cavorting about waving pom-poms. The after-game wrap-up show was almost as much of a spectacle as the actual match, with thousands of Narutos marching around on parade. They even had a brass band. Kakashi, when he found out, went so far beyond upset that angry didn't even begin to cover it. It was as though they'd done it to him instead of Sasuke. The amazing copycat ninja got so intensely mad he actually pulled out his thousand birds assassination technique in front of the Hokage, and Naruto almost got it between the eyes. No, he got it to the chest instead, and Naruto got the unpleasant knowledge that he could actually live through having his chest blown open by Kakashi's one-hit kill technique. Still, the reset put everything back to normal, as usual. Aye. On reflection, Naruto considered his chakra control dilemma to be becoming desperate. He was running out of things that he could learn and still claim were at all useful to becoming a better ninja. Okay, it was nice to learn flower arranging and all, but unless he was going to go undercover as a girl somewhere, it was hardly critical knowledge. And after his recent surge of abilities, slowing down like this was very distasteful. He loved learning under Tenen's tutelage, but she was an excellent teacher and only knew so much herself. So it was not long before she'd pass that on to him. The time spent bugging Kabuto had been plenty to learn all she could teach, and then some. Oh, he was only hitting 40 times out of 100, half that with exotic stuff that wasn't meant to be thrown, but without muscle memory and still having to think through every action, that was as good as he was probably going to get. She was skilled enough that many of the tricks she knew for rapid throwing rates and pinpoint accuracy, she couldn't pass on to him until he'd crested that limit. So, sadly, now he was hanging around her for fun instead of vast increase in ninja skills, like he'd earlier enjoyed with her. Still, he was plenty willing to have fun and hang out with her just for the sake of it. People were probably the most interesting things about this whole reset scenario. You read a book and you've read it. There wasn't anything else there. But people had so many depths and hidden triggers. Even when you think you know them, well, there was always more to discover. On that thought. Aye. Hey, Ebisu, what do you do for fun? You know, when you aren't training young ninja or out on missions. Seeing as how the blonde genin asking this of him was doing as he'd been told, turning this way and that, lifting one leg and so on, the special Jonin decided he'd be agreeable in return and answer, lest Naruto start being difficult. So he adjusted his glasses and thought a moment. Frankly, I like to draw. Naruto nearly fell down from where he'd been balancing. Wow, that he hadn't expected. Really? Yes. The special Jonin gazed off into the woodlands. You don't truly see beauty until you learn to recognize it. The world is an amazingly lovely place, but how often do you pause and appreciate it? No, I draw because it gives me a sense of connection to the beauty all around us when I pause and study it. Wow, who would have thought? Naruto blinked twice in shock before using his head to turn around and really look at stuff, having before just seen a sort of mental summary of things he could use and things he couldn't. Then he really saw what the special Jonin had been talking about, the way the wind blew, rustling leaves, glints of sunlight through the trees. It was gorgeous. How'd he miss this? He'd been standing right in the middle of it this whole time. How could he not have seen how lovely it all was? Ebisu, as a teaching specialist, decided to turn this into a teaching moment before the young one could forget this instant of realization and dismiss his words. As ninja, we have a very dangerous profession. All of us are subject to great stress performing our duties. It is vitally important, young Naruto, to understand that you cannot accumulate stress forever or it will destroy you. You must have some way of reducing or escaping it. For some, this thing is alcohol. For others, he snorted disdainfully, pornography or obsessions with power or control. But all of those are self-destructive habits, not nearly so bad as going rogue and killing your clan, but ultimately destructive to you and your abilities. No, I do not recommend them. They are the choices of those who have made no choice before their stress grew so great it demanded that they do something to relieve their suffering. The special Jonin reoriented on him, the light glinting across his glasses as he turned to look at him. No, everyone needs peace, a way to find their solace and unwind from the stress of our profession. You can choose a destructive habit or a constructive one. I choose to draw, and the feeling of connection with the beauty of nature this gives me has so far suited all my needs. Naruto was nodding, still caught up in wonder. Wow, who would have thought? It was several moments before he regained his wits after his surprise at the beauty all around him. By then, Ebisu was gazing at him smugly, smiling over his folded arms. You see, taking a deep breath, the boy nodded again. So what now, Ebisu? He still needed to progress, and for that he needed to master that scroll, so he could eventually learn something else. After all, the public library didn't have scrolls of ninja techniques. Even well-known ones like body flicker were still held as semi-secret and were passed down in families for the most part. All of the scrolls detailing them were in private libraries, usually owned by clans. Ebisu paused in his instruction as a student got a wicked gleam to his eyes. Aye. I can't believe I hadn't thought of this before. Naruto mused to himself under his breath. I mean, I know where the bastard hangs out, and he's not going to come anywhere near this place all day. Maybe never. I can't recall ever seeing him come here, even before we started to repeat. But if you're going to steal techniques... He looked up at the gates to the Uchiha district, standing before them debating whether or not to disguise himself as his broody teammate. Why not steal from the best? These guys have been copying the techniques of others since before this village was founded. They got to have some useful stuff hidden in there somewhere. The sort of stuff they were famous for copying is exactly the kind of thing no one else will teach me. In the end, he decided not to use a disguise this time. Plenty of opportunity for that later, if he had to, and he did not want to wear the broody bastard's face any more than needed. So he pushed open a small, door-sized, side gate beside the grand, main one's big enough for parade floats to pass through, and slipped right in. Down. This place is extensive. Naruto muttered to himself as he beheld the interior of the walled compound. The only thing he could think of to compare it to was the Forest of Death, only it was on a different side of the village from that perilous place, and slightly smaller. But for a clan compound that was unbelievably huge, especially when you accounted for all of the buildings covering the place, in between the parks and private training grounds. There were even untended farms lying fallow that had once been worked by hired laborers. It wasn't that big because the population had demanded it. No, there'd never been all that many Uchihas, 100 at most. But, judging by what Naruto saw, they had lived like kings. Apparently being copycats paid well. Still somewhat awed by the size of the place, Naruto started exploring. Of course it couldn't be that easy. Yes, the place was full of traps. It was part of a ninja village after all, but what of it? Traps were no barrier to a ninja who could create thousands of solid clones and tell them to go first. No, what really tripped him up were the tiny seals inscribed on each window and door of the place. Small, unobtrusive, and the very first time he broke one, a full ANBU team appeared, summoned to that location by the disturbed seal, whereupon they immediately took him to custody and dragged him before the Hokage, who blinked when he saw him. Oh, Naruto? What were you doing in the Uchiha district? I was looking for Sasuke team. The blonde lied easily, with the practice of long experience behind him to make it convincing. He promised to teach me the grand fireball technique, but I couldn't find him anywhere, so I went to look for him at his house. Relieved, the old man tapped the ashes out of his pipe, motioning for the ANBU team to stand down. Oh, you wouldn't find him there, Naruto. Sasuke lives in an apartment in town. Here, let me give you the address. As the old man started to write, the demon container shook off the arms of the ANBU, still holding him. Hey, old man, why that place so big anyway? Do we have millions of Uchihas or something? Sarutobi chuckled at the question, presented Naruto the paper with Sasuke's address, and sat back, lighting his pipe. Actually, the size of the Uchiha district had nothing to do with their numbers. The Grano large compound was a tool used by the first Hokage to draw the status-conscious clan to join his new village. At the time before there was a village here, the land was practically worthless, so it cost the first Hokage virtually nothing to make even so grand an offer. So a huge plot of land was used as bait to stroke the egos of a very proud clan, and it worked out marvelously. So why doesn't Sasuke team live there? The blonde looked at the address on the paper before crumpling it in his fist, as Sarutobi expected him to do. He'd had a great deal of experience in acting and how to throw off suspicion. The Hokage's face darkened. Naruto, I don't expect you to remember, But when you were about 6 years old, one of the most promising prodigies the Uchiha clan have ever produced turned rogue and slaughtered his family in what is now known as the Uchiha Massacre. So what's that got to do with anything? The Hajinin blurted, interrupting as he knew the old man expected him to. I was just coming to that. Saratobi set down his pipe in a tray and folded his gnarled old hands. I suppose I should not be surprised your teammate never mentioned it to you. It has always been a sore subject for him, but it was his older brother Itachi who murdered his clan. A person Sasuke had always before looked up to and been told to emulate by his father, killed his father and mother in front of him, then subjected him to several days of torture using a special illusion. Heck, the only thing Sasuke's ever told me is that I'm an idiot and that he's better than everyone else cause he's an Uchiha. The orange-clad boy folded his arms behind his head and casually examined the walls, trying to hide how much that still hurt, especially since Sasuke's mood wasn't great during the test, and he was having trouble remembering better times if there were any. Come to think of it, Sasuke'd always been something of a stuck-up bastard. Why did he hang around him again? Oh, that's right. He'd had no family and zero real friends, so he'd substituted by annoying acquaintances in order to get people to recognize him. Sasuke and Sakura had been his prime targets. The Hokage sighed, reading that interplay as though he could see inside the boy's mind. Yes, I've heard that boy tends to keep people at a distance. It is not healthy for him. I was hoping, when I formed Team 7, that your friendly and outgoing nature would be good for him, and that if you became friends, his popularity would benefit you in turn. Naruto glanced at the guy out of the corner of his eye. Newsflash, Gramps. It didn't happen that way. He and his fangirl take turns abusing me, and when it really matters, they gang up on me. Saratobi shrank in on himself a touch. Yes, I'd heard that too. Naruto turned back to examine the walls. So what part about being a stuck-up, selfish bastard makes him not want to live at home? I thought having such a huge place would only help prove he was better than anyone else. He's always looking for stuff to prove his arrogance is justified. The old man blinked at hearing the word justified come out of Naruto's mouth, and, without reacting to it, the blonde Chunin made a note not to use it the next time they had this conversation, should they ever do so. Still, the moment of surprise was not great enough to stop him from answering the question. After the catastrophe, Sasuke didn't want to live where he was constantly surrounded by reminders of what he had lost. So I made a deal with him. The Uchiha district is, as you pointed out, surprisingly large, and no sooner had that clan accepted the first Hokage's offer than other member clans were grumbling about it. So I felt I could satisfy everyone in one great move. I could help a child with too much on his shoulders while resolving the animosity among our other clans at the same time. Saratobi gave a very sad smile. I truly thought I was being quite clever and felt I would resolve a long-standing bitterness if I offered for Konoha to buy the Uchiha properties from Sasuke at a fair price for all involved, then turn around and sell them again to whoever wanted them. Thus, none of our clans could complain again about the large land grant because everyone would have had their own chance to bid on them, along with everyone else. While Sasuke would be well provided for and away from painful, traumatic memories. Naruto glanced at the Hokage, then slagged down into a chair, mannerisms just screaming get on with this, even though he was secretly quite interested. Saratobi leaned back and drew several long drafts on his pipe, thinking he was torturing the young Chunin by the delay, but he did eventually continue. Sasuke agreed, and packed everything he wanted from the estate. He did not take much, as I recall. I offered to pay for several Chunin teams to help him move at Konoha's expense, but he turned down my offer and left with only what he could carry. The old man started to look very tired as he continued. As for why Sasuke didn't take more, I believe that is in 3 parts. First, he was traumatized and wanted to get in and out quickly. He likely wasn't thinking clearly or as the last Uchiha. Second, the use of a library had been pounded into his head from an early age. His family was so firm about treatment of their collection that even I know the rules. Don't lose or damage any scrolls or books you take. Return them when you're done. And if there's only 1 copy left, then either make another copy or don't remove it from the library. Third, he was aiming at getting memories and what he and Itachi had been learning at that time from their father. Everything else was secondary to that goal. Naruto gave the Hokage a bored look that was completely at odds with his feelings inside, which thought this was fascinating. Ah yes, Naruto, the punchline. I'm coming to that. The joke was on me, after all, because no one in Konoha wanted to buy the Uchiha lands. After the massacre happened, some felt it was cursed, some felt it was haunted, some just couldn't fathom the idea of wanting to even be near the place after what occurred, some felt it was dishonorable to use the lands after what had happened there, and so on. In the end, no one wanted the Uchiha lands. I was, obviously, fairly annoyed, especially with those who had previously been very vocal about the subject. Saratobi gave a sad sort of smile. There was nothing I could do, though. Konoha owned the land. No one wanted to change it, everyone for different reasons, or even go near it. We covered the buildings with seals to keep out squatters or infiltrators and patrol it every so often to keep it clear, but ever since that day, it has just sat there, a permanent reminder of what Itachi did to his family. Sasuke, I understand, has never once gone near the place since he left it. Yeah, but at least that bastard gets to know who his parents were. Naruto bit off that statement bitterly, folding his arms behind his head to look away from the Hokage sullenly, mumbling, and he gets love and respect of the villagers. Kakashi teaches him techniques, and the voice grew too soft for even the Hokage's sharp ears to follow. Saratobi winced badly, then broke out in a wan smile as he reached for a price of paper. Naruto, how would you like your own district? The boy's shocked and grateful eyes grew round. Then he consumed the old man in a hug. Yes. Too bad the library of the place was impossible to find. Every morning, or every other morning when he'd choose to pass the test to go on die, fighting Orochimaru, or laugh himself sick as Gaara gelded Sasuke, Naruto woke up to the same old broken-down dive he'd always lived in. Although, ever since he'd begun his home improvement kick, he'd wake up to create a steadily increasing number of clones to work on the place while he was away. Lately, he'd been creating close to 600 clones every morning just to fix up his house. They'd strip out everything except the support beams for the upper stories, then go work. By the time he came back for lunch, if he came back for lunch, variety was the spice of life. After all, his apartment would cover 2 entire floors of that building that were formerly empty. No one wanted to live too close to the demon brat. With open internal balconies, galleries, brand new custom furniture and floorings, everything clean and bright, newly painted and with glittering fixtures. The entire place was a palace. Of course, the Uchiha district was simply enormous, large enough to practically count as a village unto itself, with its own shops and everything. But now it all sat empty. It would be a mistake to say that Naruto bought it. Actually, the Hokage gave it to him for free, reasoning to the boy in private that he could not make up for his harsh life in other ways. But perhaps this could go a long way toward giving him a brighter future. In public, he had no need to say anything, but that those lands were his to distribute as he chose, and no one else had wanted them in all the years they'd been available. So, like the first Hokage had done, the third made them a grant, as he had the authority to do. And since he'd learned how to get the Hokage to do that for him, Naruto did it often, because after every reset, it was back to that same old dingy dive he'd always called home. Interestingly enough, having done a little research, he knew what was now the Forest of Death had once been offered as the same deal to another clan, one that had not, in the end, elected to join the newly emerging village of Konoha, but had stayed in the land of mist where their valuable abilities had since been destroyed when that country turned against and murdered their bloodline-carrying clans. The land, initially kept reserved in case they'd changed their minds, had since come to other uses as a survival training ground and testing area. But all of that came about later, as he was doing research into the district and discussing the history of the place with Saratobi. Ever since he'd started getting it, he would spend some time there searching as he poked further and further into the former Uchiha lands. For the moment, he was busy looking for their library of stolen ninja techniques. It was not easy to find. Hardly surprising, really. The Hokage had doubtless been searching himself, and sent teams to do likewise before they'd closed it all down. The collection of scrolls on stolen techniques must represent an incredible resource, if only no one could find it, and Sasuke wasn't talking. Perhaps the bastard realized what he'd given up and had been trying to figure out a way to get it back after having spent part of the money. Nah, that was really unlikely. Anything Sasuke wanted, he got, as someone was willing to give it to him. No, more than likely he was just being a bastard about it, denying the village help because he could. It was also possible the bastard had forgotten where it was. After all, he'd been quite young when he'd left the place, and that might have gotten caught up in all of the general repressing he did over the rest of that trauma. Sasuke was not a well-adjusted, happy boy. It was also possible the broody boy had never known about it. Children blab things without meaning to. So if it was all so desperately secret, they just might not have told the kid where it was before they all died, just handing him scrolls as needed. And if that were the case, the Uchiha was too proud to ever admit it. Anyway, no longer dipping into the Uchiha's mind. It was an icky place. The Uzumaki boy had spent several entire resets after finding out how to get the Hokage to grant him those properties, going over them and looking for those scrolls, only to be disappointed. They were really marvelously well hidden. But then he had an idea. Aye. It struck him, as he'd been thinking, that somewhere on the Uchiha property was the Uchiha Library, containing whatever records they'd made of special moves and ninja power stolen over entire generations of using Sharingan. That it was presently hidden in such a way that unless he could somehow get his own Sharingan, the most likely key, he was unlikely to find it. Ever, considering how hard he'd looked already. His clones were in the process of dismantling buildings, and if they hadn't found it by doing that, they were not likely to find it all. Although there were plenty of ordinary secrets around the place. Who knew that the Uchiha were such perverts? There was porn stuck in practically every wall of every home, concealed by who knows who for what reasons. Although he was learning a great deal about traps as he dismantled the places, and the Uchiha had some fiendish ones. Too bad most couldn't be used out in field conditions. Still, that wasn't a total loss, as it had reminded him of something. Namely, Sasuke's techniques hadn't come out of nowhere. He'd known some C-rank special powers even before he'd graduated the Ninja Academy, which was also long before he'd gotten his Sharingan activated. So, no Sharingan meant he couldn't have just copied them, which meant that he'd learned them from somewhere. Since it was unlikely his family taught him, seeing as how they were all dead, and had been long before the Uchiha had started to use those techniques, the most likely answer was he'd learned them off scrolls, perhaps taken from that exact same Uchiha library. So, what would an arrogant bastard do with a scroll detailing a secret ninja power after he'd learned what it could show him? Why, nothing. He'd leave it wherever it happened to be when he got finished with it. Because, you see, arrogance makes people do things like that. And especially in the Uchiha's case, where people were falling over themselves in eagerness to do things for him or give things to him. He didn't have to be careful with anything that he had. There's a word for that, and it is called spoiled, a word that suited Sasuke perfectly. He was a perfect little spoiled princess. Everyone in Konoha loved him and gave him whatever he wanted, while he pouted about it not being enough or good enough for him. So, figuring that unless Sasuke gave it away once he no longer had need of it, and not finding that likely, as the Uchiha was far from generous, Naruto felt that the most probable place for those scrolls to be abandoned was in the bastard's apartment. So he broke in to go looking for it, one day while a clone was off taking the written test to cover for him, so he could be certain Sasuke wasn't home, or going to be returning there for an hour or more. That was all the time the blonde burglar would need to ransack the residence of his rival, especially with a dozen clones to help. He could go over every inch of it to be sure not to miss anything. They struck pay dirt almost at once. It wasn't even hard. On a shelf next to the dining room table was one of those little honeycomb-hold organizers meant for holding scrolls. Most of them were slightly dusty, and seeing as how Naruto knew his teammate had a cleaning lady that was sad, as it said he almost never read them. Which suited what he'd expected, actually. A couple of those scrolls were worn, like they had been well read. Taking one down to look at it, the blonde burglar found on it the basics of how to use the Sharingan for those that had the bloodline, what to expect from activation and so on, including cautions on its use, mostly a warning to beware of the level of chakra drain. Nothing terribly hard to understand, although it did contain some specifics that outsiders to the clan would probably find useful, such as limited range, included as part of a caution that anything not clearly seen could not be adequately predicted or copied. So it wasn't telescopic vision. That was good to know. If a normal person could not see it in sufficient detail to read, the Sharingan couldn't copy it. If that sort of information was widespread, then everyone facing one of this clan would do Zabaz's thing of hiding out in mist or fog to hunt these guys. Oh well, nothing there he didn't already know, but it was nice to see it spelled out in detail. Two more of those scrolls showed the basics of a fighting style, developed by the Uchiha after a generation of stealing the best they could see. On the few scrolls he had available, it wasn't much, not too different from the style taught at the academy, but it did show a few moves Sasuke had used that were not taught to ordinary ninja. It probably got into greater detail on more advanced scrolls, but those were not present. Only the basics, probably what Sasuke had been working on at the time the clan died. The last of the frequently read scrolls was solid gold, as far as Naruto was concerned. It contained several fire techniques, the two that he'd seen his rival use, plus 4 others. The later ones on the scroll hadn't been read as much as the first two, while the last had hardly been read at all. Naruto palmed his face and sighed. Somehow he'd always figured as much. Deep down, the bastard was just as lazy as Kakashi. Once something got hard, he'd stop even trying. Maybe having a Sharingan made you stupid, unable to read? But no, that couldn't be right. To get the early parts of this scroll, so Warren, his rival, would have had to have been studying this for years. Yet, he hadn't mastered the whole thing. Naruto didn't know about anyone else, but he would have been using all 6 of those special moves in a month tops. And that was even before he really knew how to read. Most likely he would have blitzed through them in less than a week, frying himself several times in the process of learning them. But still, to have had such wealth and not devoured, it was inconceivable to the orange-clad boy, whose appetite for ninja skills was insatiable. And that fire scroll was just one of many. The next scroll Naruto pulled down from that shelf was a new edition by the look of it, yet still several months old. But when he opened it up, it explained itself, because at the top was a note from Kakashi, saying that these might help the Uchiha to become a better ninja. On it were 3 earth techniques, one for making a wall of earth spring up out of the ground to protect you from opponents, and the 2 Kakashi had used to defeat Sasuke during the Chunin test. One that allowed a user to hide underground, even moving a short distance through dirt, and the other where you dragged your victim down into the earth until only their head stuck out. By the looks of it, their teacher had to have given this to Sasuke right after the test, or at least in that time frame, yet it was brand new. It had never been opened, much less read. Naruto stood there, fists clenched and steamed. How could Sasuke be so wasteful? And Kakashi? He'd never once offered to train his most desperate student in anything useful. The blonde had begged and pleaded for scraps of attention, for any hint of training. And yet here, he'd showered it on the pretty head of the Uchiha, even when he didn't want. In the midst of this upset, a light bulb went off over Naruto's head. This had been the way it had always been between them. Kakashi would ignore him to favor Sasuke, while Sasuke didn't work hard or appreciate. That was it. The one time Kakashi had done anything close to training anyone other than Sasuke was that tree climbing exercise. Sakura had gotten it right away, while Naruto had pressed hard, and the Uchiha only worked at it because he didn't want Naruto to get the move down first. Kakashi was using him as a tool to motivate the Uchiha who, by the looks of the things found here in his room, didn't work hard for anything if he could avoid it. So why hadn't he done those contests more times? Probably because Sasuke asked him not to. Kakashi would never do anything Sasuke didn't want. He loved him like a son and wouldn't deny him anything, including having his rival held back, and Sasuke practically defined his existence by being better than Naruto. No, not just better, by utterly leaving him in the dust. The greater the gap between their abilities, the more the Uchiha would gloat and boast over it. So that's why Kakashi hadn't done any more of those race you to learn this contest between him and the Uchiha, even though it did serve to motivate the broody bastard. After all, whenever Kakashi made the 2 race to get technique down, they'd both still learn eventually. And Sasuke felt better about himself when Naruto knew nothing. It gave him a better opportunity to shine, after all. The bastards. Grabbing all of those scrolls so he could memorize them over the rest of the day. And who cared if the Uchiha found them missing? They'd all be back in place after the reset anyway, and the Uchiha would recall nothing of it, Naruto almost missed one that had been tossed into the back like garbage. Peeking at it, Naruto found it to be a scroll of very minor ninja techniques useful in camping. But scribbled across the top, in Sasuke's handwriting back from 3rd grade or so, was not going to help me beat Itachi. So that made it garbage, did it? Naruto didn't think so, and he grabbed that scroll along with the others to go and study their contents. Unlike certain Uchihas, he wasn't going to turn up his nose at any chance to increase his skills or knowledge. It disgusted him that anyone could call that sort of pathetic person a genius. On his way out, his clones stopped him to see a discovery they'd made while prying up floorboards. Hey, it didn't matter if they got caught ransacking the place, as it would all be back to normal either tomorrow or the next day. Down in a dusty corner, hidden under the floor, was a box of what had to be Sasuke's treasures. It held an ornate katana, a lady's jeweled pin, and a small box of family photos. Since some of those photos showed his dad with the sword and his mom wearing the pin, the photos had names on the backs. It was easy to figure out these were all relics of his parents. Holes had been cut out of some of those photos, where, at a guess, Itachi had once been pictured. A name scribbled out here, or there confirmed it. These treasures weren't exactly hidden in a convenient place, but neither were they left entirely alone. The nails and holes over the opening in the floor to reach them showed signs of having been pried open several times before. So, at a guess, the last Uchiha pried them up to look at his family mementos once or twice a year, or whenever his brooding began to falter. Acting on a bit of petty revenge, Naruto took the items to see how much a pawn shop would offer for them. Of course, armed with the Uchiha's bank account information, found hidden behind a painting in the sweets kitchen, he had no need of extra money. One quick shapeshift and cash withdrawal would provide all he could want within his modest needs, he felt sure. But it was the spirit of the thing that counted. Sasuke treated what Naruto treasured as garbage. Naruto could do the same in return. Aye. Those purloined scrolls were a treasure trove of the highest order to Naruto, who'd been desperately seeking after such knowledge for years. Even if he didn't count all of the time pre-loop he'd spend long enough during endless repeating days, he felt that probably qualified alone. Even just the scrolls he had already opened amazed him with their utility. Opening them all revealed nearly 30 techniques, only counting those that Naruto didn't already know, averaging about 6 techniques per each of the 5 common elements. And most of those scrolls had never been opened. Not once, until Naruto had done so just now. In fact, floating down out of one was a note, almost 5 years old, inviting the Uchiha to special training, written by one of their academy teachers. Naruto didn't know if the man had gotten to teach Sasuke private lessons or not, and that was far from the only scroll about techniques given to Sasuke during his academy days. There were scrolls on the basic 3 with notes and details written in the margins that the Uzumaki lad had to pull out of Ebisu a scrap at a time. Actually, Naruto scowled, reading on. Yup, Ebisu still hadn't taught him all of this stuff. There were a few ways to tweak those techniques that the special Jonin had never mentioned, like that basic clones did not have to be formed of the user himself, nor did they have to be of human or even animate creatures. The note told a story of a special case when an illusion of a deer, frightened away by an enemy's approach, had convinced a squad of ninja during one war that the victim they were seeking was not present, else he would have spooked the deer himself, when he was the one laying wounded under a bush who'd created the deer clone. And there were multiple anecdotes of enemy ninja scrambling for dropped weapons only to find, as their hands closed upon hilts, that the obvious ones they'd been seeking were simple illusions and useless to them. Transformation and body switch had been put to similarly imaginative uses, all listed out here as suggestions for the Uchiha by generous professors. And for the most part, he'd never once even looked at the scrolls. Actually, looking at the dates, Naruto had to suppress another grimace of disgust, as these teachers had been trying to get Sasuke to learn the jutsus at least a year in advance of the other students being introduced to them. A genius? Oh, you bet. I mean, look at how fast he'd learned the whatever. Well, yeah, that was easy to do when you had a year lead in on everyone else learning them. Sasuke would have had to have a head like a block of wood not to have gotten them quickly or early. And somehow Naruto did not suspect those teachers had given up when he hadn't read their scrolls. All of the extra credit stuff was included that Naruto had never gotten invited to learn too. There were techniques taught as rewards to talented students to help motivate them in classes. Things like how to detonate exploding tags from short distance, basic stealth and wire work, how to form tags into defensive traps automatically triggered by an enemy crossing the circle, and more. Body flicker. Yep, everything he knew except the shadow clone and his own creations had been given to the Uchiha long ago, most of them with master suggestions on how to really use the techniques to their full potentials. And yes, the 3 basic chakra control exercises were all here, spelled out in detail. One of them was even a gift from Kakashi. Naruto. The boy had to stifle a sigh and wipe away a tear. He would have done anything for that level of support, for even half the assistance the Uchiha had received. But then he had to stifle a miserable laugh too, as all of that put together. And what did Sasuke use? Sasuke known roughly 2 techniques outside of the basic academy ones. 2. Here on these scrolls before him were listed nearly 30. A Chunin would have been happy to have that kind of technique arsenal. And here Sasuke could have had that as a freaking academy student. If only he'd listened to those who would have gladly taught him. It made him want to cry. All that support, and the Uchiha hadn't even wanted it. He'd certainly never come close to making the best use of it. Impotent jealousy gave Naruto actual, physical pain before he reined it in and mastered himself. Whining about the past couldn't solve his current problems. That was what the broody bastard did, and look at where it got him. He could have been a Jonin by now, easily, if he hadn't been feeling sorry for himself and had actually been willing to work hard for what he wanted. Naruto did not know what Sasuke's problem was, but he sure as anything wasn't going to share it. These techniques were before him, and he was going to learn them. No, he was going to master them all. Then he'd see what else he could do with those. Naruto laughed as the ANBU chasing him ran smack dab, face first into a solid mud wall that had been disguised by a veil to look like a continuation of a normal street. Yes, it was to laugh for. Submerging himself into a puddle, one of several made by smashing a water barrel, he'd learned from the mistake of the Demon Brothers. He let his pursuers pass by, then doubled back the way he'd come. Suddenly having techniques, Naruto had felt the urge to use them, and you did not get better battle-like conditions without the threat of actual death than you did by having the ANBU chase you around the village for having used a creatively shaped Earth-style wall technique to fashion an arm on the Hokage monument to have the beloved first Hokage picking his nose. An earth flow river to reshape the second's face, so he was staring at his own golden prize in gleeful fascination, and the third Hokage eating his own booger with a look of joy over the taste of it. He'd even used those above techniques to give the fourth Hokage 2 hands and sink his face palm down into them over the other Hokage's antics. No, life did not get much better than this. Water surged up out of toilets to drench Kunoichi and add them to the chase when the ANBU were not a sufficient challenge by themselves. Laughing, Naruto took off running pell-mell, chased by most of the Kunoichi from the restroom, who in turn drew the ANBU back to following after him. Soon the group had him cornered, or at least so they'd thought, until the boy disappeared with a soft pop and a puff of smoke. Veins bulging, they took off searching for the real one amid angry mutters about a shadow clone. And Naruto, who'd used a simple body switch to change places with one, joined the chase as just one more angry Kunoichi while they all began running after a second Naruto clone. A second later, he was switching back with a copy to leave 2 of the ladies who'd once been teachers at the academy submerged up to their necks in the dirt of the road, while he left other clones to doodle on their faces and play with their hairstyles. By the time the massive chase group returned from their false hunt, those women had freakish hairstyles and were covered in scribbles down to their exposed necks. And this time Naruto was back among them, this time in disguise as Kakashi and suggesting they all go and search the training grounds, where Naruto had previously set up multiple pie traps. Yes, life really didn't get any better than this. Aye. After outsmarting most of the village on a chase and pursuit game, Naruto was ready to try his techniques under more serious conditions, namely, that of an actual test experience. Yes, it was time to die facing Orochimaru again. Among the many scrolls given as gifts to Sasuke that the Uchiha had never used was a treatise on the sealing arts, specifically on how to create your own explosive tags. And, well, that was just begging to be used. Now Naruto didn't kid himself. He was nowhere near expert on any of his new skills. He hadn't even gotten all 30 of them to work yet, but it was past time for him to break loose and have a little fun. Even yes, by drawing the snake Sannin into the amazing, exploding forest of doom. Wahaha! It all failed miserably, of course, but that was the closest he'd ever gotten to actually giving the Sannin anything close to a real workout. Besides, the army of shadow clones forming Earth-style walls to block his attacks, until he'd started to use higher-ranking techniques able to break through them, and others using fireballs and grand fireballs to roast him or attempt to do so, actually had been really fun to orchestrate. Orochimaru had cut loose with some real winners of his own there, too. That win thing he'd done that practically leveled all before was nice. Although even so, a substantial portion of his clones had survived by simply resorting to the underground move Jutsu Kakashi had used on them in their first test as rookie genin. Heck, they'd even gotten close enough to scratch one of Orochimaru's mud clones. Naruto considered that a major achievement. Of course, they'd leveled several acres of forest to do it, but still, those exploding tags had been useful after all. He'd even pressed the guy hard enough to earn the right to be skewered on his sword. The Sannin had never even bothered to pull it out before. The genin felt honored to have earned the right to die on it, seeing as how that marked a major improvement in his threat level, to have made the Sannin resort to it. No, it was the sort of thing he wanted to repeat after he'd had a chance to more fully refine his mastery of those jutsu, and possibly learn the rest of the contents of Sasuke's private library. After all, if he could do that much using rough and raw techniques, might he not do better once he'd gotten them more fully refined? It was the sort of thing he had to know. Aye. Naruto was high, walking on clouds. He had finally done it. He had learned some awesome techniques. Okay, he may still rank as a genin, but he felt more fully a Chunin every day. Why? Well, consider. Iruka was a Chunin focused on book learning, and now Naruto was just as well educated if he didn't have a bit of an edge on his old teacher. So, in that one way, he was qualified for the new rank. His medical skills were fey, best not to mention them. But even though his practical abilities stank and were only somewhat above academy level, he still had some ability in that department when most of the Chunin hopefuls he knew of did not. And there was not just his practicals to consider. Sakura had graduated the Ninja Academy with the highest test scores in their year, and the worst of the practicals, evening out almost exactly in the middle. And, well, if the Uzumaki boy could rate such a test on his medical abilities right now, he'd have similar results. The academics were all there, even if his practicals weren't. If she'd rated genin rank for that, then maybe he deserved the same on his medical abilities. Just don't ask him to fix up anybody's wounds. But that still made him a genin effective on a talent where most would rank a flat 0. On seals, he had explosive tags and storage scrolls, both exceedingly useful mainstays of that professional specialty, and more than most of his grade could achieve. That reminded him, he'd have to drop by 10-10 later and see if he could teach her explosive tags. The mistress of thrown weapons could gain a useful addition to her arsenal if he could teach her that quickly, as a few kunai bearing tags mixed in among her usual barges could add a significant punch to her already deadly style. On martial arts, okay, Chunin was not the grade he'd grant himself on those, being only a top rookie genin in effect. There were many among the hopefuls who were better, even if he did have throwing weapons at the same training level, while they generally had only the academy basics. That wasn't something he could push up for now, so he wasn't going to worry about not being better, as he currently couldn't help it. At least with his fast healing and general toughness, he was not so much of a pushover. Sure, he could be beaten, but at least he could give a credible fight before going down. And while there were stronger among the hopefuls, there were also many weaker than he. Illusions? Well, while he didn't know many, what he had he used, some quite effectively. Call it another genin rank skill. However, with his new skills from having read Sasuke's unwanted scrolls, he felt quite unashamed in proclaiming his ninjutsu abilities that of a solid Chunin, even a fairly flexible one. The thing was, you add many of these genin level abilities together, and you'd be looking at a Chunin rank ninja, as the real genin were often pathetically specialized, having only 1 or 2 abilities at their grade, not 6 or 7. Okay, Naruto didn't have 7 yet either. Only 4 at genin grade and 2 at Chunin. But 2 was enough to enter the grade, having earned it, and he was not about to stop acquiring specialties. There was, for example, the extremely useful and yet previously neglected art of stealth, a priceless ability for ninja, and yet somehow left out of his academy education. Odd that. It made you wonder why they admitted him at all if they'd been so determined not to teach him. But still, no use crying over spilled milk. There was a remedy for that. He had access to Sasuke's scrolls whenever he wanted them, and among them were the instruction manuals for the courses he'd missed, stealth among them. Stealth specialists were highly useful to ninja villages, as those were the ones you relied on for certain things you didn't trust to other ninja. A combat specialist was useful for combating the enemy, but not so much for crossing his lines or delivering messages reliably. Also, spying came into that field, which made the youth recall what Abiki had said at the end of countless written tests so far. Those examinations were not about seeing what kind of knowledge they'd crammed into their heads. The test questions were purposefully too hard for most to answer. No, the first test of the Chunin exam was about their information-gathering abilities. And, well, that was another specialty that Naruto had been neglecting. Well, no more. Spying was something you just had to do sometimes, and if that was the case, he was going to be good at it. A Hokage could not afford any weaknesses, and he was closer than ever before. It was an amazing day to be alive for Naruto Uzumaki. Aye. I think we should split up, Sasuke decided. An upside-down Naruto descended from above him, suspended by wires he was holding in his hands. And I think that's a terrible idea. Look at Sakura. Do you think there is any ninja in this forest who couldn't defeat her? For that matter, you aren't so hot yourself, big shot. He gave the prodigy an impudent grin before withdrawing on his wires. Naruto, Sakura scolded, but couldn't put any real feeling into it, as he was right. Just about any ninja she'd ever met could. How did you learn to work with wires? She demanded. Naruto's impudent laugh was her answer until the boy swung out of the trees to land on a branch above her, pulling a scroll out of his jacket to show it to her. Here, the string reeling technique, one of the most basic of the wire-based techniques. It's useful to tie down and restrict opponents. If you're good enough, you can even use the wires to assist in your own movement by swinging, rappelling, and once you're good enough, ascending. Kakashi used this once on Sasuke when he was a kid, and I've been learning it lately. Oh, Sakura sounded humbled by this demonstration, as she'd always based her confidence in her ninja skills on the fact that she'd always been better than Naruto. Now that wasn't seeming to be the case any longer. Naruto's grin widened. Sasuke hadn't so much as noticed the technique scroll as his own, taken from the Uchiha's apartment in a bundle of discarded newspaper left rolled up in its old dust jacket. And yes, Kakashi had once used the technique to restrain Sasuke when he was a bratty kid to get him to listen to something, and, as something of an apology, had sent him the scroll with the technique the next day, which the bastard had, to all appearances, been too proud to read. That seemed to be a pattern between them. For Naruto, though, it had been a doorway to whole new abilities, and not inconsiderable ones at that. When Sasuke angrily declared that he couldn't find another team to prey upon with his noisy teammates hanging around, and that they might as well make camp, Naruto strung trip and warning wires all around the place where they were going to be staying. The Uchiha was busy pouting. He'd probably never forgive Naruto for having saved his life from Gaara by using an earth flow river to transform Gaara's sand to mud the instant before the desert demon was to have messily killed Konoha's pride and joy. He'd even saved Sasuke's balls, which Naruto felt he was being particularly generous in doing. No, having rescued the Uchiha, literally from the grasp of death, had earned him nothing more than increased brooding. Uchihas do not have to be rescued, and Uchihas do not want to be rescued. And the Uchiha had it under control the whole time. So why did you have to interfere? Pathetic. Whatever happened to Kakashi's lecture on teamwork? Oh, right. It only applied to Naruto, who had to support the teacher's favorite no matter how much of a pain he was being. The next repeat after his discovery of those scrolls in Sasuke's apartment had Naruto teaching Gaara how to get the maximum amount of blood and pain out of one broody bastard. Now he was thinking that might be due again sometime soon. Sakura's eyes widened in shock as Naruto sent over 100 clones over the campsite to prepare the immediate area, some digging pits or rigging falling log traps, which she could at least understand, while others concealed small paper tags all across the zone. Her jaw finally fell wide open as the genin she'd always dismissed as useless fortified the entire area with traps and things she couldn't even understand. Finally, when what she guessed was the original hop down into a shallow yet wide pit in the center of this maze of death and raised a number of earth walls, then applied another technique that allowed one to control earth and stone to shape the whole thing into a dome, which he then crafted the outer appearance of to appear as simply another rock outcropping, of which there were many in this forest. She sidled over to Sasuke, where he was brooding. "Sasuke," she whispered, terrified. I think this might not be our Naruto. He seems AIEKK. The kunoichi had been flipped by her hair and pinned to the ground. A kunai held an inch from her eye by a grim-faced Naruto, who then immediately released her, sheathing the weapon. "There. If I'd wanted you dead, you'd be dead. And I saved Sasuke earlier, which means you both owe me your lives. Now shut up and let me work. If you knew anything about me, you'd know that I have enemies who want me dead. This is a perfect opportunity for them, and I don't trust them to waste it. So get inside, the shelter's built. You'll be safe in there, at least I think so." "Nah, Naruto doesn't know any earth jutsu." Sakura backed away from him, trembling. Naruto rolled his eyes. Okay, he'd failed that act like myself roll pretty badly, but his attention was hardly on them. Anyway, they were hardly the issue. No, he could tell something major was going to come stalking them soon. And in this forest at this time, something major meant Orochimaru. That meant he had to get the prey victims inside and undercover soon. "Yes, I do. And you know why? Because I know how to read." He slapped her in the face with a scroll on earth techniques, and while she was fumbling with that, grabbed her arm and force march her into the hidden entrance of the concealed stone pillbox he'd constructed, 2 more clones bringing in a wire-bound Uchiha seconds later. The entrance sealed with a resounding boom, felt by all inside, leaving them in total blackness, which got illuminated a moment later by a ball of white something held in Naruto's upraised hand. A camping jutsu, a very minor lightning technique, one used to provide light to read by so ninja could read notes or maps or things. I found in a scroll I got from Hinata. He lied to Sakura before she could suspect him further. The kunoichi nodded, still terrified and unconvinced. "Nah, Naruto, what does Kakashi say is most important?" She tested him. "Teamwork," but then he goes and shows that he doesn't believe what he says by leaving us all to wait for him while he wastes hours each morning. An action which says he's got no respect or liking for us. Already a couple of clones had taken stacks of wood and laid a campfire, which another Naruto lit by snapping his fingers to create a flame on the end of one, which he then applied to the wood. Another camping technique, the original explained. Here is the scroll they're on." He tossed that to her casually. "They've got some really useful ones. The one to read by you already saw, and the one for lighting campfires and the like. There's also one for condensing water out of the air to fill your canteen. One using wind to erase tracks behind you. Another wind one for dispersing smoke or disguising scents. Then you have an earth technique for softening the ground to make a pad to sleep on, which you can then reverse in the morning to eliminate traces of your camp. Another earth technique for eliminating body wastes, dispersing them through a wide area of ground so they can't be used to track you either." The boy gave a careless shrug. "They're all very minor, but make life out in the wild safer and more comfortable. Though, if you're going to learn one, I'd pick the water one that lets you clean clothes or dishes, or give yourself a bath if you don't mind a harsh scrub by cold water. If we are out here a couple of days, you'll need it." There came a resounding boom from outside that was not caused by any of Naruto's copies, and he looked out toward the walls. "But I don't think we'll have the time. If that's who I think it is, then we're all going to die." A giant snake came crashing down on Naruto's little hidden shelter with the force of a freight train, which the snake resembled as far as size was concerned. Orochimaru had noted the extensive trap network and been amused. It showed some ingenuity, and from what his spy Kabuto had told him, it was the Uchiha who was the only real performer on this team. So, the Uchiha had fortified this whole area? Interesting, but of no concern to the Sannin. And while he could have darted through the network untouched, it was just more fun to knock on their door, so to speak, with a large snake to set the tone for this whole encounter. The Chunin team came running out in disorder as their dome collapsed, and the orange one formed a seal, creating 100 clones. Also interesting. Well, best to get on with the test. He had to see if his chosen new body was worth his time to occupy. Misty Schrute Technique. Naruto cried out loudly, forming the seals before the area got blanketed by a dense and heavy fog. Okay, he could be overheard instructing his teammates. Just don't leave the mist, and he'll have trouble finding us. Stick together and don't. There came a crash as one of the groups fell into a prepared pit trap. Ow! Don't worry about them. The blonde's voice called out urgently. Stick to the plan. We've got to. His voice trailed off in fear as Orochimaru came looming out of the mist before them. Cuckoo, leaving so soon? The orange-clad Chunin drew a kunai and threw it at the Sannin, but it was off target. Orochimaru caught the weapon in his amazingly long tongue before it had a chance to harmlessly pass him by. Aye. The real Team 7 was racing along an underground tunnel at a full sprinting velocity, 2 clones carrying each member, while both Sasuke and Sakura were tied up in wires so they couldn't struggle around too much. They'd all left the rock shelter together, but the blonde had disguised them all as his copies while summoning his clones, while 3 of his clones had assumed their places and appearances to impersonate the team. Why? Because escape tunnels from the underground shelter were too obvious. He'd tried those before, and they never worked, not even when he had a dozen of them. But no, dig them from one of those pit traps, then fall in cursing loudly. Where are you taking us? Sakura shrieked out through her gag. 10 more seconds to minimum safe distance, Naruto said, almost to himself. What? Her body arched and she shrieked. Quiet down, he hissed. Back there my clones are facing Orochi Bloody Maru, the snake Sannin. He's here to steal your broody Uchiha's eyes. Now if you want to help him by all means go on shrieking. I'll just have to cut your throat so you don't draw him down on us. Sakura went white and stilled in fear, not believing the first, but scared of the second. She didn't believe this was Naruto. He never talked that way to her, and that meant he could be anyone who might do anything. No, the kunoichi went very still and quiet indeed. Naruto was shaking his head. Really, going into this, neither himself nor Sakura had the skills to take this test. He wondered what Kakashi was thinking until he thought of Sasuke. It was probably just an attempt to elevate him as quickly as possible. The Jonin sensei of Team 7 was always pandering to the Uchiha. It probably didn't matter to him that the other 2 had been so out of their depth as to be almost guaranteed to die. It was an opportunity to promote Sasuke. Absently, he just went on grumbling at low volume to more fully answer her previous question. Back there, my clones are doing a brilliant job of lowering his expectations before they drop everything they have on him. If only we had more time. What do you need time for? You've already got us. Sasuke whined. Because that wasn't the Misty Shroud technique. Naruto instructed him. It was actually the Mist Waltz, a move that covers an area with a flammable gas that explodes when touched by flame. And there's enough of it back there to flatten a wide area and collapse our tunnels. Aye. Orochimaru reached out with his long and flexible tongue to snag the poorly thrown weapon before it went by. Then his eyeballs crossed as the lightning electrical charge contained in the blade grounded through him, and all hell broke loose at once. Clones standing by touched wires, some producing flames, others producing lightning, all of which raced across those lines, trapping the entire camping area in a massive explosion as the huge ball of gas detonated, adding to the blasts of the hundreds of trigger techniques detonating simultaneously and the prearranged groups of exploding tags. That section of forest vaporized in a colossal fireball, while Orochimaru's nerves were still all jangled up by having the lightning jutsu stored in the kunai jolt down his tongue. The ground actually jumped and buckled under the force of that blow. But that blast only served as a prequel to the main event as thousands of clones emerged from where they had been hiding underneath the ground in a wide circle around the campsite, at a carefully calculated distance to survive the massive explosion. All across the forest, pairs of concealed Naruto clones awoke. Both snapped to attention. One transformed into an old air raid siren that he'd seen in the ancient, unplumbed depths of Konoha's museum, and the other began turning the hand crank, raising a loud and unmistakable alarm, while speaking through a microphone to call out a meaning to the alert message. Attention! Emergency! All Chunin teams must evacuate the testing area immediately. An S-class missing ninja has entered the zone and begun attacking students. All Chunin teams are instructed to fall back until reinforcements arrive. Considering that there were hundreds of alarm teams like this one, the alarm began blaring at huge volume across all of the forest at once. Then they began to repeat it. Orochimaru's body flickered out of the expanding fireball, hurt, but not seriously injured, only to fall directly into the laps of clones who had been waiting for him, his feet sticking to the branch he'd landed on as they hit him with everything they had. A dozen different dragon flame projection streams struck him all at once, with lightning coursing in from all directions along wires and through the air. How had the kid known where he'd be? The snake Sannin flickered twice more, each time receiving the same instant assaults upon his arrival, before he cleared the area around him with a mass, wide area technique and called Manda, the boss of the snake summons. Crowds of Naruto came charging at him, each wielding twin whips composed of solid lightning. Others charged forward above their heads, spinning wires about like mad, demented spiders, trying to catch or lead other attacks to him. While elsewhere, hundreds of Narutos standing on tree branches drew back bows and let loose a hailstorm of arrows, each being guided to track and follow their target by more wires. Multiplying himself with his own clones, Orochimaru began to counterattack. Massive explosions and cutting winds scythed through the orange wave, but always some survived and hails of thrown weapons came back in return over the heads of the jutsu-wielding close assault fighters. He raised his arms, flashing through hand seals, and the ground rose up and began churning the assault force into ruins. Then the ground turned to mud beneath his own feet, just at the same time as a tremendous cutting force of wind came rushing toward him. Orochimaru flickered, placing himself at what he thought to be a safe distance from the battlefield, only to get caught on arrival by a lightning whip wrapping around his right hand and severing it. Then the tree he was on exploded, already primed with 100 explosive tags. Out of the corner of his eye, Orochimaru caught sight of Manda, his boss summon, caught up in a tornado, being cut apart by winds, and assaulted with a barrage of lightning sustained by close to 600 Narutos standing on the ground, maintaining that arm of this assault. Actually injured, the Sannin gave a feral grimace before shedding his skin and in the process healing all of those accumulated wounds, restoring his hand. Then he drew his sword. Clones began to die by hundreds and thousands, before they'd been quite cut down by half. However, through the hail of kunai and arrows, a blizzard web of wires, and a constant barrage of all 5 elements out of all sides at once, the Sannin heard a tremendous noise and saw an enormous tree bearing down on him. Dozens of orange-clad Chunins perched upon its limbs as they animated the entire forest giant as one massive puppet. Then a second and a third, then a fourth forest giant strode out of the haze of explosions, all controlled by Naruto clones perched upon them. Kankuro had been very helpful, chatting about his profession, and had let his audience learn far more than he probably would have felt was wise, if he'd been aware that he'd been doing so much of it. The ground shuddered and shook as a 200-foot-tall forest giant slammed a fist down atop the snake Sannin's head. As he reappeared on another part of that battlefield, where 2 of his mud clones had just seconds before become pincushions under the barrage of guided arrows, Orochimaru had to admit he was actually impressed. That was before the tree he was on exploded again. Aye. All of Konoha looked up to see the tower of fiery destruction as that initial trap had gone off. Then the dark forest, black at night, lit up with flash after flash of techniques going off over a wide area. Trees began to explode, one every few seconds, lighting the night as brilliant torches. That was no Jinin match in there. Something was wrong, as that looked more like a full-on shinobi war. Shaken out of his bed, the Hokage rushed over to his crystal ball, and when he peered within, saw the face of his orange-clad little friend battling his former student Orochimaru out in the forest. He left to lead a relief column of reinforcements at once. Hundreds of Jonin and Chunin rushing ahead or forming up behind him as the town's regular genin raced to their guard posts and aid stations. Jiraiya silently joined the group, leading the counter-assault. They were not far away before the voice over the sirens began to make sense. Attention! Emergency! All genin teams must evacuate immediately. Orochimaru has entered the forest. Please fall back until reinforcements arrive. Grim-faced, the ninja flowed into the burning forest towards the center of the commotion, where a blazing giant tree puppet fell to smash, wreathed in flames upon the earth, while another tree behind it exploded, visible even at several kilometers range, as was the twisting serpent caught in a tornado. That snake was all the confirmation anyone even vaguely informed needed. Now Grim faced himself. Jiraiya paused long enough to summon Gamabunta, his own boss summon, before racing ahead of the pack. The normally recalcitrant summon made no objections at all as it saw the scope of the destruction it had been called for. Aye. Naruto dragged himself painfully out of the mud just as the local alarm box got silenced in an awful squawk of abused and presumably destroyed equipment, almost certainly accompanied by the operator clones. Their tunnel had collapsed, but a swift underground move jutsu had saved them. It had not, however, made the save a pleasant one. The area was a scene out of hell, trees ablaze all around them. Smoke filled the air and shards of nearby explosions littered the ground, while rains of burning embers drifted down to coat the broken, ash-covered surface. The air was hot and heavy, so Naruto transformed 3 of his escort clones into horses, piling his team onto their backs. Under precautionary illusions as completely unrelated Konoha ninja, they took off racing as fast as they could go toward the borders around the forest. The horses would choke to death on this smoky fog before long, but would save his own team's lungs not to be forced to breathe it in the great gulping lungfuls they'd need if they were the ones running. As it was, they were just another anonymous genin team among hopefully scads of those escaping. They got almost half a mile out of the destruction zone before Orochimaru had finished off enough of his clones to start looking around, and saw the team racing purposefully away. They were not the only mounted ones. Another team was racing away riding weasels, but they had an unusual drive and determination to make speed that caught the veteran ninja's attention. When he appeared ahead of them, however, the boy on the lead horse formed a seal, and another 4,000 damnable clones appeared. What was worse was that fully half of them transformed and began running every which way. Calling up an enormous amount of chakra, Orochimaru summoned up half a dozen of his largest snakes and set them to battling the interminable horde. The area began to fog, and he immediately flickered out before it all blew up in one great mushrooming fireball of explosions, only to be met by throwing weapons on wires, guided arrows, and homicidal clones flinging about dozens and hundreds of lightning, fire, earth, wind, and water techniques. But the selection was poor, and knowing what they used, he began to counter it far more effectively, conserving his chakra and getting less distracted. There, out of the hordes of clones who transformed, fallen back, then transformed and charged again, only a few teams had kept running, but he was able to spot the ones most likely to be the real prey. It was not his first, his second, or even his third guess as to which was correct. However, he did soon make a successful intercept, making sure of those others by slaughtering them all in turn. It was long past the time for playing games. Orochimaru had been getting progressively more upset, and now he was downright mad. This had all started as a simple test of the abilities of the Uchiha, and he'd yet to see the genin he'd come for throw so much as a punch. All the time it had been this orange swarm interrupting his plans, while his teammates got carried as cargo towards safety. At this point, Sarutobi could not fail to be forewarned of his presence and his plans. So there was nothing left but to nab the Uchiha boy and make haste out of town, hoping that the precious Sharingan eyes were enough to offset whatever weaknesses lay in the body itself. Lunging at the orange obstacle to his plans, Orochimaru succeeded only in sinking his precious blade hilt deep in a stumpy log the boy had switched out with, not even a flicker ahead of time to warn of the technique. The boy was astonishingly good, and under better circumstances the Sannin would have felt pleased to pervert the youngster away to join his own village. But now, it was time for him to die. Aye. Naruto knew well that he had a ridiculous amount of chakra. It had been huge even before he'd begun the resets, and had only grown larger as he'd gained knowledge. Also, what he had seemed even larger, yet as his control expanded to where he was not nearly so wasteful of that precious energy. Still, having fought Orochimaru before, he knew he had his limits, and the boy was coming pretty close to those now. It would not be long before the Sannin sank his sword into his chest again. But then he heard a voice that chilled his blood, crying out in fear, not for her sake, but for his own. Naruto! Almost before he was aware of it, Rock Lee with all 5 of the celestial gates, he could open thrown wide, smashed into the side of the Sannin, and began to beat the tar out of him. Naruto's eyes got wrenched around to where they'd somehow caught up to other Konoha teams who'd been making their escape, and saw Hinata there staring at him with wide and fearful eyes. Right before Orochimaru cleared the area with another one of those devastating wide area techniques. You killed Hinata. Veins bulged on Naruto's forehead and teeth grew clenched as an aura of red energy swirled up around him. Lee was still pressing the assault, mauling Orochimaru badly as the Snake Sannin had underestimated the unassuming Chunin until the martial artist had closed to deadly ranges and not let up a second since then. Dozens of techniques got tried by the Sannin, most of which got interrupted rather rudely as the green-clad boy pounded him with enough force, from enough angles, to send him careening around like a pinball, only to get met and pounded on again by the dangerously supercharged Chunin. But Naruto was seeing none of it. Hinata was dead, killed by Orochimaru. He'd learned to accept, even find humor in the deaths of his own teammates, but Hinata was special. Hinata must never again be allowed to die. The boy was already in the sewer of his mind, noting that the water had drained to where they were now merely moist tunnels. But he didn't care. He raced until he stood before the fox's cage and shouted to his prisoner, "You, yes you, do you swear to destroy my enemies? To avenge Hinata's murder and chase down Orochimaru no matter where he goes or tries to hide?" "Why should I?" came the demon's mocking reply. With an angry leer of his own, Naruto leaned in close to the bars, putting his hand on the flimsy paper seal that kept that door locked. "Because if you do, then I'm pulling this off." "Yes," the demon instantly agreed. "I so swear." And then Naruto ripped off the paper seal. Outside, where Orochimaru had just finished off Lee, having barely survived the boy's mauling on top of all that had been done to him previously, the blonde boy's body rippled and swelled, changing as it grew and transformed into the 9-tailed demon fox, which roared as it finally got free. Orochimaru wet himself. Then it was as if a nuke went off in the forest of death as the demon beast unleashed its full power. Aye. Naruto yawned and rolled over in bed, sitting up to rub at his eyes. Well, that was one experience he wasn't a mind to repeat anytime soon. Stomping all over Konoha after eating the 3rd Hokage, trapped in his own mind all that time, watching as a mere passenger while the demon fox used his body. He came to a sudden halt as he entered his bathroom and noticed he had acquired a set of foxy accessories, a pair of red fox ears, and a tail gently swinging out behind, while his whiskers stood out as actual stiff hairs instead of the facial lines they'd always been before. "Well, that was interesting," came a voice within his mind. "We've got to do that again sometime." "No way," the boy suddenly shouted. "No, you were not supposed to eat my friends." "What did you expect?" the demon's voice mocked in reply. "That was never a part of our bargain. Only to destroy your enemies, not to preserve your friends. Besides, your mate was already dead anyway. You recall that part about avenging her murder?" "Didn't I do such an excellent job?" The demon's voice turned to laughter. Naruto stared at his new foxy accessories in horror. "Do you like it?" the demon's voice mocked from within his mind. "I did some redecorating while I was out," it teased. I really think it brightens up this dreary old place. Don't you think so? Oh, how? The boy pulled on one of his new ears. It hurt a lot. Careful, they're sensitive, the demon teased. What did you do? The boy cried out in shock. Oh, a bit of this, a bit of that. Nothing really all that significant, the fox roared with mocking laughter. But how is it still here? The boy demanded. Find out for yourself. Why don't you? His prisoner sniffed, knowing it was being cruel by not answering. Life really sucks sometimes. Aye, aye. The first thing Naruto discovered the fox had done was when he tried to hide his new accessories and bungled the technique twice in a row before he finally figured out what was wrong. Whatever the fox had done increased his chakra stores enormously, but he wasn't going to call that a good thing, as it had utterly destroyed his control. Where before it had been like trying to control a fire hose, now, when he called upon his chakra, it was like trying to aim a geyser. Yes, the force was many times greater, but without control, all of that power was meaningless. It had set him back to his academy level, where he had the worst control of any would-be ninja in the village's history. With his ability to control his chakra, this messed up all of his techniques were shot. He couldn't even make more than 200 shadow clones. His basic clones were back to looking half dead. The boy sat down and wept when he discovered that. All of that hard work, all of that effort gone, just gone. Damn you, fox, he shouted inside of his mind. Don't talk like that, the demon scolded. I'm not your enemy. I cannot be. I have sworn to destroy your enemies, and the celestial emperor forces us to keep our oaths. So when you proposed a bargain, and I agreed, and you paid my price, our deal was sealed. Even if the price was not all I'd been hoping, you still paid it, and I'm still bound. Don't make any mistake. I am not your friend, but I don't care to destroy myself, so I don't dare be your enemy either. There came some cruel chuckling. That doesn't mean I can't annoy or even torment you, however. But my friends... Come on, admit it, the demon teased. All of Konoha are your enemies. I only did my job by destroying them for you. The boy froze, thinking, but that means if Hinata gets murdered... Yes, he could feel the demon gloating, almost imagine the wide, toothy grin. That's what I'm hoping. If she does get murdered again, I might just be let loose to go avenge her again. Naruto gathered himself enough to shoot a cruel jibe back. I wouldn't count on it, Fluffy, since Orochimaru is out there, and you aren't free to go out and track down him. Why don't you give it a try? The demon shot back angrily. Go and slit that pretty little neck of hers with your kunai. I just might be let loose to avenge her by killing you. Perhaps I'll get full freedom after all. Only an enemy would propose such a thing. Naruto sneered right back. Suddenly, he could feel the demon's shock a moment before its pain. He was just as surprised as it was at this happening. Forgive me, it stuttered out between clenched teeth, still angry but now in immense anguish as its powers started to turn upon itself. Why should I? He shot back the words it had used on him the other night. I'd be far better off if you were dead. And now, dude, don't be too. Oh, you hasty, it gasped out. I can't still be. Useful. What? You're going to teach me some techniques. What would I care for useless human skills? It gasped out at his silly, high-pitched whine as its pain jumped up to another threshold. What could you teach an ant about its profession? Naruto touched his lip, thinking of what he could ask for. A bloodline. I have none to offer, the fox writhed, lashing about worse than Sasuke did when he lost his balls. WHHH. How would you do if an ant drone came and demanded you make a queen? Then, if you don't have anything to offer, he teased it right back. I know mysteries of life beyond everything your human medics have to offer, it screamed, actually eating itself out from the inside now. But how many apply to humans? The fox did not answer, writhing in torment. Perhaps it had no answer. Naruto grinned. The fox was going to die, and by the looks of it, he was going to be free of his prisoner forever. Master, it called out in agony. Forgive your humble slave. He thought about that for a moment. Okay. As soon as that, the demon's pain was over. So, Naruto cheerfully shot back. What can you do to give me my chakra control back? But he got no answer. On investigation, he found his passenger comatose from oath-inflicted injuries, closer to destruction than he would have thought. It looked like he'd caught it barely a heartbeat short of dead, and in a way that its own tremendous power could not immediately fix. Made sense, in a way, as it had been its own tremendous power causing it. Great, the boy groused. Now I get the fox to do what I want, and what can it do? Nothing. It's too close to dead. Faye, my life sucks sometimes. The boy stood, looking around his dingy old apartment, and sighed. Well, I can't stay here. If I miss the test, Kakashi and my team will come looking for me, and it will be worse if they find me like this. I can't go to the library in this condition, and I can't transform. All of my techniques are completely shot. Zhang. It was back to stage 1, and he'd been so close. No brooding, he scolded himself. That way lies the Uchiha side. Well, glancing at his jacket, he picked it up and began to put it on. No way out but through sometimes. Let's see what the villagers think of this. Halfway through getting ready, Naruto already had on a wide, prankster grin. Aye aye. Naruto bounced down the road, grinning like a loon, his new ears twitching every which way and tail swishing along merrily behind him. The reaction of the villagers was intense. While normally they glared and sneered at him, today that was accompanied by pasty white faces filled with fear. In fact, terror seemed to overcome hatred in most of those cases. Looking in the mirror after donning his clothes, newly tailored to fit his tail through a hole in the back, he discovered he had a total of 4 ears, his usual 2 on the sides of his head, and now this new set decorating the top. All of them were fully functional. In fact, the new set functioned like a pair of parabolic microphones, in that they could pick up sounds that were really faint or far away, so long as they were pointed that direction. And they kept twitching around uncontrollably. Naruto must have located 100 rats that he'd never noticed before on his way to the testing center. Oh, Hinata-chan, wait up. We can walk the rest of the way together. He called out to his favorite person, and she stopped and waited for him. Amazingly, she didn't react at all to his foxy accessories, just smiling and happy to be walking with him. Must think there's some kind of prank, Naruto thought, then grinned even wider. Well, that is something I would do. At that, he could hardly repress a merry chuckle. Oh yes, he could do stuff with this. Naruto, stop fooling around. Sakura called back to nag him on her way past to greet the Uchiha. Kiba, coming up to greet Hinata, as she was his teammate, looked Naruto up and down, then sniffed a couple of times. Oi, I don't get it. He told Naruto, scratching his own chin. You smell like a fox, and look like one too. What's the gag? Naruto smiled, so wide he had to close his eyes to make room for it, as he shot his hand high and called out loud. Hey, I thought I'd have to be really clever to pass this test, and so I dressed the part. Half of the younger set broke out laughing, while some among the older ones looked on, horrified, but then they rolled their eyes and scowled at his bad taste. By noon it would be all over town that the clown had done it as a prank on everyone. This from the inventor of the sexy technique, and it would be totally believable, too. Their anger would spike a bit, but the relief would largely drown it out. As they entered the testing zone together, his team plus Hinata's, which meant that Lee would not be making an appearance to fight Sasuke, they walked right up to the disguised Chunin team guarding the illusionary door. The pair turned pasty white upon spotting Naruto, and the gleeful Genin raised his perfectly human nose to the air, declaring, "Something smells fishy here." He smiled, baring his ordinary human teeth at the Chunin. The pair drew back, drawing weapons, hands trembling. Hinata-chan. Naruto dived toward her book bag. You didn't tell me you brought tuna. We'll have to go out to lunch together later. The Chunin gave heartfelt sighs and relaxed, while the crowds of Genin looking on began laughing at their antics and at Hinata's rosy blush. When they got outside the testing room door, Kakashi and Kurenai, who were waiting for them, saw Naruto among the kids and instantly stiffened, going from casual and relaxed stances to alert and battle-ready ones. Oh, Kakashi, Naruto called out, having one of the times of his life. I let the QB out last night to catch a rabbit, and look what he did to me. The two Jonin face-flopped. Naruto, Kakashi scolded, as the pair of teachers got up from the floor, rubbing their foreheads. You must not joke like that. Drop that disguise before someone hurts you for it. No, the boy laughingly retorted. I don't feel like it. He adopted a very unconvincing pose of sudden feral impulses. In fact, I can't. He wheezed out through exaggerated front teeth. I'm being overcome by my impulses. The instincts of a fox are taking hold. I must. I must. Kish hinotothon. And he turned around and proceeded to do so, loudly, messily, and noisily, but to her great delight. The whiskers added an extra something to it. He was sure, as she'd never wriggled in enjoyment quite that way before. Kurenai put her face in her hand. Kakashi rolled his eyes and poofed away to go read porn. Naruto was grinning as he made out with Hinata right there in the hallway. By overacting, everyone assumed this was a prank, and they expected pranks from him, especially ones in bad taste. This was working. When they entered the testing chamber, Naruto stood forth and challenged the entire room, shouting, Oi, my name is Naruto Uzumaki, living container for the nine-tailed demon fox. And he began to twitch, acting out spasms. The seal. It's breaking. It's breaking. Naruto. Sakura clobbered him on the head, knocking him down off of the top of the desk. So she scolded him where he lay on the floor. Don't make lame jokes like that. It isn't funny. The class, tense as brittle glass, relaxed at this statement, rolling their eyes and passing it off as just another lame joke from a class clown. It was priceless, one of the best jokes ever. He was very nearly admitting the truth, and no one would believe him. It almost made up for utterly destroying his abilities as a ninja. Almost, but not quite. Getting up and rubbing his head a little, he caught the flat and hostile gazes of the Sand siblings from across the room. So he hopped over there directly. Hey, Gaara, how is Shikaku? Is the one-tailed demon raccoon treating you right? Can you tell him the QB says hi? What do you want? Gaara asked him low and level, his gaze hostile. To make out with your sister, the clown teased. Gaara blinked, nonplussed. Then he thought about it. All right. Naruto's face went slack in surprise. Gaara, Temari pled with her brother, plainly horrified. Demon containers need their lovin', he told her in flat, unemotional tones. Temari looked at her younger brother, terrified, before turning a wan smile on the blonde boy. So, where shall we do this? I don't know. The Konoha Chunin temporized, looking around for a way out of this. Spotting his salvation on the other side of the room, he grinned. Hey, Hinata-chan, you've got girlfriend rights, so you have veto power. Do you mind if I make out with this sand chick here? Already turning back to tell Temari thanks, but no thanks, he heard Hinata stutter out behind him. It's alright. His jaw practically scraped the floor. Turning back, he shouted, Hey, are you sure? I'd hate to hurt your feelings. It's okay to tell me no. No, she stuttered, playing with her fingertips. It's all right. You go ahead. I wouldn't want to be your first time, so go ahead and do whatever. Her nerve broke, and she hid behind Shino, which could outstare a carving. Naruto got a wan smile of his own and turned back to the Sand siblings, where Gaara was looking at him with a get-on-with-it expression. Naruto gulped. Aye. The QB container was utterly humiliated. First, the demon sends his chakra all out of whack, messing with his controls so badly that it was impossible to reliably use any of his techniques except Shadow Clone, and that was down to 5% of his previous numbers. Having no control sucked. Then, they passed the written test as usual, and when they went on to the expected Orochimaru fight, Naruto had hung back, teasing Sasuke, and the creepy of Snake Guy had beaten up Sasuke, bitten him, then let them pass. Worse yet, Sakura had hung all over the Uchiha all night long, when Naruto couldn't even get a camping technique to go right, and the screwy Uchiha had somehow managed to live through the night. So much for healing techniques. Apparently, it was all Sakura, although what she did except fret and moisten his forehead with a rag was beyond the boy. No, that was a big-time blow to his ego. First, the fight was all Sasuke, then his survival was all Sakura. Wasn't anything he did going to matter? Didn't he make any difference in this town? Sometimes he just didn't know why he cared anymore. Getting beat up on by the sound team made him afraid, but when he fought Kiba in the preliminary matches, after having been saved out of the forest by Kabuto again, it got confirmed. His chakra control hadn't been all he'd lost. Somehow, when the demon beast had been out, it had done more than left him with fox ears. His body was now stronger and faster, and a few inches taller. He guessed that no one had noticed, mostly because of the ears. But while that could have been a good thing, it wasn't. Why? Because it had destroyed what martial arts ability he'd had. Oh, if he'd had the muscle memory, then he probably could have adapted. If it had come to him gradually, then he probably wouldn't even noticed adapting to those changes. But coming at him all at once, when he still had to think through all of those complex motions, and now the motions he'd memorized were all slightly off. The boy took Hinata off to a corner so he could cry on her shoulder after losing his match against Kiba. His unarmed fighting skills were now worse than before, thrown off by his changes and not even having the brawling spirit he'd relied upon before. And he couldn't retrain until he had enough chakra control back to perform the needed transformations to disguise himself under. He'd not even been able to summon a fart when he'd needed one. No, in that match he'd been humiliated, and on top of that he'd felt terrible about not cheering Hinata on in her match against her cousin, when he knew she needed him to, but when doing so would have led to her getting hurt. Failing at the prelims was as far as he'd ever gotten, yet he'd lost everything to get there. And he hadn't even gotten through. Aye. A couple of resets worth of research had turned up several interesting things that concerned Naruto's new problem, while making no apparent difference in the nature of the injuries of the slumbering fox. Chakra had a spiritual component. One's chakra could also have a physical effect on the body, as that was where Naruto got both his original whisker marks, as well as his regeneration. Apparently, pulling off that seal had sent such a surge of the demon's chakra through his body that even after the reset, there was enough still free, added to his own, to have greatly amplified his already present marks. Either that or something about the surge of energy had imprinted on his chakra system the idea that his body ought to be more fox-like, and so his body had gone ahead and regenerated the missing pieces. It wasn't like there were books already written about this. Naruto had to do some guessing on his own, and he knew they might not be accurate. All of this research had to be performed on the sly, of course. The people at the library had already been bad enough without his changes. But at least he got to practice his arts of stealth and information gathering during the odd times he was feverishly going over his chakra control exercises again, trying to regain some of what he'd lost. It would be a long route to get there, however, so he might as well practice his ordinary, non-chakra power techniques of simply sneaking around and hiding, working out with wires. What could be done without chakra to enhance their strength and lengthen and or contract them? It left him feeling like only half a ninja, at most. Naruto didn't have tons to do while slowly rebuilding his chakra control. All things seemed to wait on it, so he was at his wits' end the first couple of weeks, trying to have something that could occupy his mind other than the interminable chakra training drills. He'd shown next to no progress during that time, and it was a matter of mental survival to find some way to distract himself from his frustrations. And no, the QB hadn't shown any clear improvement in all that period. It might as well have been dead, except it wasn't. Naruto wasn't that lucky. So he began churning through books at the library at an increased pace, sneaking in and smuggling them out because they wouldn't let him inside, and one of those books was on metallurgy. That gave Naruto pause. Here he was bored practically out of his mind. The Uchiha lands had a couple of smithies on it, and shinobi did use weapons and armor. So, if he wanted to, this was something he could pursue while working to get his chakra control back. So he did it. Konoha did have several blacksmiths who repaired or created weapons and armor. At first, after finding out where those were, he did some spying on them to watch what they did, but that grew boring very quickly as what they did never changed on his unending day. So he gathered up what money he had and sent Hinata to special order things. The darling girl never objected to those requests and felt privileged and honored to do so for him, no matter how weird it was what he wanted her to order, and whenever possible she'd kick in her own money to help. He loved that girl. No one else was like her. An entire town hating his guts, and she was the sweetest thing to him, in spite of having so little confidence herself. Anyway, with her help and some practice concealing himself so he could spy and observe, he got a smithing education. Most of the shops had apprentices, so often enough he could secretly listen as the master taught the younger smith, often a relative, how to do this or that. And parabolic ears were really useful to overhear what they were saying as they did so. Since the various shops that had apprentices had them at different levels, he could have Hinata order the same thing at different places each day to pick up more than he'd known before, starting with the basics. So, having picked up what he could by secretly observing and reading what he could from books, he figured out how to get Sarutobi to grant him the Uchiha properties in spite of his new appearance, picked up a hammer, and went to work giving it a try, only to immediately go back to hit the books and overhear some more, as he had obviously missed some important stuff. Then he had to struggle to figure out the pieces he couldn't arrange to overhear, but after that things got better. With lots of spare time to experiment in, he even got pretty good. It took him a while, but just about any ordinary person could be trained by a smith to be a smith in about 6 months. More if you wanted the specialized, detail-oriented stuff, and Naruto was anything but ordinary. He'd learned harder techniques faster, and with less help than he had here. Okay, granted, the frequent resets were actually a detriment for him here, as he had very little ability to see the progress of his own work, as what he couldn't make in a day and a half didn't happen, as he'd either reset or be off in the forest of death by then. So, still having ability to produce shadow clones, albeit much reduced, he put them to work helping him, he himself learning to make small pieces or bits of larger ones that he then put them to work crafting other days while he went on to learning other parts of those same projects. It was not long before he had a decent skill level, but he did not stop there. He had no reason to. There was more to learn, and he was bored. So he began to go from the ordinary village smith level of pot hammerer and nail maker on to crafting weapons and armor, as had originally interested him. It took him no time at all to find out that his tools sold to him by the villagers had to have been special made to be as bad as they were. Cheap metal, dull blades nothing could effectively sharpen and balance, so bad it could not have been an accident. Naruto was crafting better on his first clumsy attempts. Then, as he grew competent on basic ninja tools, he branched outwards and outwards, finding himself working on swords and samurai armor, giant blades similar to Zabu's gigantic cleaver, even branching out yet further making clocks and other intricate mechanisms. He even started crafting intricate little toys for himself. Why? Because there was more to learn and he was bored. Besides, he got to play with them after. He got into a clock-making thing, because many of the armor pieces had joints and fasteners more intricate than he could arrange to overhear instructions for, and the only books in the library he could find that dealt with small, precision things were about clockmaking. So he did so, and then later lockmaking, learning how to make all sorts of intricate things, from sturdy bolts to complicated puzzle locks, granting far greater security than he'd ever enjoyed. Then, when he took that back to the armor pieces, he found he was actually quite good at it, really amazingly good at it. And by necessity, he was fast. If he wasn't fast, the project couldn't get done, and he wouldn't learn if it was any good or not. Soon, his clones all working together and occupying 2 shops to do it, he could have himself wearing a full suit of armor in half a day. But as he did so, he found the stuff clunky and uncomfortable, restricting his movements and heavy, so it slowed him down. And, well, as he was already the one making it, he just fiddled with the designs a little, adding a little detail here, or adjusting a joint there, adapting a trick he'd learned from making joints on toy soldiers to make something less awkward and more comfortable to wear, and so on. There are several details restricting the nature of armor in general. One of those was the materials used, and he hadn't any unusual abilities there. But another was the skills of the craftsman involved, which in his case were shooting up remarkably fast, as he wanted desperately for something to occupy his mind, and so fiddled with everything, playing with details and doing the work over and over until he was becoming almost frightfully good. And a further limiter on armor and weapon quality was the amount of time a smith was willing to put into not only creating it, but fine-tuning it to get it all right, personalizing the fittings for optimal use and flexibility by one individual. And, well, time was something he had too much of. By the time he devised and redevised, reworked and re-engineered every conceivable, and more than a couple of ridiculous, complete sets of ninja outfitting for himself, he began to do the same for Hinata, then Tintin, Ino, Temari, then Gaara and Kankuro, until Kurenai chased him away when he approached her with a tape measure. He didn't want to outfit his teammates. They could go without as far as he was concerned. But anyone else was fair game, and he'd gotten a fair bit into creating a set for Shikamaru until he decided that didn't interest him anymore. It wasn't new any longer. Still, there was plenty to do with refining the sets he'd already started. He'd find pretext to get those people to try on his work until he could confidently say he'd gotten them right. Only by then, his standards of right were pretty awesome, including a precisely calibrated fit and amazing balance. He got that good by having a great ability to learn, near infinite time available, plenty of willing help in the form of shadow clones who knew as much as he did, an inexhaustible supply of materials to work with, as whatever he used one day was still available to him the next. And most people, when faced with a project, are willing to say good enough because they don't want to undo, then redo all of the work they'd done before. And, well, since Naruto had to redo all of that work anyway, there was never a good enough point to stop him. He'd also check for protective value, at first by hanging those suits of armor on dummies, then pounding them to scrap metal with swords, knives, and other weapons, some he devised, but others he found lying around the Uchiha estate. And he wasn't satisfied if he could slip in a Senbon needle before he'd warped the metal under his attacks. Then went to work to devise armor that didn't warp so easily when he pounded on it. Why? Well, it seemed all he had was time, and it might matter someday. Also, he got to try and adapt what he knew of martial arts to his new body, thinking through each step and trying to compensate for his changes while he pounded those armor sets to scrap his targets. It didn't have the ease or satisfaction of getting taught, but it was doing some good. If nothing else, it made him not feel so trapped and helpless. It was hard to describe his disappointment over losing the use of his chakra techniques, but this smithing, and to a lesser degree, martial arts, was a skill he could keep so long as he still had all of his limbs and a sound body, none of which he was likely to lose so long as he could regenerate. He'd learned that when Kakashi had blown a hole through his chest. During this time, he was also practicing stealth and information gathering. Before, it had almost been too easy for him to shape-shift and then learn whatever secrets he wanted by being in the form of a student someone who had that knowledge wanted to teach. Now, it was more difficult. Not only was he the demon brat, he had those stinking fox ears marking him even more distinctly, rendering him easy to notice even when he'd changed out of his orange jumpsuits and adopted less loud and obvious mannerisms. Still, being harder only made it so he had more to learn and an admittedly more difficult time getting there. But he had a good start from breaking in to steal the Uchiha scrolls and manuals on that subject, so he at least knew what he had to do in order to get started. Thing like his waving tail gave him away at first, but even that he learned how to control and compensate for eventually. So he began hunting secrets. Not any particular secrets, just secrets in general. He began by breaking into the houses of Sasuke's fangirls to read their diaries, just on the odd chance that he could get something to help him understand why they all drooled over him so much. It didn't help much. Girl speak might as well have been a code. But code breaking was also a part of the ninja profession, so he went about breaking it, or trying to anyway. Soon he discovered that he was lacking the key, and in the principle of all code breaking, he needed to either find or divine the answers. So, out of that desire, he began to hang around bathhouses a safe distance away, not peeking, just listening in to their conversations with his parabolic ears to see what they talked about when they were all alone. It was an entirely different language. The words were the same, but the meanings? Still, it had some use to him. There were often nuggets of insights in there, just buried under loads and loads of fluff. So he began doing the same tricks with ladies at restaurants, shopping, or hanging out with each other in all the places they'd go. Interesting, but even listening in on a whole village proved to be too small a sample over one day. He either had to find a way to observe over a longer space of time, impossible as he'd never yet gotten to know the whole forest and the preliminary rounds, which always reset him, or find some ways to mix it up a little so that he could observe more conversations that weren't just repeats of what he'd overheard before. A little while ago, he would have joined them using his sexy technique, just to be on hand to steer those conversations more interesting ways. But that route was presently closed to him. So he had to give up on the great girl decode for now, leaving that until he had more options. What he did begin to find, as he broke into more houses searching for a wider variety of things, and getting caught on occasion, but those only stir him up to learn more. He found recipes, which he enjoyed as they generally improved his cooking skill as well as his diet. Eno had only known so much to teach him: bank account numbers, wedding photos, and all sorts of stuff, all of which he devoured. Then he happened upon song. He'd always refused voice lessons during his time at the music store. As for the Uchiha, it would have been too far outside the role he'd been playing for it to be believed. But it was music, and here was the best part: it was not limited by what he could get his fingers to do. That's right, no muscle memory restrictions there. Oh, he couldn't properly condition his voice, but that was all right, as he couldn't condition his arms to throw kunai either. Just like he couldn't go anywhere with those weight training books, or the flexibility training that all sounded so useful. He could lift all of the weights in the world, and it couldn't do him any good. Form splits until he bled, and the next day, there'd be no benefit. He could do all of the exercising he wanted, but in the end, no matter the pain, there would be no gain. It was that simple. But that was all right. He didn't have to worry about that, because there was still so much singing he could do without training to reach the real high-end vocal tricks and stuff. The villagers' eyes about popped out of their heads when they woke up some mornings to a 200-voice choir that was all Naruto. Okay, he didn't have the different vocal sections, having only one voice, but it wasn't bad either. They could sing a shopping list if they had to, and make it sound good. And that mattered to him, as it began to feel like there was a crack in the glacier, that the wall that held him back now wasn't perfect, that it could be gotten through. He just had to find those teeny tiny cracks and widen them to do it. Aye. Naruto had learned, through frequent experience, as he'd actually had to play up the whole "I am a fox" angle in order for the older generation who knew about his condition to take the thing as a joke, that Temari didn't know how to kiss any better than Hinata-chan. Must be lack of experience in both cases. After all, Hinata didn't have enough bravery to, and only liked him in any case, while the other was Gaara's sister, and so almost as much of an outcast and pariah as he was. The odd thing was, when he was not acting over the top and weird about it, the Jonin and Chunin of Konoha would all arrest and interrogate him for the day. So it was just easier to kiss Temari than think up new things to do each day that were sufficiently over the top to allay those suspicions. Oh well, the fox boy not only learned how to find and push her buttons until he could get her to squealing during the middle of an exam, having figured out what place in line he'd have to stand in order to sit next to her, but also how to do so before the test started, and in such a way that he could slip her the test answers so she didn't have to rely on Kankuro. Although leaving her hickeys on her inner arm in the shape of the answers proved to be too awkward, so he learned to find other methods. So when she adjusted her slightly disordered clothes and hair mussed up by cuddling, not anything particularly naughty, she just had a fragile hairstyle, not having been previously tested against hugs. She'd find little slips of paper concealed on her with the answers already written on them. After she did so, she'd always give him an impressed look or two after the testing was over. Then he learned how to rig the seating arrangements so that Temari was sitting on the other side of him from Hinata, and that was best. For some strange reason, Hinata's lack of self-confidence would not let her believe that she was good enough for Naruto, thus why she'd never approached him before. And perversely, she felt much better about the whole girlfriend issue if there was another XX chromosome ally on her side, someone to take up any and all girlfriend duties Hinata herself might flub on. She felt so sure of her own failure in most every department that she felt better about anything, particularly anything important like being a good girlfriend to her precious Naruto, if she could tag team it. That way her fears could be allayed, thinking that if she failed there would be another to take over, and thus between them make sure of getting it done properly. Yes, that's crazy. She'd never been anything less than everything Naruto had ever wanted, had ever imagined wanting. But she was not the first girl to want something that didn't make sense or go crazy over insecurities. The author himself has never ceased to be amazed over the amazing leaps of illogic that particularly insecure girls are prone to, nor the outrageous and farcical plans they would come up with to pursue them. Still, while Hinata was whispering all this off in a corner in a desperate yet hushed conversation with Temari, Naruto was perhaps unfairly listening in with those amazingly useful fox ears, while she first confessed her fears and hopes for another girl to help her shoulder her girlfriend duty solidly. Then Temari confessed in turn that, Although she thought Hinata was crazy, she was at least glad for it, as Gaara had told her that she must suitably cater to his fellow demon container's romantic needs or he would kill her. Who would have thought Gaara of being that crazy? Okay, he knew he was a demented lunatic, but that had always been on a mass-murdering strain. This new twist came out of left field. But, coming from a guy who'd carved the kanji for love into his forehead, well, the answer to that, in Naruto's mind, was pretty simple. He could set his romantic needs very low. That way Hinata could outgrow her fears of not being up to meeting them, and Temari would not have to do anything she found terribly distasteful. Yup, he was a kissing man from now on, with perhaps a hug or two, and that answer seemed to work best for them in what was an already bizarre arrangement. Even better when he got Sasuke to sit ahead of him so they could throw spitballs in his hair during the final crunch minutes while Ibiki was really cranking down the pressure and the trio had already been kissing for 40 minutes straight, with Naruto trading between the two dizzy females, made so by his increasingly expert ministrations. Yes, he was getting to be that good of a kisser. Probably no man alive had had half so much practice, and he was a great learner. And best of all, Sakura was so busy being upset during these antics that she never even thought to volunteer dropping out. And learning how to throw the spitballs without any of the examiners catching them was good ninja practice. But even after all of this, his chakra control was only barely crawling along. In the end, Naruto went to go ask the Hokage. Aye. Hey, old man, I've got a problem. Oh, Saratobi took his pipe out of his mouth. What problem is it, Naruto? The boy sat down heavily, shaking his head and grabbing his own hair. I've got no idea how to explain this. The Hokage leaned back, appraising him. Apparently, it was serious. Why don't you start at the beginning, Naruto? That would be really hard to do, the boy admitted with a sigh. Saratobi was nodding. Serious and complicated. Fun. Why don't you just try? You'd be surprised what you can describe if only you get started. The boy sagged, listless, in his chair. Well, I don't expect you'll believe me. What do I do if you don't? The Hokage leaned forward, lacing his hands together on his desk. Why don't you try, and I'll do my best. The boy sighed before nodding. Given how sad and serious the blonde was, the Hokage was already certain that whatever it was bad. However, a large part of him had that parental hope that it was some childish nonsense that seems grave to a young mind, while being utterly inane to an adult one. Still, he didn't hold out too much hope for that, as those were very rarely the case with Naruto, who had problems no one seemed to have resolutions for. Still, it would be nice to have it be one of those for once. However, Naruto's first words confirmed it wasn't. Okay, first thing you gotta understand is that a time-space jutsu has gone massively wrong. I've been trapped in an endless time loop. Every day is the morning of the first test of the Chunin exam. That was the same yesterday, and it will be the case tomorrow too. You won't recall any of this, because you never do. No one ever does. But I have lived through this one day for years now. Saratobi's face grew grave. That is a very interesting problem. Naruto, can you offer me any proof? The boy sighed, shaking his head, then looked guilty. Maybe, but not yet. I gotta finish my explanation first. The Hokage nodded patiently. Then proceed. Gulping, Naruto continued. It's not always only one day. When I pass a phase of the Chunin exam, I am allowed to go on until the next one, but the moment I fail, any part one gets sent right back to the beginning. Saratobi stopped himself from smirking. So that was the game, was it? It had been a while since Naruto had tried to pull a prank on him, and he had a grand in points for originality, but really, the premise was transparent. He was angling for an easy promotion and an excuse to skip the exams. Not a bad idea for a genin. Well, best to see how this played out. Sighing once more, the boy groaned on, face down, heavy with sorrow. The Hokage really had to give him points for the act. It was most convincing.